everybody. Welcome to the stream. We have a tornado warning here in Louisiana. It is a water spout that is about to move on shore. There's a spotter that's saying it's still down, apparently. There is no rotation out there, discernible rotation, so I'm not sure if that is an old report or a new report, but we're going to take it. We've seen photos of it when it was a water spout, and apparently it is just about to move on shore, according. So let's bring this up. I'll show you guys. Let's go over to the big screen. As you can see, we do have Vince Welty with us. As always, he is in the main target zone of these storms, kind of what the models have been saying, where we're going to be expecting some of the most dangerous storms out there. But yeah, as you can see, weather spotters confirmed water spout is now moving on shore. So that is why we are going live a little bit earlier than expected. So if you live near Fritchie Marsh, you need to be in your safe spots. Also, where is this? It's to the east of Halsey Beach as well. Needs to be in their safe spots. But yeah, that's kind of what we're dealing with right now. We did have a tornado warning up here earlier. No confirmation of whether or not it was on the ground or not. Judging by radar, it looked like there was a lot of side lobe contamination. So we're probably not going to get a confirmation until somebody goes out there and or either post a picture on social media, or we have somebody go out there and do a storm survey. That happened over here near Paragould, Arkansas. Unfortunately, I was cooking. Hello, Loria Dupree, welcome. And thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate it. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for Loria. Thank you so much. Oh, it was showing the other radar screen? I gotcha. Let me see. Oh, yeah, you're right. Let me fix that. Oh, that's not good. I don't know why it does that every now and then. All right, so let's go. It should be the number 1. Okay, so it's this one. Okay, there we go. Big radar screen is fixed. But yeah, so this is kind of what we're dealing with. Let's kind of go over the models here. First, we're going to do is we're going to show Vince. Vince is out there. Look at him. Somehow he's in Mississippi. Don't ask me. This guy is obviously one of the most passionate storm chasers that has probably ever existed on this planet. I mean, it's one thing to just go live for the hype days, but this guy's just always out there, whether or not, and it's a 2%, 5%, a 3% on NATOcast. He's always monitoring the storm for everybody. I mean, he's amazing. So everybody put hearts in the chat for Vince Welty. But yeah, so let's kind of go over an overview of what we're going to be expecting today. Before these tornado warnings really get started, we just do one more update here. Again, if you're just tuning in, we do have a potential water spout moving on shore. If I had to guess, it's somewhere in this area right here. And as you can see, it is kind of just hanging off the coast here. But weather spotters have confirmed that it is potentially going to move onto shore. The good news about this area is that there is nobody. And I repeat, nobody that lives here. And if they did, they are probably like on a boat sleeping there. That's the only thing I could think of there being somebody in this area. It's a marsh region, but as you can see, they just shrunk that and they turned it over to radar indicated. So it looks like we did get a report that water spout has lifted. But we're going to continue to monitor it. But first, what we're going to do is we're going to go over what we can expect for today. I know what you're thinking. You know, it's been a slow day so far. You know, usually these storms happen during the day, but not today. They're going to be happening at night. And as you can see, we have an enhanced risk out here, which is a 3 out of 5 for severe weather. So definitely a dangerous day out there for big hail, damaging winds. And also we have a tornado threat, an actual decent tornado threat that could overperform. There are models that show that this could overperform, and then there's models out there that are saying it can underperform. In fact, there's a lot of disagreement out there on what today's event's going to do, but it's kind of already aligning with what the HRRR said with this initial convection in Mississippi, which is what we're going to be watching very closely, as those are the kind of the first ones that could become quite dangerous for that hail threat and the tornado potential. But yeah, we have that enhanced risk is for parts of Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. We have a slight risk around that. That's a 2 out of 5 for parts of Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, the Boot Hill of Missouri, little tiny parts there of Kentucky, Arkansas, Texas. And then we have a marginal risk around that for parts of Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, all the way down into Florida. And we're already starting to see that marginal risk kind of confirm here near Kerrville. We got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings out here for 1.5-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Let's go see where those are going. Those are going down to the south and east towards Comfort. And now, oh wow! So the latest one here for this storm is now saying, well, I guess that's the old one. So yeah, they've extended that old one, and now it is still 1.5-inch hail. But yeah, so definitely some severe weather out there already, and it's about to get ramped up here. And as you can see, we have a 5%, a pretty big 5% here for tornadoes, and that includes a lot of Mississippi, excluding the southern portions of Mississippi, western Alabama, and southwestern Tennessee. There, we also got a 2% tornado risk around there, including parts of Georgia, almost all of Alabama there, Panhandle of Florida a little bit, extending out to Panama City, northern Louisiana, southern Arkansas, and Texas. We got a big wind risk today. That includes parts of Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama there. That a lot of that has already happened, but there is still a chance for those damaging winds with these newer storms that's popping up. So we had those storms come in through the morning. We're going to have even more kind of do the same thing. Not too bad as yesterday. Yesterday we had a derecho type event with over 100-mile-per-hour winds. We're not expecting that today, but what we are expecting is some big hail out of these storms, as you can see, for parts of Texas, going into southern Arkansas, northern Louisiana, into Mississippi. We have a hashed region, which means we can expect hail up to 2 inches is possible out there. And then also we have a 15% for quarter-sized hail that goes all the way from the Panhandle of Florida up into Tennessee and Arkansas. And then we have quarter-sized hail, 5% risk for Florida, going all the way up into Georgia, all the way up into Illinois, down into Texas, where we're already seeing these severe thunderstorms down there. But yeah, that's pretty much what we can expect, at least for the categorical risks for this storm. Now let's go over the model really quick and just kind of get a little depiction of what we're going to be seeing going on. Let me just check on this tornado warning here one more time. Yeah, still nobody in the path. They haven't extended it or anything, so we're good there. One thing I can say though, if you live in these 4 houses, you still need to be in your safe spots just in case this thing tries to cycle, maybe tries to drop another water spout. Because this is a marshy area, it's really not going to stop the storm too much from coming onto shore. Very low-lying coastal area, not a lot of friction as it moves over those areas. But I will say, other than that, there doesn't appear to be many people in the path. But if you are driving on this road to Pike Fork, going over the Ringolets, I guess, pass here, or river, or channel, I guess that would be called, you still need to be in your safe spots just in case that does try to reorganize. But yeah, as of right now, you can see the HRRR is kind of picking this up okay, not the best, but it's not doing too bad. So, you know, I think we can trust this model a little bit. Let's go over to the latest here on the 18Z model run. And yeah, as you can see, we are expecting these storms in Mississippi to start firing there, which they're already doing. Now, it's a little bit earlier than the models depicted. Coming over to the 500 millibars, you can see that there's going to be some spin in the atmosphere in the 800 millibars. Actually, a decent amount of spin is possible with these storms, so definitely need to be on the lookout. Yeah, definitely a lot of energy in the atmosphere as well. You got that buoyancy, which lifts the storms up into the atmosphere, and there's plenty of that. And there's a small little bit of a cap in place, but that should not be an issue for these storms. But yeah, that's kind of what we're expecting these storms to start firing up. They start firing into northern Mississippi, down into Louisiana, and then into Mississippi. But we're already starting to see these fire a little bit early. And then moving this forward, let's move this forward just a little bit. let that go all the way through. Yeah, you can see that those kind of just stick around in Mississippi, then start to move into the Alabama region at around 1 a.m. And then by the overnight hours into 4 a.m., we still have some storms out there. They shouldn't really be tornadic. As you can see, it's very messy convection. Maybe can't rule out a little high precipitation supercell trying to do something within that embedded line there. But as we go into the overnight or in the morning hours of tomorrow, really shouldn't be too big of a deal. But then as we go into the evening tomorrow, you can see that those storms start to fire back up on the Florida and Georgia border at around 12 p.m. So yeah, that's kind of what we're expecting with these storms. We're going to be following them along today, making sure everybody can stay safe. I know it's Father's Day out there. A lot of people probably going to be either starting to grill right now or just got finished grilling, and you want to know where the storms are. So, feel free to ask questions in the chat if you want to know anything about your specific area. And yeah, here we go. We're getting started. But yeah, so here's those storms initially firing here. These ones definitely have the potential to go tornado warned. And then switching over to the velocities, though, we do not see any rotation at this moment. They're still baby storms. So we're still watching these storms in their beginning stages. And if we go over to Vince's view, you can see he's already got kind of a view on the base of one of these storms there near Jackson, Mississippi. And yeah, it's a little bit hazy. A little bit hazy. You can tell that sun is starting to set. So it's mainly going to be a nighttime chase with a lot of lightning from Vince. But there's going to be some time, probably about an hour or so, where we're still going to have some good light conditions. And he's also got that night vision. He's got night vision on his cameras as well. So that'll allow us to see the storms a little bit better. But how's everybody doing today? Hello, Seal Core. Welcome. Hello, Roadster. Hello, Samuel. Yes, indeed. Great audience. Tornado watch. Okay, so we might have just gotten a tornado watch. Let me double check on that. Are you sure? Yeah, it looks like they're... Yes. All right, there we are. It was under a couple of posts here. But yeah, we do have a tornado watch out there. So here we go. A few tornadoes likely with a couple intense tornadoes possible. Scattered large hail and isolated very large hail events up to 3 inches in diameter are likely. Scattered damaging winds likely with isolated significant gusts to 75 miles per hour. So yeah, wow. That's a little bit uptick. They're technically saying that they're upgrading this risk over here to is that a moderate? No, it's not a moderate, right? If you have 2 hatched winds, I forget what the moderates need. But yeah, scattered damaging winds with isolated significant gusts. So that's a hashed risk in this area for winds now, which was not on the latest update. But anyways, for that includes Jonesboro, Arkansas, Memphis, Tennessee, Tupelo, Starkville, Greenville, Jackson, Mississippi, Bastrop, Vicksburg, and that is who is in this tornado watch. Oh, 45% SIG. Okay, gotcha. But yeah, tornado watch has been issued, so it looks like things are getting underway. Also seeing a couple people saying the environment in Mississippi might be supportive of maybe a couple or maybe a strong tornado could be possible today, which would indicate an EF2 or higher. But a lot of things have to come into place. With most tornado events, there's always a chance that you can have some type of strong tornado, but there's nothing in the models right now that are saying definite chance of that, but there's a non-zero chance for that to happen. So we're going to be here to make sure that we cover, and that threat is going to be maximized down here with these storms initially. So you got your power and water back after Thursday. All right. Well, I'm glad to hear that. What are you in Shreveport, Loma? Hello, Patricia. First time watching. Is Vince on tonight? I don't know. I don't know if he's going to be live on YouTube or not. He's on Radar Omega, though. You need me, I'm back. All right, Jaden. Yeah, try to find some cams. You know, there should be some cams around in this area. Should help a lot in trying to get some views on these storms. Houston needs some rain. Really? Houston, of all places, needs rain? That's rare. Usually you guys have plenty of rain. Especially during the June months. We had some power flickering. Then it went off, but after 30 minutes went back on. Okay. So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning down here, by the way. 1.25 inch hail that's heading towards Utica, Mississippi there. Let's see. Let's go back over these ones over here to north of Medina. Again, these are traveling to the south and east. One with 2-inch hail, the other one with 1.5 inch hail, and both of these storms are heading. This one to the east or the west is heading near Medina, and this other one near Comfort is heading towards Bourne. But those are all the severe thunderstorm warnings, I think. Oh wow, we have a new area of interest out in the tropics. Let's go check that out really quick while we wait for these storms to try to mature. Let's switch over to the main development region. Oops. There we go. There, and then we'll go clean. So this is, oh wow, that's definitely got some spin to it there. Oh, they upgraded this to a 90% 2-day. 90%. So with over the next 2 days, this thing's about to become a tropical storm, which is essentially all that means. Good chances for it to become a tropical storm. And then we have another wave that just came off, and we already have another chance issued for it. 2 days, 10%, and then a 7-day, 20%. So it's still a low chance. We'll keep monitoring it, but this one out here, and you can see it's going to kind of make its way towards the Lesser Antilles. Once that becomes a tropical storm, we'll start looking at the models for it. Because it's kind of far away from land. I don't want to like get anybody's anxieties up by, you know, super dissecting a storm that is thousands of miles away from us. But if it does turn into a tropical storm, it's definitely something to start paying attention to. So just a lot of speculation that happens during hurricane season. I don't really want to contribute it too much if none of them are going to be a threat to land. Is there a chance for a hurricane to happen? No, there's zero chance for that to happen right now. But in the next 7 or few days, we'll continue to monitor those storms. Okay, it does seem like they allowed that tornado warning to expire down here, which is what we were expecting. There's really no rotation on it, and there was a spotter that was on this storm, and they said it was lifted. And so, yeah, that's exactly what we were expecting. Yeah, looking at these storms up here still. Not seeing any definite areas of rotation just yet. Oh, wow. Check out this view from Vince. Beautiful. You can kind of see the shadows coming off of those clouds. That's what I'm talking about. Off on the right side of the screen. Very cool. Looks a little hazy down there. That must be the moisture. What risk are you in? You're in Florence? Let me go check for you. Let's go look at the risk again, because we do have a couple more people in here than we did before. So let's go back over just the categorical risk and the tornado risk. Well, we'll go over all of it again. But just kind of pay attention on the map. I'm sure you guys know where you are in your own states, hopefully. But it looks like Florence is in a categorical risk of 2 out of 5 there. Down here is the 3 out of 5. So the orange is the 3 out of 5. So if you live in any of these areas here, make sure that you have a weather plan in place. We're already starting to see those storms fire up. We also, oh wow, looks like ice cream. Oh, let me make sure I have the little dots on for our donators here. There you go. It looks like you're just outside that 5%. So you know, definitely need to still be weather aware. Those storms are going to be coming in in probably, well, we'll look at that in just a second. Yeah, we have a tornado risk of 5%. That's a 5% chance of seeing a brief or weak tornado somewhere nearby your area, around 20 or the 25-mile radius, essentially. So if we go over to here, I can show you. So let's do just like a random circle. So that's like 25-mile radius. So say you lived right on that red dot, you have a 5% chance of a briefer and weaker tornado coming within that circle. So yeah, that's kind of what we're looking at out there with the 5%. And then we have a 2% around that. As you can see, that includes parts of Georgia, almost all of Alabama, Florida. Oh, thank you, Bay Area Ghost, for the $9.99 donation. It's Daniel. Oh, hey, Daniel. Hey, well, thank you so much for that donation. That is a huge help. So everybody put birthday cakes into the chat. We are completely crowdfunded, and those donations go a long way in keeping the channel going. We also have a wind risk out there for tonight. Again, this is all for tonight. This is all about to happen out here. That's a 30% chance for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and that is going to be for Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and parts of Alabama there. Then we got Florida, all the way up to the Boot Hill of Missouri, down into Texas and parts of Louisiana that are in the 15% chance for 60-mile-per-hour winds and above. Then we also have a 5% around that from Florida all the way up into Illinois, down back into Texas, which we're already starting to see that confirm a little bit. Then we also have a hail risk out there. That's a hashed risk there for hail, which means we could potentially see 2 to 3 inch hail. No, we're not going to be seeing any DVD-sized hail. Well, we're not supposed to be seeing DVD-sized hail. You know, it's always a non-zero risk. We could get a storm, do something random. I mean, the models haven't been 100% accurate, so and that's what these, the people at the SPC use to make these risks. So if the models aren't accurate, you know, then maybe this goes a little bit lower than what it's supposed to be. Maybe it goes a little bit more bonkers than it's supposed to be. So that's why we're here live to monitor, because that's just the best way to find out what's actually going to happen is when it happens live. But yeah, so and then so that's a 30% chance for that, and then we have a 15% chance for that 2-inch hail and above over there for parts of southwestern Arkansas, western or northwestern Louisiana, and kind of I guess you can consider that northeastern Texas there around Tyler and Longview is still possible. Then you got a 15% chance around that for that 1-inch hail, and then you got a 5% around that for that 1-inch hail. So take a look. I know there's a lot of stuff on the map right now, especially when I zoom out, it can get a little bit cluttered. But yeah, that's what we're dealing with. So let's go on over to here. By the way, if you haven't liked the stream yet, it does help us reach more people with this important information. Also, hitting that subscribe button it's helpful for you. You don't have to hit it right now, but stay tuned. And, you know, if you do appreciate the coverage, consider hitting it in the future, because that is the best way to find me again if you ever want to come back. But yeah, we do have, you've probably noticed by now, but we do have Vince Welty out there. He is right here, just to the north of Jackson, Mississippi, and he's on these storms already. Again, these initial storms firing out here in Mississippi are the ones that we're really paying attention to, as they could cause an issue. These are the ones that are supposed to be the biggest threat for tornadoes in the immediate future. So still baby storms at the moment, but there's one severe warned already. Yes, I was monitoring that on Radar Omega earlier. All right, so it looks like Vince might be, so he's traveling down a road here. So let's pull up the radar, try to figure out exactly where Vince is looking. So he is, looks like he's driving to the south there. So what is immediately in his view is probably this portion of the radar. And so yeah, probably not going to see, yeah, maybe off to his right. Yeah, off to his right would be the base of that storm that is just to the west of Richland. Wrong thing. There we go. Yeah. So far, not too much to see, but that is expected to change. Thank you, Henny Austin, for subscribing. Thank you so much. By the way, if you've subscribed and I haven't thanked you personally during this stream, just say I subbed, and I would love to thank you personally, because I really do appreciate it. Yeah, let's go check out some of these other storms. We do have some storms over here near Greenwood and Granada and Winona. During this stream, guys. None of them are severe at this moment. Thank you, Nova, for subscribing. But there is some rain, potentially some thunder in there, so you definitely don't want to be outdoors and away from windows with those. Also, we have some stronger storms still over here near Jonesboro, and maybe even a little look maybe from these. Oh yeah, a little look from this little camera out there near Truman. Thank you, Prince, for subscribing. But yeah, that's a little look at them. Not too crazy, not too severe at this moment, but believe it or not, one of these storms earlier, I think it's this one either near Kennett or Blytheville, was tornado warned earlier. And then we also have these storms right here. These are currently non-severe, just rain, potentially some lightning, about to head into the Marion, Millington, Barlett, and Memphis area. So really, if you live anywhere in eastern Tennessee or western Tennessee and into Nashville, and you have, like, let's say you live to the right of this line and you want to barbecue, now's the time to barbecue for Father's Day. Because if you wait too long, or if you want to do any outdoor activities for Father's Day, maybe you want to go fishing, maybe you're on the boat right now, or you're golfing for some reason at 7 o'clock. I don't think that's a really common time to golf. Or maybe you're at Top Golf and you're celebrating Father's Day at Top Golf. Now is the time to do that, because you guys do have rain moving in. Memphis area, you're in the barbecue alert right now. You still have time to potentially barbecue over on the eastern side of Memphis. You still got these storms right there. They're not expected to be severe, but it's going to be impossible to barbecue under them unless you got some type of one of those covers that can go over your barbecue. But yeah, lots of rain out there moving into Tennessee, but nothing severe up there. But we are expecting some more storm activity to pick up pretty much all along this line, and that should even extend down into Texas, but we're still waiting to see if that's going to happen. Vince is right here, just to the south of Ridgeland, Mississippi, and he is on this complex of storms here that are going to have the potential to try to produce tornadoes later on today. Parts of Canada may get snow? Really? I thought snow was done almost everywhere. Why is it going to be cold today? Is it supposed to get cold? I haven't really been looking at the temperature models too much. We've been too busy now casting over the past couple of days. It's been crazy. We've been going live. I think we've gone live 7 times in like the past 9 days. And 3 of those streams were over 9 hours, including a 6-hour stream yesterday. I don't know how I'm still going. Personally think you should step out the door. What are you talking about? But yeah, that's what we're dealing with. Again, we have the severe thunderstorm warning here. That's 1.25 inch hail, and that is now moving towards Utica, Mississippi. Let's go check on the velocities here and see if we can see any rotation just yet. There's actually a little bit here near Berryville. Check that out. And that is associated with the storm. Not super tight, but decent broad rotation. Decent broad rotation. If we didn't have these faded colors in here, I'd be a little bit concerned. So if it can tighten up literally 1 pixel, we might have to watch that. Not the most organized looking storm at this moment, but does have a little bit of rotation, which kind of gives you a little sneak peek at how the atmosphere is today. I mean, really don't have the strongest storm up there, but there's definitely a lot of spin in the atmosphere. It looks like we already have a rotation underway. I do want to check by the bay here again. There is a little water spout threat, which shouldn't be over. Should continue. Yeah, it's going to continue with this storm. Pretty much, it was over here, actually, and it's kind of just riding the coast. So we've got to watch this guy to see if it tries to produce any water spouts. As of right now, I'm not really seeing that. In terms of any rotation. Also, could be some storms down here that could produce some tornadoes as well. It's a very low chance of 2%, but it still exists. So no matter what happens today, obviously we're going to be there to cover it. Hey, thank you, Jesse, Swiss Jam, Living Vicariously, Barb, Sherwin, and Zeke Ellisdale for subscribing. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. No, I love it when Stream Elements does that, because then I can thank everybody. Hello, Teresa. Welcome. Hey, Judy. Glad you made it through last night. I know you had a pretty hectic night out there. Destin, Florida forecast. You guys should be good pretty much for the entirety of the day, but once we get into the overnight hours and the morning hours, there is some chances for severe weather. So it's mainly going to be something that could maybe wake you up. Yeah, feel free to ask any questions if you got them. How was New Albany, Mississippi? Well, let me find out where that is. New Albany, Mississippi. New Albany is good for now, but there is, I think you are in that 5%, so let me check that out. Yeah, you are at a 5% tornado risk, a 15% damaging risk, and a 15% chance for, or damaging wind risk, and then a 15% chance for quarter-sized hail. And that's going to be developing probably around 8 or 9, and then moving into the region probably around 12 a.m. up there. Go check on this storm. Yeah, still got some rotation. There's those greens, there's those reds. We're looking for them to touch. That's how we're going to know that storm is about to produce a tornado. But as of right now, it is still broad. You got these faded colors. The colors that look like this, that's what we call faded colors. And then when you see that in between, the reds and the greens, still a little bit broad. Still a little bit broad, but you can definitely tell it's got a little bit of an inflow there. Not the most organized supercell ever on the planet, but it's definitely got some rotation. Gonna have to be looking out for that. Thank you, Road, Mike, and Mike. Thank you, Road, Mike, and Mike. So Mike Schlatter and Mike Smithwick for subscribing. I do appreciate it. We have limbs down in your area. Where's that out? Spitfire. How about Atlanta? Atlanta is, they should just be outside the risk, if I remember. You might be in tomorrow's risk. So let me just double check. Yeah, Atlanta is, just outside of the risk for today. But tomorrow, you guys are going to be in a marginal risk. Your main risk is going to be small chance for severe weather. And that severe weather should mainly be a wind threat. But things could change, so we might check the models, later on tonight to see if we can see any changes with those. All right, looks like we got the latest radar scan. Yeah, still a little bit broad as the latest scan there near Way. Savannah, Georgia. I think I know where that is. So I want to say, yeah. Savannah, Georgia is fine for today, but I think you guys are also in the risk for tomorrow. Yeah, you're in the 2 out of 5. You're not in the tornado risk, but you are in the 15% chance for 60-mile-per-hour winds and the 5% chance for those for some quarter-sized hail. I don't know why that messed with my audio. Can y'all hear the music? I can't hear the music, barely. Might have to mess with that. But yeah, sorry about that. Little technical difficulties there for a second. But yeah, that's what you can expect for tomorrow there in Savannah. All right, at least got the latest scan here. Still seeing some broader rotation. So nothing's changed as of the latest. Oh, wait, that's not the latest. That's the same scan we just went over. Sorry. It looked a little different for a second. Look at Kentucky. Let me check. You're probably talking about over here in Western Kentucky. Yeah, we got some showers in Kentucky. Nothing severe at this moment. Just mainly some showers, potentially some thunder in there. You hear the music or not? It's not really showing up. I don't... Oh, let me just check. Yeah, something happened when I touched the volume bar. So let me just fix this really quick. The sound levels. Small little hiccup. Okay, it should start playing. Hopefully it doesn't get randomly loud later. I don't know why it got all quiet. All right. This is in Jackson now. Yeah, he's lining up for the severe thunderstorm warning right now. Which does have 1.25-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Next in line is going to be Edwards, Raymond, Bolton, and Clinton if they do end up extending this. But so far, they have not extended that. Okay, we do have the latest scan here. Yeah, seeing a little area still of rotation there. Right in that region. Still not tight, though. Still have that faded colors in between, but again, if that tightens up any more, then it's going to start to become concerning. And this is what we're going to kind of be dealing with all day today, which is going to be these kind of more isolated cells out here in Mississippi, and they're all gonna have a little bit of rotation with them, one way or the other. And did you tag me on any? Wait, is someone tagging me with photos? Let me check. Oh, there's a live cam in Jackson? Well, we already have a live cam in Jackson. Oh, thank you, Marianne Maddie, for the $9.99 donation. Thank you so much. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for Marianne. Thank you very much, Mary. That is very helpful. We are completely crowdfunded on this channel, and that really does go a long way in helping us and keeping the channel go, because we do this full time. We don't do anything else. You can look on my live. You can go look on my live tab. You can see that this is literally all we do almost every single day, unless there's no severe weather. Memphis? Let me check Memphis. Memphis right now is about to get some storms. Let me just make sure they're not rotating at all. Yeah, none of them are rotating. Just some storms with some lightning potential. Actually, we can kind of get a sneak peek here. It's kind of what it looks like. Just kind of a gray mess, because it's not really too organized of storms. But yeah, they are about to move through the Memphis region. So unfortunately, if you have anything planned outside for Father's Day, it's got to wrap it up. Unless you want to continue in the rain. Actually, let me just make sure that there's lightning here. I'm kind of not seeing any lightning strikes. I wouldn't rule them out, though. I wouldn't go out there thinking no lightning is going to happen. My advice. Let me check it. The Dahlia, Georgia. Yeah, as of right now, you are good to go. There's a little storm off to your north and west that could eventually make its way down to you. If it gets severe thunderstorm warned, we will go look at it for you. We always look at all the severe thunderstorm warnings. But yeah, but tomorrow is your main day. So tomorrow you're going to be in a slight risk. You're going to be in that 2% for tomorrow, 15% for damaging winds, and 5% there for quarter-sized hail. So Definitely have to be weather aware tomorrow. Nothing to like be panicked about or anxious about. But you know, things could change for tomorrow, and we're gonna keep an eye on it here on this channel. We'll go over the models later. I just want to, like, because of how inconsistent the models have been, I kind of want to wait until the 0Z HRRR and the NAM comes out before I look at that too in depth. Then we're a little bit closer. No problem, Allie. You got hit by a thunderstorm the other day with 90 mile per. Oh yeah, that was that that little what was it, that the Rachel last night? Yeah, that thing was strong. Thank you, Lexa. Jesus is King, then DB Cooper for subscribing. I do appreciate it. He's planning to go north to the rotating storm. Nah, he should just stay still. He's not going to catch this. And all these storms have the ability to rotate. But yeah, it's still rotating. I mean, if he does go and make it in time, then so be it. I can't tell him what to do. But that's just what I would do. I would stay put. But yeah, still some rotation there. Right there, a little bit broad in between those two areas of rotation. So it still hasn't gotten its act together, but they did just severe thunderstorm warn this for 1.5 inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds. That is going through Sharpsburg. Next in line is going to be Revive, Raytown, Farmhaven, St. Anne, Oklahoma. Sounds like someone that's saying Oklahoma with like a mouthful of food. Redwater, Carthage, Gill, and Abden is next in line for the severe thunderstorm warning, so make sure you are indoors and away from windows. Thank you, Regina Wright, for the $2 donation. So they say just saying thanks for all you do. Well, hey, thank you for the donation. I do appreciate it very much. It does go a long way in helping out the channel, so thank you. Let's see what Vince is up to. Oh, he's got a nice little view. Look at those clouds off in the distance. Let's bring up our custom pointer here. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Sorry. But yeah, you can see over here, those are the tops of the clouds off in the distance right above my head. You can see that the sun is just catching it in a kind of artistic fashion right there. But yeah, definitely some bubbly clouds out there. Those are those storms that are off in the distance that Vince is traveling to. And eventually he's going to get under one of these things. And let me tell you, he's been getting good views of the storms. So you see this is his website under me. It's seethestorm.net. And he definitely does see the storm. So that's why it's a .net, not a .com, because he's verified in seeing storms. That's not really how it works, but I'm just making jokes. I was Huntsville looking tonight. We can go look at that. I think there's going to be some actual decent storms that come through Huntsville tonight, or at least on the latest model. That's what it indicated. So let's go look at that really quick. You're talking about Huntsville, Alabama, right? Or Huntsville, Texas. So Huntsville, Alabama, which is where I'm close to, not from, but close to. You guys, we are in a slight risk. We are also in a 2% for tornadoes. We're in a 15% for those damaging winds of 60 miles per hour. I don't know why I keep cutting the S's off of my words. I do that when I type too, though, so I think it's like a brain thing. And then we are also in the 15% chance for quarter-sized hail. And if we go over to the models real quick, keep clicking things. HRRR model here on the future radar. You can see that we do have a little line of storms, but that's going to be coming in at like 2 a.m. right? So it's nothing to like waste your day watching my channel for, unless you're just generally interested in weather and radar coverage and awesome storm chaser footage. Then you can hang out, but I wouldn't worry about these until around 2 a.m. So maybe go to sleep, wake back up if you want to be like move, or just make sure you're moving your car into your garage. You really don't even need to wake up. Just move your car in the garage, bring your dog inside. Everything will be all right. Thank you, Judy, for the $5 donation. Noonan, Georgia. Noonan. Where's Noonan? Noonan. But yeah, that's what you can expect over there in Alabama. All right, over down here for Noonan. As of right now, no storms nearby you. Let's see how you are looking for today. Looks like you might be, yes, you're have a chance for tornadoes. A small chance, non-existent. I mean, not non-existent. You do have a wind risk of 5% and also a hail risk for quarter-sized hail. So a small chance for severe weather is possible, and you can't completely rule out a tornado, but it's still a low risk. Nothing to really panic about, in my opinion. Thank you, Lord Squares, for subscribing. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, let's go check on the latest rotation here with this storm. Starting to see a little bit more organization, or not a little bit more, but like a little bit tighter, I would say. A little bit tighter rotation, but still has some faded colors in there. And it kind of seems like the greens have died down just a little bit, so this might be cycling. But this storm is still kind of a baby storm. It's not really a mature storm just yet. Check back down on these. Yeah, not seeing much rotation on these just yet. But again, these storms could be dangerous going into the future here. So we're going to keep an eye on them. Let's go over the other severe thunderstorm warning over here. Yeah, it looks like this storm is slowly... It had marbles, and now one by one it is losing those marbles. Unfortunately for the storm, but not unfortunately for the people that are in the path of it. So Camp Verde, Center Point, you're next in line here. Now just for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. It had those marbles and dropped them. And couldn't find them afterwards, so that's good. Vince is heading east on I-20. All right, thank you. Yeah. By the way, if you haven't liked the stream yet, it does help us reach more people with this important severe weather coverage. And let me explain how that works. It's not just some, dead phrase that I say. It actually does help. So let's say there's someone in Morton, they're watching YouTube, or they're on their smart TV. And because you guys have liked the stream, YouTube would recommend the channel more to more people. So therefore, if they were watching like a random cooking video on YouTube, and then they're done watching it, they start scrolling, and unbeknownst to them, there is a severe weather threat right next to them, but they don't know that. But because you guys like the stream, we have a higher chance of reaching that person with this coverage. So that does help out a lot. And then also subscribing as well does help out too. Yeah, that cam didn't load for me, Jaden. It was like just sitting there not loading. I'm gonna try it again. Or maybe it's... Oh, there we go. Oh, wow. This is not a bad view. But when I bring it full screen, it stops loading. I'll sit there and let it load for a little bit, but... yeah, it's not loading. Chazzy, stop. Stop whining. So funny. He always gets just like so anxious when I live stream at the beginning, but then he calms down. All right, latest scan here is still showing a little bit of broad rotation. Still not too concerning at this moment. Still have those faded colors in between, but definitely watching that like a hawk, because this one's going to be a good example of how the rest of the day will play out. And as we get into the late night hours, we're going to be having a little bit more increase of that lower level shear, which is really going to aid these storms' abilities to rotate and potentially drop tornado. Whoa! Holy moly! Wow! You can really see the storm now. There's that updraft, that rising motion, that cape, that buoyancy pushing the storm up into the upper area. Or oh, don't switch it back. Vince, switch it back. I was in the middle of explaining something. Jeez. Well, over here we just have clouds. Will Memphis get it bad? They shouldn't. It should be a little. It should be more tame there for Memphis than it is going to be further down in the south. How does Ozark, Alabama, look overnight? Calm down. All right. Whoa, look at those gas prices. $2.87. That's incredible. But yeah, thank you for that $2 donation, Christopher. We're going to go look at Ozark for you right now. But yeah, everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for Christopher. That $2 donation really does go a long way in helping out the channel. So let's go find Ozark for you. Ozark, Alabama. So there's Ozark. As of right now, you do not have any storms around you. But if you go to the categorical outlook, where did it go? There it is. Right there in the center of the screen there. You're in a 2 out of 5. You're in the 2% for tornadoes, 15% for damaging winds of 60 miles per hour, and a 15% chance for hail up to a quarter size. All right, let's go check on the latest scans here. But yeah, thank you so much for that $2 donation. You could almost pay for a gallon of Vince's gas with that money, which is incredible. Oh, there it is. Tornado warning. First tornado warning of the day. Looks like that, yep, it did tighten up as the latest scan. So there we go. We weren't talking about this storm for no reason. So if you live in Sharon, Farmhaven, Raytown, and Oklahoma, and Lena, Mississippi, you need to be going to your safe spots immediately. Again, that's the lowest, most interior room of your house with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. If you live in a trailer, mobile home, or an RV, you need to be evacuating immediately and seeking sturdier shelter, as those buildings can't even survive the weakest tornadoes. So right there, there's that area of rotation just to the north and west of Sharon. That is moving towards Havendale. Let's get an exact track on this thing. Yeah, moving kind of to the south and east. So next is going to be Raytown, Farmhaven. So Raytown, Farmhaven, you need to be in those safe spots. Wow, this rotation is actually picking up quite quickly. Right there. Still not seeing a debris ball, though, as the latest scan, but you can definitely see those greens are getting stronger. So the reds are a little bit weaker, but there is some broad, a little bit broad, but yeah, I mean, that's definitely some stronger broad rotation there. So definitely watching out for that storm to potentially produce a tornado here shortly. So if you live in these areas, please be in your safe spots. He'll be all right. He always gets annoyed initially until he sees a really good storm. He did just drive like 12 hours, so it's not like he's probably not stressed. Have I tried GR2? I have not. I have not. Radar Omega does it for me with the radar coverage, but I do need like a better modeling software. Be put under a T-Storm watch later on. It's possible. NG. That'll be like in the earlier morning of the in like the early morning hours, most likely. Like right around 12 a.m. is when I would expect, or like 11 or 12. Okay, this mic is getting on my nerves for a little bit. To really tighten it up. Every now, like the mic stand is kind of cheap, so like every now and then it just like, if you'll notice it throughout the stream, It'll just slowly sink. No cams in the tornado warning box. That's all right. We can see the storm with radar. Yeah, still waiting on that latest radar update. You have a question? What's up, Kelly? Anything happening in East Tennessee? No. Not at the moment. Nothing to really be concerned about. As you can see on the just to the left of me, that's the risk for today. The orange is a 3 out of 5, the yellow is a 2 out of 5, and the green is a 1 out of 5. So find your area on the map. And as you can see, East Tennessee is not in any of the risks for today. Yes. Kentucky is Florence. Is Kentucky in arrest? Yeah, you're gonna have to reword that. Is Kentucky is Florence in arrest of severe weather? Yeah. Try retyping that. You might have gotten a lot of autocorrect when you typed that. They're giving him directions? Why? What's going on? Let's go listen to Vince real quick while we're waiting on this latest scan. See what's going on.
It's just Google Maps. I don't know if GPS sensitivity is screwed up because of all the stuff I got in the car or what, but it was putting us all over different parts of the road. It was just not really acceptable here.
So his GPS is messing up. That's not good. All right, we do have the latest scan here. Just came in. Still have the green, still have the red, still a little broad. Still a little broad. You see that inflow working its way into the storm? That's that warm, juicy air that storms like to eat, like steak or sushi or whatever your favorite food is, you can imagine. But yeah, then you had that rain wrapping around the backside, which indicates that there is rotation there. But it's a little bit broad at this moment. If we go over to the correlation coefficient, still not seeing a tornado on the ground right now. But again, if you live in Raytown, Farm Haven, Ophoma, Lena, Mississippi, you need to still be in your safe spots. I do want to take a little moment here to look at these other storms. Yeah, still not any concerning rotation with those just yet. Yeah, as you can see, these storms out there today are dangerous. You know, this one over here south of Grenada, Mississippi, it's got an interesting look to it. But that is in a mega. Okay, let's try a different strategy here. That is in a big radar hole, so we're gonna have trouble figuring out what that storm is going to be up to. That's better. But yeah, this one luckily is close to a radar. Yeah, still waiting on that latest radar update. Where does he want to go? I don't know where he wants to go. He's probably, if I had to guess, going to be traveling along this road, trying to get in front of this storm up here, because this one's moving to the south and east. And there's a road that kind of goes just like this. So he's probably going to take that to try to get ahead of this tornado-warned storm so he can give us the on-the-ground look at it. There's also another storm kind of forming in the same environment here. That's kind of all by its lonesome. That'll probably... Let's see where that one's moving. Yeah, that one's probably going to merge into this cell here shortly. All right, looks like we got the latest radar update. It looks like we got a little bit of an anti-cyclonic rotation now. Still not seeing a debris ball at this very moment. Kind of a messy storm. Looks like it just went through a little merger. It's like another storm kind of formed right in its inflow. So that's going to cut it off from that warm and juicy air that it likes to ingest for a little bit. Yeah, it's still moving down to the south and east. Again, if you're just tuning in, we got a tornado warning in central Mississippi, just to the west of Carthage. Thank you, Kathy. I appreciate that. Thank you for liking. Never answered your question. What was your question? Sorry about that. I will try to. Had a bad feeling about today. I got a little bit of a bad feeling, but I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical still. Mainly because the models have just been really struggling as of late. Oh my gosh. I just spilled orange juice all over myself. Like a dork. It's all good. It's just gonna be sticky. Looks like they actually severe thunderstorm warned. This storm that is 1.5-inch hail. That is heading off to the east there towards Forest and Decatur. Does this one have any rotation with it? It does not yet, but we're gonna keep our eye on that. Yeah, sorry guys. It's hard to answer questions while there's a tornado warning. I'm trying to focus on the tornado warning. It's like Vince is looking at radar. I don't know why he does that. All right. Latest, still waiting on that latest scan. Don't have it in just yet. All right, Storm Chaser Shooter. You're in a camper, so you guys will be hitching a ride down Tornado Valley. Well, there you go. Does Chaz like orange juice? I don't think he does. I think that would make him have stomach issues. He likes dog food? Yeah, he likes dog food. Okay, the latest scan is not showing any more concerning rotation, but that doesn't mean it's not going to try again. But it does seem like that merger definitely affected this storm quite a bit. Let's go check on some of these other storms. Yeah. Not seeing any rotation with those. Let's go check on this other one up here near Granada. All right, starting to see some rotation with this one as it comes closer into radar view. We're right there north of Nason, heading towards Granada. Not really quite at my area of concern yet, but some NWSs have lower thresholds than I do. So, but yeah, definitely going to need to watch that storm now up near Granada every scan. Yeah, I don't think they should. It's got acidity. Do I think Vince will get a tornado on stream? I mean, it's possible. Why is the tornado watch north of the enhanced risk? Because there is still possibilities of tornadoes. Like, well, I don't think it's north of the enhanced risk. Actually, let me double check. Oh, just got a new tornado warning. Sorry, I can't answer that question right now. All right, looks like these cells are starting to get their acts together. These ones must have just popped up. Oh yeah. And there's actually a couple areas of rotation. All right, but we have some strong area a little stronger area of rotation there that is heading down to the south towards Marysville, Cairo, Troll, and Three Creeks. That is a radar indicated tornado warning, but you do need to be going to your safe spots right now. Again, that is in southern Arkansas. Wow, these storms really got their acts together fast and rotated pretty quickly. But right there, just to the south and east of Damascus, we have some greens touching the reds there, and that is that tight rotation moving down to the south and east. So if you live in any of these areas, please go to your safe spots. We'll come back to that one in just a second. Wait for the latest scan here, then we'll go back over and check on that storm. I am wondering something here, so 1 second. Let me check on something just to make sure I've got all of the information. All right. But anyways, yeah. Still waiting on that latest scan to come in. Where's my tornado HQ sound? The audio alert annoys me. All right, looks like Vince is making waves, but we'll turn it on for you guys. It like over and over goes, It's just annoying to me, but I don't really need it, but I'll keep it on if you guys want it. But anyways, still have this tornado warning here in central Mississippi. And there's that latest radar update. Looks like we're starting to see a little bit more rotation there near Havendale. Still have those faded colors in between the reds and the greens. So still not expecting any tornado right now. Not super tight rotation at this moment, but if you live in Raytown, Afoma, and Lena, you need to still be in your safe spots. Now, coming over to southern Arkansas. We're going to wait on the latest update with this one. I hate that noise too. I can't turn it off. So we're just going to leave it off for this stream. It does this. It goes, and it's like really loud and annoying. Not a fan of it. But yeah, I have Tornado HQ up on my screen. So if any new warnings come in, all right, latest scan here just came in. Still seeing some strong rotation there near Marysville. There is a little bit of side lobe contamination on this bottom side, but you can definitely still tell that there is some decent rotation in with that storm. That's about to go over Marysville. So Marysville, I still want you to be in your safe spots. Cairo, Troll, and Three Creeks. Again, this is southern Arkansas. Let me check on this storm. Yeah, we also have another little area of rotation just to the north and west of Ritchie as well. Very interesting. It's like we might get a lot of tornado warnings if that's going to be the case. If we're going to worry about that line and this line, yeah. Potentially, yeah, look, we have more rotation here. More rotation here. Wind's going that way. Wind's going that way. It's a little bit broad, but again, that's how this one up here started. And this one is trying to rotate now. And Vince is getting closer and closer to that storm. So hopefully we'll have a good look before the sun goes down on that storm. Yeah, we're going to stick on this storm here until we get that latest radar update. And then we'll go check out everything. You're in Florida now. All right. Well, you stay safe there in Florida. Is this a populated area? Yeah. There's people that live down there. It's not like super populated, but I mean, there's people that live there. Hey, thank you, Goat, for subscribing. Doesn't even tell you when the tornado warning is upgraded. It does not. Yeah. You always got to click and just find out. Usually you can tell, usually, especially with this one, we'll know if it's on the ground or not. So we'll know it's about to get upgraded before anything happens. I really wish he wouldn't show the radar, ever. I need to get a cleaner feed from Vince. Because it's like, it looks weird on my stream because it's like, it's 2 radars. So, but he's been busy. I talked to him a little while ago. And I'm just going to let him finish out his chase before I nag him on anything. That's kind of the plan right now. Yeah, still not really seeing a debris ball with this. Did they just allow that tornado warning to expire? No, that was a severe thunderstorm warning. Okay. Sorry. Okay, just got the latest scan. Still a little bit broad there. There's those greens, there's those reds, faded colors in between. But yeah, still not seeing any tight rotation with this storm. I think this one is slowly becoming a little more and more outflow dominant, which is good news for the people that live there. Let's go check back in on these storms near El Dorado. Yeah, still some tighter rotation there. Right there, south and east of Marysville. Next in line is going to be Schuler. Schuler, then Truel. Three Creeks. Let's go get an estimated timing on this storm for everybody in the path. Actually, no, it's this one. Shoot. There we go. How fast is it going? Shoot. I always forget to get the speed first. It's 25 miles an hour. All right. Yeah. Looks like the only person that's really in the past is Schuler, and it's going to be there in Schuler by 6 minutes. So you have 6 minutes to get to your safe spot. So make sure you're getting there immediately. Yeah, Jackson is south of that tornado warning over there. But you do have some severe thunderstorm warning with 1.25-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds coming your way. Yeah, that's the latest update with this storm. Still some strong rotation. Not seeing a debris ball, though, at the moment, so I can't confirm it. No one on the ground has reported this is on the ground at this moment, but that can definitely change, so make sure you're in your safe spot still. Let me check on this other storm. Yeah, still some decent rotation here near Ritchie. If we start to see some greens get close to those yellows, we'll potentially see that get tornado warned here shortly. It is so hot in Houston. Yeah, you guys got those dew points. The dew points with the heat do not mix well. It's 115 degrees with those with the heat index right now there, and that is miserable. I feel bad for you. I would not go outside during that without drinking like a gallon of water, but even then. El Dorado to Junction City takes, yeah. Thank you, Regina. Is Homewood, Alabama in danger? Not right now. Not right now. These storms are in Mississippi. But eventually, these are going to be moving off to the east towards the Birmingham area. They're not going to be nearly as strong. But this one up here, hold on. Starting to look a little bit more interesting. Dang, I hate that it's in a radar hole. Cannot get a good read on it. I mean, from this radar, it has a little bit of tighter rotation there. Yeah, right where it's supposed to be. South of Glenwild. It's in a radar hole, but they might precautionary warn that. Thank you, Travis and Slipknot, for subscribing. I do appreciate it. Yeah, okay, there we go. Latest scan, a little bit broad. Yeah, still some broad rotation with this storm. Again, next in line is going to be Raytown and Farm Haven. So I still want everybody in their safe spots in Ophoma and Lena as well. Let's go check on the storm that Vince is getting close to. Still, yeah, there's actually still a little bit of rotation there. Not seeing a debris ball just yet, though. It's not tornado warned, but there is still a little bit of rotation. Let's see if Vince has got a view. Storm chaser Vince Welty is on that storm to the south. Not the tornado warned one, but the one that's to its south. It's got a little bit of rotation. Not seeing much yet. He's not completely underneath the storm, but he is getting closer and closer. So we'll continue to check back in with Vince. All right, let's come back over to here in southern Arkansas now. Yeah, still some tight rotation there, south of Marysville. Not seeing a debris ball with it as of right now, so that's still good news. So I can't confirm whether or not it's on the ground at this very moment because there is no debris ball. Okay, we just got a new tornado warning just off to the right here. So yeah, that's this with this rotation, the one that we've been talking about right there. So new tornado warning. Wait, there's another new tornado warning. Oh, okay, so we got two new tornado warnings. So they did just tornado warn this storm that Vince is about to be on as well. So we'll go check that out as soon as we look at this new tornado warning over here. So yes, we got a new tornado warning. There's that area of rotation just to the west of Ritchie that is moving down to the south and east. Next in line is going to be New London and Caryville. You guys need to be indoors in the lowest, most interior room of your house with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter, or a basement that is underground. Also, you want to be in a like if you are in a RV trailer or like a mobile home, you're going to want to be evacuating immediately and seeking sturdier shelter. Oh wow, they just extended this to the northern part as well. So that new tornado warning that was issued for the northern part of the storm is for Murrow Bay and Marsden. So there we go. Now we have 4 tornado warned storms. So let's go back over here and warn everybody in the path of this one. So this is another tornado warning here in central Mississippi, just to the east of Jackson, Mississippi. And that is heading towards Clifton, Forest, Dennis Settlement, Harpersville, Steele, Piketown, Conahata, and Lucerne. If you live in those areas, you need to be in your safe spot. There you are. Vince Welty is right there. He's on this tornado warned storm, so if anything happens, we should get a view of it. But yeah. So let's go see the latest scan here. Yeah, latest scan with this storm. There's still a little bit of rotation. Nothing too concerning at this very moment, but we're still watching it there. Just to the east of Havendale. Nothing's changed for this tornado warning in Mississippi. You still need to be in your safe spots. I do want to check these other storms really quick. Okay, not seeing any other areas of rotation. I also want to check this one again. See if we have a better radar view. We still don't. Man, that's so frustrating. Yeah, from this radar, there's a little bit broader rotation, but nothing too crazy there. Let's come back over here to southern Arkansas. Get the latest update on these storms. Yeah, latest update with this one. Still strong rotation there. It still hasn't gone away. Not seeing a debris ball just yet, but, you know, this one is probably the most concerning out of all of them right now. In terms of its rotation, could drop a tornado at any moment. So, Troll, Three Creeks, you're next in line. You still need to be in your safe spots. Over in this one, latest scan with this one is we still have some decent rotation there just to the east of Ritchie. And again, that is moving to the south and east towards New London. Could include a little bit up to the north, which is why Merrow Bay and Marsden are in this, and Caryville Landing. So don't let your guard down. Continue to be in your safe spots. We're going to stick with this tornado warning until we get that new update, and then we'll go look at the other ones. But yeah, on this channel, you know, if you're under any of these tornado warnings on this channel, you won't find this on other channels. We're going to go through every single scan for you. I don't know what happened to this. Mr. Top Fan, did you change anything? Do you have any programs opened? Because it's looking a little choppy, the warnings. Let me just, it could be on my end, so let me just make sure. Oh, it's not on my end. Yeah, sorry for that if it looks a little choppy, but there is nothing I can do about that. I'm still waiting on that latest radar update. No, but OBS is acting up. It's all right. Yeah, just if you want to, you can. I don't know, because you can't restart your computer. Hopefully, it does better. Looks fine with you. Fair enough. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. It just looks a little choppy. It's nothing. It's 8:04 right now. That new radar update should be coming in any moment. And then we'll go look at all the tornado warnings. So don't think we're just going to be focusing on these. No, we don't focus on one storm. We look at every single one of them, every scan when we have tornado warnings. Let me double check here on Vince. While we wait, I'll bring up the radar here. It looks like he's turning off the road. He might be about to give us a really good view of that one tornado warning there. He's at a red light. It looks like there's something off to the right there, but I don't think that's it. Yeah, still. Okay, there we go. There's the latest radar update. Yeah, latest velocity still showing strong rotation. About to move into Schuler. Schuler, you better be in your safe spot still. Trool, Three Creeks is next. That is where that rotation is now. Still not seeing a debris ball, but the debris ball scan hasn't updated. Might stick around, but let me go give an update on this, and hopefully that debris ball scanner will update. But yeah, latest scan here still showing some rotation, some decent rotation with this storm. No debris ball yet with this one either, so still don't think this one's on the ground. But New London and Caryville Landing. You need to be in your safe spot still, because that thing could drop a tornado at any moment. Now coming back over here to Mississippi. Yeah, this storm that is tornado warned near Raytown and Farm Haven, Mississippi. Still not seeing any tight rotation. It did try there for a little bit, but it kind of got disorganized there, and also might be building a new inflow, so it could be cycling. So we'll keep coming back to this one to make sure. But yeah, there's Vince Welty. Here's this tornado warned storm. Still seeing some rotation there. Very weak, though. Very weak at this moment. Oh, wow. Never mind. It's observed. Interesting. I wonder who saw it. It's kind of over a field. Let me see the details here. Because that is very weak rotation. I wonder if that was earlier. Located near Forkville or 7 miles northeast of Morton. Interesting. Radar confirmed. Let me check this out. Hold on. Maybe they're saying that's the tornado there. Not the strongest debris ball I've ever seen, but so it's a radar confirmed. What that means is that someone in the NWS is basically calling this right here. So typically you'd be looking for blue colors here. But there is a little debris our CC drop is what it's officially called. I don't know if I would classify that as a tornado myself, but yeah. So there could potentially be a tornado on the ground with this one. So if you live in Harperville, Steele, Piketown, Conata, Singleton Settlement, Dennis Settlement, Forest, we could potentially have a tornado currently on the ground right now. So please be in your safe spot. We're going to know for sure because Vince is on the storm. Okay, he's looking at the mezzo right now. Oh, yeah. You could definitely see it back there. Let me bring up my cam. Oops. Right there, you can see that rotation. How it wraps just like this. And then that's that mesocyclone. Under that is where we would expect to see a tornado. It's kind of, there's a little bit of light pollution there, but if you look just on the top of these buildings here, there is a little bit of clearing under there, and that's where you've got to be looking. So when you see those little oranges peek out, like right on the horizon, right above my head, that is where you got to be looking for that potential tornado, especially since it should be on the ground right now, according to the NWS. But a little bit of light pollution there is going to make us hard to see, but he's going to get away. He's in this city right now. Once he gets fully through it, we should have a really good view. But you can see he's getting right in that inflow. So if something drops, it's going to be right in front of him. So we should have a really good view of this storm, be able to confirm that. But yeah, everybody still needs to be in their safe spots there. Let's go do another analysis on these storms in southern Arkansas. Yeah, latest scan here near Schuler. Still radar indicated. There's that rotation right there. Still now, unfortunately, going over Schuler. Hopefully, there's not a tornado on the ground with that. But Truel, Three Creeks, still need to be in your safe spots there. That's the latest update for that one. Let's come to this one. Yeah, this is also just to the north of that in southern Arkansas. Still have some decent rotation with this. Not as impressive as this other one down to over there, just to the south and west of El Dorado. But still got some decent rotation. Again, still going in this direction. Next in line is going to be New London, Caryville Landing. All right, let's wait for that latest radar update. I told you guys, today could be a pretty volatile day out there. And we already got 4 tornado warnings, which is quite a bit for a 5%. We don't typically see that many at once on a 5%, but it can happen. And so this is like one of those model runs that was what was saying, hey, things might get pretty crazy out there. Looks like that model might be the one that's right here. Hey, thank you, Regina, for gifting one membership. And you gifted it to Gina. Oh, that's awesome. Make sure you're saying thank you to Regina. Gina. You guys have like the same name. That's cool. And also, thank you, Kristen Bird, for subscribing. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for them. Yeah, there's that latest radar update right here. This is where we're looking for that tornado. Right in that region. There's still a little bit of rotation. Still not seeing a debris ball, though. Still not seeing a debris ball. So hopefully that's good news. But you know, some people on the NWS do think that this is on the ground. So if you live in Forest, Shingleton, Dennis Settlement, and Conata, you still need to be in your safe spot. But just for reference, let me show you something here. So see these reds? You're looking for the reds touching the greens. There's some greens there, but barely, very faded. Got some reds there, but very faded, right? So that's not strong rotation. For reference, when we come over to here for this one, you can see that this rotation was a lot stronger, and it didn't drop a tornado. So that's why I'm like kind of scratching my head, like, but it's okay. Yeah, still not seeing a very strong rotation with this at the moment. Let's go check out Vince's view, because he's getting pretty darn close. Oh, good. He's got the night vision on, so now we'll be able to see the storm even though it's dark. Sorry, guys. I can't answer individual questions about your cities right now. Okay, you can see the base of the storm. There's that mezzo. There's something under there. Let me see what Vince is saying.
There may be something down. I don't know.
Yep. Right there.
I have to park somewhat in the lane here, so we're going to leave all the lights on.
Right there, where my face is. Ah! Sorry. Trying to get this. Right there above my head, that could be a tornado. But it kind of looks like Scud. You can see that there is a little gray area in between. So that looks like Scud. But then there also seems like there's something above my head there. But we're going to tune back in. Man, look at that. You could totally see that
there may
tire.
be a funnel in there.
Yeah, funnel.
I know that the flashing lights are kind of killing the stream here, but I have to keep it on. Because we're not in the lane, but we're partially in the lane. I don't want to get hit. Funnel cloud. Center screen, that is a funnel cloud. It's spinning. Let me try to tweet this.
All right, so there you go. Funnel cloud. So not a tornado on the ground, but a funnel is ongoing with this storm, which aligns a little bit better. There you go. They dropped it down the radar indicated. So there is a funnel cloud with this storm that is moving to the east. Again, Shingleton Settlement, Dennis Settlement, Conata, Piketown Steel. Watch out, Harperville. Watch out. This thing's got a funnel cloud with it, which means it could drop a tornado at any moment. So please be in your safe spots. I can't stress that enough. Let's go up to the north here. Yeah, still not seeing organized rotation with this storm just yet. But you can definitely it still has a nice little inflow in there, but you can also tell we got a lot of that rain-cooled air working into that updraft. That is going to hamper the storm's ability for a little bit, hopefully. Fingers crossed that happens. But Lena and Abden, you're next in line for that rotation. It looks a little bit more mean on reflectivity, but going over to the velocities, not a lot of rotation there just yet, but that can pick up quickly. All right, let's come back over here to Southern Arkansas. We don't actually have the latest scan here, I don't think. Yeah, we do. Okay. Yeah, latest scan. Looks like the rotation is still there. Not super strong at this moment, but it's tighter rotation. So still not seeing a debris ball on still radar indicated traveling towards Truel still and Three Creeks. So please continue to be in your safe spots there. Let's go over to here. Yeah, this rotation has weakened a little bit as well. So that's good news. Still not seeing a debris ball with that. Caryville Landing and New London, you need to still be in your safe spots. I am not concerned for Morro Bay or Marsden right now, but I will say these storms can sometimes occlude, but one with this kind of rotation will most likely die before it gets to Morro Bay. So I still want Morro Bay in their safe spots just in case we get one of those low percentage crazy occlusions, but Marsden, you're just not gonna. There's just no way. That would be an unseen type of occlusion with that kind of rotation. But I don't even think Marsden is really in there. Hold on, let me just double check. I have to zoom in. I have to zoom in all the way. Yeah, you guys are actually outside, just outside of the tornado warning, so you don't need to be in your safe spots. But definitely don't want to be outside. It's a strong storm. Yeah, latest scan here. Still not seeing much rotation on ground level here. Again, we're really close to this radar. So what we're seeing here is pretty much what's happening pretty close to the ground, probably about 1,000 feet above the ground here. One thing we can do that I'm interested in here is I want to look at this at a higher tilt. Yeah, not a lot of rotation above there either. But yeah, you can see this storm has a nice healthy inflow with it still. So we're gonna wait for the latest radar update and watch Vince's stream just to see if we can see anything until we get that update. Oh, wow. That looks like a funnel.
Sorry about the camera jumping around, guys. I can't do a whole lot about it. It's the image stabilization being wonky.
It looks like a funnel on the left side of the screen.
Let me... wonder,
right here, above my head.
I wonder if I can flip to the other side of the road.
That looks like a funnel.
about the car dealership. Can we come into the car dealership?
In a quarter mile, turn left.
It looks like Vince is repositioning. One thing I do want to go over here quickly,
Stupid light right there.
before we get in to the nitty gritty of going over all the tornado warnings again.
Coming through. That's our.
Okay, so here is a close-up. This is what the storm actually looks like. Holy moly. This is Vince, the storm chaser we're working with today. But man, look at how this entire cloud is rotating with that little funnel underneath that we saw earlier on stream. Crazy. Definitely a strong storm there. Still want everybody in their safe spots with it. On the ground level, though, we're still not seeing any concerning rotation at this moment. But it's good that we have Vince on the ground just in case something does happen that we can't see on radar. Because sometimes you can get a little weak tornado that's really isolated. Oops. Let's come back over to here and go to Vince. Yeah, still not seeing a tornado under there. Luckily, Vince has the night vision, or we wouldn't be seeing anything. Yeah, truly incredible that Vince is out there today. Very appreciative of that. All right, let's go check on this northern storm again. Yeah, still not any tight rotation, but we still have this broad rotation, which, you know, coming from my experience, you know, the person who has covered the most tornado warnings in the world for the United States this year, still broad. But these things can tighten up very fast. So watch right there. It could, in the next couple of scans, especially going through a merger like that, it'll either just die or it could tighten up fast. So I still want Lena in their safe spots. We're also starting to see a couple other areas of a weaker rotation. This one's near a radar. Gonna have to wait for that one to come out. But you can see how this storm looks pretty similar to this storm. So it's probably got kind of the same thing going on there. The ability to produce potentially some funnels, maybe even a tornado as well. So let's go back over here to southern Arkansas. Yeah, latest here, still seeing a little bit of rotation, but still a little bit broad right in between there. Not really past my threshold of concern just yet. Still not seeing a debris ball that is still traveling down to the south and east towards Three Creeks. Please continue to be in your safe spots. Yeah, latest scan here is still showing some rotation. Again, we're still dealing with this side lobe contamination in front of these storms. So not like it's not doesn't look as mean as it probably is, but you know, still radar indicated, still strong rotation, so can't rule out a tornado. So still want New London, Caryville Landing in southern Arkansas to be in their safe spots. All right, now we wait for the next scan. At least Oklahoma isn't getting hit. That's true. You guys have had it rough. Let's bring it over to Vince full screen while we wait, because he's zoomed in and ready to go. Let's listen.
With this storm, that it could potentially produce a tornado. While it may not appear to be extremely likely at the moment, this is something that we need to be paying attention to. You know, I've been doing this for almost 10 years now, and one thing I've learned is just because something looks a little bit stable in the atmosphere, you better not discount it, because these mesocyclones drill down to the surface real quick.
Exactly what we were saying here. Exactly. I completely agree with that. That is 100% accurate. And that's why you're in a tornado warning. And that's why you should always be in your safe spots, because these storms can wrap up quickly. They can go from 0 to 100 real quick, or from nothing to a lot very fast. But thank you, Dion and a real one, for subscribing. I do appreciate it. Yeah, that's okay. So that we do have the latest scan here now, showing a little bit more rotation as of the latest scan. Still not particularly concerning just yet, but it is still got some rotation in there as the latest scan. So nothing's changed. Everybody in this tornado warning still needs to be in their safe spots. Again, if you're just now tuning in, we are in central Mississippi, just to the north and east of Jackson. All right, over here near Lena. Wow. As I told you guys, this thing had the capability. I've seen this many times before. There we go. We're starting to get, it's a little bit tighter now. Not to the point to where, I'm thinking something is imminent, but it does seem like that merger might be short term enhancing this rotation. So next scan it might be even tighter. So Lena, I want you to be in your safe spot still. Still a dangerous storm there. What about these other storms to the south? They're not doing anything quite yet. Okay, we're kind of getting our first view coming out of this radar. So something you guys should know: when these storms are really close to radar, the view of the storm gets kind of glitchy. As you can see, you see all these lines coming out. Gets a little glitchy. Oh, they tornado warned it. But I was about to say, we're getting our first little view there, and there is some reds near the greens there, so there is some rotation there, and it seems like the NWS saying the same thing here, so it is now tornado warned. So if you live in Pelahatchie, Morton Branch, Leesburg, Frogtown, Fikesville, Forest, Dennis Settlement, Singleton Settlement, and Clifton. So Singleton Settlement and Dennis Settlement, after this storm passes, you're going to be in the path of another tornado warned storm, unfortunately. So please continue to be in your safe spot. You're probably going to have to be there for the next hour, so get comfortable. Get comfortable and get used to it. But that's the latest updates for these. Let's come back over to here. Okay, looks like they just extended this tornado warning. It is now it's still radar indicated. And now Junction City, Scotland, New Caledonia, Pleasant Grove, and now that's edging into Louisiana as well. So that's Lockhart now. That is in the path of this tornado warning. As you can see, still some rotation there. Let me look at this. Yeah, still some rotation there. A little bit broad still. A little bit broad still, but again, still has that capability there. Let's come look at this one. Okay, starting to see some tighter rotation with this one. All right, you see how those greens popped up there? Before it was just these yellows and grays and kind of faded colors. Now we got some actual greens popping up. So that is definitely some stronger rotation and maybe a little something there. Let me check. Yeah, that could potentially be a debris ball. We're going to have to wait one more scan just to confirm, but that might be the beginnings of a tornado on the ground there. We're going to come back to this one, obviously, and give you guys an update as soon as the next scan comes in. But New London, watch out. Caryville, watch out, just in case this thing tries to occlude up to the north, which essentially means it takes a weird turn. Okay, so don't have the latest. Oh, there it is. All right, there's the latest radar update. Don't have the latest velocities yet, so we're gonna wait on those. Anything can happen this week. Yeah, this week's been nuts. And in terms of model inaccuracy. Oh wow. Okay, all these storms are starting to look concerning. So this one up here is you can see those greens and reds are now almost touching each other. So now it's starting to get a little bit more concerning. Again, nothing's changed. Piketown, Conata, Singleton Settlement, Dennis Settlement here in Mississippi need to be in their safe spot. But what really caught my eye was this. Check this out. Some decent rotation there. Not seeing a debris ball just yet, but you can definitely tell there's some reflectivity over that area. So unfortunately, it's right next to that radar, but there could actually be potentially a tornado with this one already. If you live in Pelahatchie, Leesburg, Morton, Forest, again, Dennis Settlement, Fiketown, Frogtown still need to be in your safe spots. But check on this storm. Yeah, this one's starting to wrap up a little bit. Still a little bit broad, but still trying. So Lena, still be in your safe spots. Man, it's crazy how fast these storms have fired and gotten started here. This might be a long night for everybody. Not gonna lie, I've seen this before. And when this usually happens on a 5%, it'll continue for a while, and we might not get a break for like the next 4 or 5 hours. So, yeah, latest scan here near Three Creeks. A little bit of good news. It is broad now. Not nearly as tight. A little area of tighter rotation there, but that's not exactly where we're looking for. That's an occluding rotation, and it does not appear to be on the ground, so that's probably going to weaken shortly here soon. And this is in southern Arkansas. Let's go check on this one. Yeah, still a debris ball there. I think that's on the ground. I mean, it's kind of far from the radar, but yeah, you can see. So a debris ball essentially means that there is debris being lofted up into the air. So like tree limbs, potentially parts of houses, garbage cans, whatever. And the pink colors here, that indicates raindrops, right? That's non-debris. But when you start to get these yellows and greens and blues, and it still shows up. So there, it popped up, and then it's still there. That appears to be on the ground, and that's my opinion. And that happened right when we started to see these greens start touching the reds. So that broadness, those grays and faded colors went away, and then now we looks like we have a debris ball. So New London, Caryville Landing, watch out, be in your safe spots. In my opinion, this thing could potentially be on the ground. I think we still need to wait one more scan, but I mean, it's almost conclusive. The only thing that's holding me from confirming it is the fact that we're looking at this from a radar that is 100 miles away, which also indicates that that's a debris ball. This could be a stronger tornado because that means it's lofting that debris way up into the atmosphere, which would not be good. So we're going to continue to give updates on that, but it does appear that that may be on the ground. I'm not going to confirm it just yet. Okay, looks like we have the newest reflectivity, but we don't have the newest velocities, so we're going to wait for those. Thank you, Lewis, for subscribing. I do appreciate it. All right, there's that latest scan on the velocities. Looks like the storm that Vince is on is struggling. It's getting a lot of that rain cooled air, and it doesn't appear to be helping out the storm at all. It does appear a little bit to be a little bit outflow dominant at this moment. But I still want Piketown, Conata, and Hazleton to be in their safe spots. As we have seen, these storms can wrap up quite quickly. Latest update over here near Bertrice, Mississippi. Again, we're back here on the Mississippi storms. You can even see, if you follow the dark reds here, you can see how that's wrapping around like that. Still a little broad. Still not seeing a debris ball just yet. But the threat is still there. It is still attempting to rotate and drop a tornado there. So, Lena, please be in your safe spots still. And with this storm, again, we're close to the radar still, but we are still seeing that tighter rotation there. Still can't tell if that's on the ground. Looking to see if we have any reports. We don't. Still radar indicated. All these are still radar indicated right now. Yeah, nothing's changed. Everybody still needs to be in their safe spots. All right, let's go check to see if Vince can see anything on that storm that we're not seeing, because I wasn't seeing a whole lot of near surface rotation there. Trying to see in between radar flashes. It seems like he's struggling a little bit with his cell phone, or not cell phone, but his connection. All right, latest scans here. This one here, again, we're back here in southern Arkansas. This storm here still has some broader rotations in there. Again, you still see those faded colors. Sorry, guys, that I haven't been able to look at chat for a while. But because got a lot of tornado warnings to cover, so I'm sorry. 10% hatched risk, that makes sense. Did they just issue that? Okay, but yeah. Latest scan here, a little broad still. You can still see those greens and reds. They're still there, so that means there's still broad rotation. So nothing has changed. Scotland, New Caledonia, Junction City, Rumsteady still need to be in their safe spots. Also, Pleasant Grove and Pickering need to be in their safe spots, watching out for that occlusion threat. Let's come over to this one. Yeah, still appears to be a debris ball. That's on the ground. That's on the ground. 3 scans, still a debris ball. That's on the ground. Right over the rotation. This is on the ground right now. Have they confirmed this yet? Like, that's got to convince them. I'm saying that's on the ground. To my expert opinion, that is on the ground. New London, Caryville Landing. You need to be in your safe spots. They did just update that. Well, if we can get a small moment here in between radar scans, I do want to look at that. Okay, so these ones haven't updated. Let me go look at the latest SPC update. Someone can tag me in it. Okay, so perfect. So Pettis Weather has sent this over or tagged me in it. Thank you for that. But yeah, there is now a 10% hash risk, and that's in that Jackson area region, where we have 3 of those tornado warnings. But unfortunately, yeah, 10% hash risk means that we can see, there is a chance to see some stronger tornadoes, EF2 and above. So not only are we watching out for rotations and for those briefer and weaker tornadoes like we would get out of a 5%, now we have that chance there for those stronger tornadoes that can be more destructive and more life altering. So now more than ever, you guys really need to be weather aware and paying attention. And I promise you, we'll keep you safe here. This isn't our first rodeo. All right, latest scans here. Still not seeing any rotation being picked up here. No debris ball, no rotations. There has been some funnels with this storm, with this kind of rotation, but so far nothing has touched the ground just yet. Yeah, that right here is where we'd be looking, and I'm not seeing anything. So Konata, still want you to be in your safe spot just in case. Just in case. All right, still have a radar indicated tornado warning over here. Looks like they extended this one, and that is now going to be for Abden, Midway, Walnut Grove, Hayes, and Madden. So if you live in these areas, make sure you're going to your safe spot. This tornado warning just got issued for you. All right, a little bit of something there. Not too concerned about that just yet, but that's right underneath the couplet. If that continues to, like, if we start to see greens and blues again, that could be a tornado on the ground. But yeah, you can definitely tell that the broad rotation is actually speeding up a little bit. We're starting to see some of those brighter reds, maybe even a little orange there, and some brighter greens. A little bit broad still, but that we're gonna have to watch that. If that turns blue or green and yellow, that might be a tornado on the ground. Oh man. Yeah, okay, so this is what we're talking about. Greens and reds touching each other. Potential debris ball there as well. Reflectivity's right. Okay, so they did just update this to observe. This is on the ground. As of the latest scan, Pelahatchie, Leesburg, Branch, Clarksburg, Morton, Forest, Frogtown, Fikestown, Dennis Settlement, and Shingleton Settlement, and Clifton need to be in their safe spot. This is on the ground. We can see it on radar. Those blue, those greens touching the reds is what we've been talking about. Not broad, no faded colors in between, and a debris ball showing up on radar, and the red reflectivities right over it. You need to have those reflectivities there to confirm that tornado, and we got all 3. So once you meet those 3 criteria, tornado on the ground. It is observed, and you guys need to be in your safe spots. That storm is no joke. And again, that could eventually, according to the SPC, develop into a strong tornado. So, all right, latest scans here. In southern Arkansas, still seeing some broader rotation. That is moving down to the south and east still. Not convinced that anything's on the ground with this one just yet. Still got that broad rotation. You can tell that this one looks way different than that one that's observed. Got big area of faded colors in between it, but there's still some broad rotation there, so the tornado threat is still there. So Scotland, Junction City, New Caledonia still need to be in their safe spots there. Let's come over to here. Yeah, this thing's still on the ground. Look at that. Still on the ground. Right there. There's that couplet. Still on the ground. There, just to the north of McGlendon Mill. There we go. Did we just get it observed? They haven't observed it yet. Come on, man. That's super obvious. That's crazy. All right. See, sometimes they radar observe things that aren't on the ground or in our funnels, and sometimes they just completely whiff and miss a very easy to spot tornado on the ground there. But it is what it is. I'm glad I'm live. But yeah, McGlendon Mill still needs to be in their safe spots. Sawmill still need to be in their safe spots with this storm. Still on the ground as the latest scanned. Again, that's in southern Arkansas near El Dorado. Okay, still waiting on that latest radar update, so we're gonna let the radar run until that happens. Thank you, Curtis, for subscribing. I do appreciate it. Yeah, it's getting hectic out there. Looks like Vince has got a nice clear view. So let's check out Vince's view here. His storm doesn't really have too much of tornado potential to it. But I'm sure he's probably rerouting to that observed one. Yeah, not seeing too much on Vince's stream. Lots of lightning, though, with the storm that he's on. All right, do we have that latest radar update just yet? We do not. Still waiting on that. We just make sure we're not getting tunnel vision. We are not. Okay. Yeah, there's 9 tornado warnings right now. But there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warned storms. Still don't have that latest update just yet. Should come out any minute now. Let's see. Yeah, looks like Vince has abandoned this storm. So it looks like he is repositioning to get into place for this storm. So if it continues to have a tornado on the ground, we will have a view from Vince. Yeah, sorry, Jess. I've covered a lot of tornado outbreaks, and so 5 tornado warnings might be a lot to some people, but I mean, we've had like, I think it was like 16, 17 at one point. So yeah, sorry for that. That's mainly just a bias of mine because we've had some pretty crazy outbreaks this year. One of them was actually the 3rd biggest outbreak in United States history. Still waiting. I think we got the latest reflectivity scan, but we haven't gotten the latest velocity scan, so I'm just waiting for that to come in. So we're gonna switch to here. I know it's not the most pleasant view to look at, but I need to wait for this to update so I can give you guys the latest. But yeah, you can see with this storm as of there it is. Okay, latest rotation. Still have some decent rotation with this storm. Not seeing a debris ball though. Right there is where we're looking. Not seeing a debris ball anymore. It might have been a brief tornado there. But again, we're still pretty close. There's the radar. We're still kind of close, so it's still going to be a little bit hard. It could just be hidden in the glitchiness of the radar. So we're going to still treat it like it's on the ground. So everybody, again, if you're just tuning in, everybody in Pelahatchie, Clarksburg, West Leesburg, Branch, Morton, Frogtown, Forest, Dental Settlement, Fikestown still needs to be in their safe spots. This storm right here still has no rotation. They're probably going to let this one expire. The northern one here has no rotation anymore either, which is weird because this was the rotation. Was that the rotation we were watching? It can't be. No. Okay. It was this one. I was just making sure because that's actually a new area of rotation, which is why I got confused. But yeah, latest update on this one is that it occluded. So this is what we mean by occlusion. See, it was there, and then it kind of split there. And then the greens and the reds, watch them. You see how it went up to the north there? That is what an occlusion, and it did this, which is why they will warn it, even though it doesn't seem like the tornado warning is coming to you or the rotation isn't coming to you. It can. And this is a perfect example of what I mean by occlusion. It just randomly sometimes, when that inflow gets cut off, a mesocyclone can occlude into the parent cell, which is essentially um, this rain up here, or it can get left behind by an outflow. But yeah, so it occluded and it doesn't look as bad as it was. So that's good news. Okay, so they did allow this tornado warning to expire here, but that doesn't really matter because most of the people that were in that tornado warning are unfortunately in the path of this next area of rotation that has a confirmed potential tornado on the ground. So please continue to be in your safe spots there. All right, let's come back over to here where we had that tornado that was on the ground. This one still continues to exhibit some broader rotation. Still not seeing it tighten up. Still not seeing it. Still some strong broad rotation though. So still a tornado threat. Scotland, Junction City, New Caledonia, you're next in line. Pickering, you're safe. Pleasant Grove, you're not. You're still in that occlusion threat. Yeah, latest scan here, not as strong as a debris signature. Still a little bit there, but not nearly as strong. So it might have lifted there just to the north of Sawmill. We'll have to wait one more scan to confirm. But yeah, you see right there, there's that rotation couplet. Yeah, not nearly as strong as a CC drop or a debris ball return there. So that might be indication that this one is lifted again. We are here in southern Arkansas here. It does kind of seem like maybe we might have to start watching the southern part of the storm a little bit closer. But in terms of rotation, there is no rotation there. So um, we'll see if that one will occlude and die, and maybe we'll have to monitor another one. Yeah. The latest radar scan we do. Yeah, still not seeing that debris ball anymore. We're still pretty close. We're still pretty close to the radar, but no debris ball as far as I can tell. Let me just make sure this is radar observed still. They might have upgraded it. Yeah, it's still radar observed. So we don't have any like further reports of people on the ground saying, oh yeah, there's a tornado on the ground. There's still some strong rotation, but what I'm noticing is a little broad. But I'm still a little apprehensive about being like definite with this storm because we are still very close to that radar. I really want it to be like honestly one more scan or 1 to 2 more scans away from the radar, and I'm gonna be a lot more confident on what I can call out for that storm. But interesting enough, we kind of have another new area of rotation developing here, but still a little broad rotation there. But yeah, you can kind of see an inflow forming, rain wrapping around, going over to the velocities, broader rotation right in between. So yeah, definitely some areas we still need to monitor. But we're gonna wait for the next radar scan and then uh, come over to Vince for just a little bit. Tornado watch in Tennessee now. Really? Or was it always in Tennessee? Yeah, I think it covered like 1 or 2 counties in Tennessee earlier. I thought you meant like an extension into Tennessee. Yeah. Yeah, just in case you guys aren't familiar with a tornado watch, this is the tornado watch that we got earlier. And as you can see, it includes parts of Jonesboro, Atoka, Memphis, Jackson, Corinth, Tupelo, Oxford, Grenada, Columbus, Jackson, Greenville, Natchez, Bastrop. So, yeah, that was issued earlier today. Few tornadoes likely, scattered hail up to apple size. You guys aren't too familiar out here in the southeast of that apple-sized hail. But it appears that is likely today. Scattered gusts up to 75 miles an hour. So, yeah, definitely a dangerous day out there. Again, we got that 10% hash risk upgrade. In fact, it should be I should be able to call out cities here. Let me go switch over to the other radar. Look over to my right now to this radar just really quick. I want to show you guys that hatched risk. Yeah, it's in now. So that includes Ridgeland, Carthage, Philadelphia, Meridian, Yazoo City, Winona, Greenwood, Grenada, Starkville, Columbus, Aberdeen, and Amory, Mississippi. Also York and Etowah, Alabama. That is a pretty substantial upgrade. They usually don't do that, like right as the storms are happening. But obviously, this is a pretty unique situation. We've had tons of tornado warnings already. So, all right. So we just got the latest radar scan in. Still, there's that rotation. Still a little bit broad. Still not seeing that debris ball again. Again, you're still seeing those faded colors. Greens, reds, still not touching. And might have some saving grace here. Lots of rain cool air being pulled into that inflow. That is going to disrupt the storm for a little bit. But we're going to keep watching it just in case that's not the case, because it doesn't happen every time. Also, noticing a little bit of stronger rotation here near Terry and Bernard, Mississippi. Let's see. Let's put this in motion. Yeah, a little bit of stronger rotation there. Yeah. This is a more isolated supercell. So we're going to be watching that as well. Let's come back over here to Arkansas. Try to see if this thing is still on the ground. It is not. Okay, latest scan, not seeing a debris ball anymore. So this thing has lifted. And that rotation is almost gone. Can barely see those grays still. Can barely see them. Over here, with this storm, still broad rotation. Nothing has changed here. Pretty outflow dominant storm at this point. Don't think we're going to see that change anytime soon. But just in case it does, Junction City, Scotland, New Caledonia, Lockhart, the western portion of Lockhart, and Pleasant Grove, you're still in that risk for that occlusion. But Three Creeks and Pickering, Arkansas, you're good. But yeah, this one right here, no rotation anymore. Zero. Not concerned about it. They're going to let that expire. Man, that thing went from tornado on the ground to nothing in like 2 scans. It looks like we're still waiting for the latest radar scan over here. Let's see if Vince can show us anything that will help us out here. Yeah, it's great news. Could be recycling. It could. It could. But that'll take at least 15 minutes, and it'll be outside of that tornado warning by then. No. Some of these Retsuko could be strong tornadoes today. Did get upgraded to that hatched risk. Still waiting for the latest velocity and reflectivity scans. Yeah, you can tell with this storm, in comparison, this is a great... Let's go bring this on the big screen so I can explain this a little bit better. But you can tell it is... Like, look at the difference between this storm and this storm. Can you see it? This one has no rotation. And you can see it's very faded colors. Like nothing... no light greens, no light reds. But with this one down here, you can see those light greens and light reds right next to each other. That stronger rotation still appearing to be broad at this point. Got those faded colors in between still. That has not changed. This is radar indicated now, so it looks like everybody's in agreement that this tornado has lifted for the moment. But yeah, still waiting on that latest scan. We do have the latest velocities, though, which is really what we need, to be honest. That's what I care about the most in terms of trying to determine whether or not there's a tornado on the ground or about to drop, and also the debris ball signature. But we don't have that in yet, so we're gonna wait just a little bit longer for those two to load in. But I just wanted to show you guys that really quick, because if I'm just sitting here saying there's rotation and you have no idea what that is that really helping anybody? Thank you, Kelly's Craziness, for subscribing. I do appreciate it. Let's figure out where Vince is. That's what we'll do while we wait. So here's Vince. He's in Forest, Mississippi. It does seem like he is still targeting this storm, but unfortunately, it's got a lot of rain wrapping around it into its inflow. So, no matter what, it's probably going to be hard for him to see what's going on there until that rain gets cleared out. But that it might not ever get cleared out. Little interesting little feature here. It's hard to tell because it's right next to the radar. So we're not going to be able to tell anything from that. All right, do we have the latest reflectivities yet? No, but we do have the latest correlation coefficient. So I'll be able to move on from here after that. So there's that and there's that. Yeah, still not seeing a new debris ball with this storm. If you live in Clarksburg, Morton, Frogtown, still need to be in your safe spots. Same with Pelahatchie, just for one more scan. It's almost past you there in Pelahatchie. All right, so they did allow this tornado warning to expire. Which does not surprise us at all. There was no rotation anymore with that one. Let's come on over here to southern Arkansas. Yeah, still, is there a better radar? I just want to double check this northern storm. Yeah. Still no rotation with that storm, and this one is still outflow dominant, broad rotation. It's harder to explain outflow dominancy on radar. It's just kind of something that you're used to seeing at a certain point of a storm. And that rotation is starting to move outside of the tornado warning. So Junction City, I still want you in your safe spots. Scotland too, and Lockhart, just in case this thing tries to wrap up, maybe just to like the north and west of Scottsville, could potentially try to occlude. So still want you guys in your safe spots there. But this tornado warning is going to get expired here shortly, unless the radar is just too far away that it's completely wrong, and everything I've been saying about the storm is wrong, and there's someone on the ground and they see tornado. But very rarely do you see zero rotation, even this far from a radar, and that happens. But again, even though it's almost 0% of a chance, we still consider it because I like to maximize safety. Nothing good about a tornado. All right, looks like we just got a new tornado warning here in Tennessee. Yep, a little bit of rotation there, broader rotation right there. Not seeing a debris ball right now, but again, still seeing these faded colors in between here. Let's kind of see how this is. Yeah, it's kind of been broad this whole time, but that's it's still a tornado threat. Wilston, Patterson, Ville, Center Point, and Newcastle need to be in their safe spots. Again, we're here in Tennessee, just to the east of Memphis, with this tornado warning. Where's that pointed to? All right, interesting. But yeah, not convinced that this is on the ground at the moment, but that is definitely some stronger broad rotation. So it could wrap up pretty quickly. So everybody needs to be in their safe spots there. We'll stick with this one until the latest radar update. Can I check your message in chat? Which one? Evan, Tornado HQ isn't working for me. If you want to check the ticker time, yeah. I'll see what I can do. I don't know why. Is it not working at all? Oh wow, check out Vince's stream. He's getting actually some pretty decent wins there. Let's turn on the audio and see if we can hear
that
it.
area of what I think might be increased rotation. In fact, I am stopping right here. We'll pull off here. We can pull off. There's no traffic.
The National Weather Service in Jackson has issued a tornado warning.
Tornado warning south of here.
Central Mississippi, northeastern Simpson County in central Mississippi until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Whites or near Florence, moving east at 25 miles per hour.
So he's got a new tornado warning here south of, yep, right. Oh man, we could get another tornado warning with this. See, I was wondering about this one, and now that it's a little bit far out from the radar, there's actually some decent rotation with that, and it's almost tight. It's almost tight. So that's some dangerous rotation there. And then we also have this new tornado warning. Again, we are south of Jackson, Mississippi with this. There is some developing rotation near Florence. If I put this in motion, we can see where that rotation is going. It's kind of going to the east right now. So that's Florence, Star, Sherwood Forest, Rock Hill, Johns, and Puckett need to be in their safe spots with this. Again, this is a new tornado warning south of Jackson, Mississippi. Thank you, Regina, for the another gifted membership. And Storms got it. Storms Melody got it. So everybody say thank you to Regina for putting that in and put birthday cakes in the chat for her. Okay. But yeah. Latest update on this tornado warning near Morton and Clarksburg. Still not seeing that debris ball just yet. It seems like that rotation is becoming a little bit more broad now. So that's good news. But Clarksburg, Morton, and Frogtown need to be in their safe spots just in case that tries to wrap up again. And look at that. All the tornado warnings have expired here in southern Arkansas. So everybody come out of their safe spots. But since this is a new tornado warning, we'll wait here for the latest update. Actually, okay, no, we have gotten it. So there we go. We do have still some rotation ongoing there. Still not seeing that debris ball. So I don't think there's a tornado on the ground just yet. Pattersonville, Cedar Point, and Hickory Valley, you need to be in your safe spot still. We'll stick here with this one until the next rotation or the next scan. This is more active than I was anticipating. Even though the models were hinting at maybe some stronger tornadoes were possible, it was only one of them, and so it's a little bit surprising to me that that one model got it pretty much spot on here, except for this warning. This is a little bit unexpected here in Tennessee. You guys are in a tornado watch though for a reason, but as in terms of the models that happened last night, do you think we'll see more tomorrow? I think it's possible, yeah. So we just got a new tornado warning. And that is just an extension for this storm because oh no, never mind. That's for this one. So that is for that rotation we have been watching. It is now tornado warned. So right there's that rotation. Rankin and Gould, Crossroads, Cooperville, Pulaski, and Lingle are the new cities that need to be in their safe spots. And Palahatchie, and you need to be going back into your safe spots. Remember, you guys were marked okay for this storm, but now you are in the path of another tornado warning. So you need to be in your safe spots again. A new storm has developed with some dangerous rotation. Man, this is extremely active. Also seeing another little area of rotation starting to pop up here near Forkville. Not concerning just yet, but I am going to keep my eye on that. Yeah, that's pretty much what's going on. The latest update with this storm near Florence, still broad and weak. Broad and weak, which is good news. But, I mean, you can tell this storm's all by itself. All by itself. Not seeing any of that rain-cooled air wrapping in it just yet. Still a nice inflow with it, unfortunately, which is going to help. Which is going to continue to help this storm try to organize. So we're going to keep our eye on that. But it seems like the stronger shear is kind of just over the radar side, actually. Let's go check on that one near Tennessee. All right, this one near Tennessee, latest scan, not nearly as strong. Still not seeing a debris ball, so that's good news. Seems like that rain wrapping around that inflow has caused this storm to weaken a little bit. But yeah, you could totally, I mean, you could definitely see just green, I mean, just grays, faded colors, and not even that bright of reds. So that indicates that this storm is weakening at the moment. Still want Newcastle and Hickory Valley, Tennessee to be in their safe spots. I won't. Don't want any tornadoes there in Nashville later. I don't want any there for you either. It looks like you guys will be okay, though. Looks like kind of the biggest potential for severe thunderstorms and tornado warnings are going to kind of just lie in this little corridor here. Nashville is going to be well north of that. We have a lot of convection up here that is causing some rain-cooled air, which should disrupt any supercell's chance to really get its act together up there. Still waiting on that latest radar update. Oh, Vince is getting hail? Let me see. Let's listen in. Oh, yeah.
Son of...
Yeah, there's hail in there. Oh, no. FYI, Vince does not like hail. Oh.
Okay, it is definitely hail. I thought maybe we had a couple of sticks coming down, but no, definitely hail.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of hail in that storm as well for Vince, unfortunately. Oh, wow. Latest velocity scans showing a tightening area of rotation there just to the south of Florence. No reflectivity with it just yet. Not yet. But if we start to see some reflectivity with it and a debris ball, then that's going to be an issue. But there is definitely some tightening rotation there south of Florence, Mississippi. Kind of the same that we have seen with these other storms. Tightening rotation. This one, as the latest, is still, unfortunately, really close to that radar. Still not getting any reports from the ground that it is on the ground at this moment. So we still don't have a good look on this one. This one, though, near Vince, has dissipated. No more concerning tight rotation with this one near Clarksburg, Mississippi. That is heading now towards Morton, Mississippi. Still want Morton and Frogtown in their safe spots. But to be honest, the most concerning rotation right now is this one. Just mainly because we're getting those high values there in the green. So it really just takes a little red value to show up, and we could have a tornado on the ground. But so far, not quite at that threshold. Still want star Sherwood Forest, Rock Hill, Johns, and Puckett in their safe spots. And then coming back up here to Tennessee, let's see. Yeah, that rotation is pretty much gone. There's still some broader rotation here at this moment, but not concerning. Not past my threshold for concern, but we're going to continue to watch it. We'll be back for Newcastle and Hickory Valley. Still want you guys in your safe spots there, but that latest scan is good news for you guys. I will say that. Not tight rotation anymore. Oh, golly. We just got the reflectivity there. The red showing up potentially might have a tornado on the ground, but it's hard to tell as the correlation coefficient isn't really showing much. But it's a minute behind, but it is right under there. So let's go to here. So there is that reflectivity showing up, those reds. I mean, there is some correlation coefficient values under that. That might be a tornado on the ground. It's hard to tell. Gonna have to wait one more scan. But Star, Rock Hill, Johns, and Puckett needs to be in their safe spots. That's a concerning looking storm right there. When you get those reflectivities right over the velocity couplet, that can indicate that a tornado is on the ground. But you have to back that up with the correlation coefficient. And we don't have a clear view of that, mainly because we're getting pretty close to the radar again. But hopefully we can get one more clear view before it gets all glitched out. But you can definitely see that there is some increased reflectivity there. So a tornado could be imminent with the storm or already on the ground. So Sherwood Forest, Rock Hill, Johns, and Puckett, watch out. Get in that safe spot. Again, a reminder for everybody out there. A safe spot is the lowest, most interior room of your house with as many walls between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter, or a basement that is underground. If you live in an RV, a mobile home, a trailer, you need to be evacuating immediately and seeking sturdier shelter, as those shelters are those buildings cannot even last through the weakest tornadoes. Let's see if they've upgraded this yet. Oh, they have. Okay. So it looks like even though is that radar indicated observed? Yeah, radar confirmed tornado. So it looks like we're going off to the increase of reflectivity, which I think that's a good enough sign. We don't have like a definite debris ball under here or anything. I mean, you do have those greens, but it's a little bit messy. But yeah, that increased reflectivity could have been a brief tornado, or it could still be on the ground. So everybody still needs to be in their safe spots. We have an observed tornado, which is most likely on the ground here. Still waiting on the latest radar update. Let's go check on these other storms. Yeah, still don't have a good view on this one. So nothing. Okay, yeah, well, that's a little bit better of a view. Looks like both of these rotations are not concerning at this point. We're going to keep monitoring them. And it looks like that one is about to go over to Vince right now. So let's go into Vince's view here and see if we see anything, because we're a little bit close to the radar, and his on the ground view is going to be better than our radar view. So let's go check it out and listen in.
Yeah, we may want to drop to that southern one.
Yeah, that rotation's about to go right over Vince. So if there's anything concerning on the ground, we'll know soon. So pay attention. If you see those winds start to shift directions, that means most likely there is rotation or potentially a tornado near him.
Maybe it would be a good place. If you guys are in any of these tornado warnings, though, please seek shelter. Very important. These have been really kind of sporadic. Like these ones that don't look very good have just gone tornado warned and supposedly produced tornadoes. So just because something looks kind of weak on radar doesn't mean that it is. So please take these warnings seriously. That was,
whoa!
Lightning, that'll get you too. So we've got a clear path. This is we're safe to go south here. Oh shoot, did I just go the wrong way? Son of a gun. Nope, we're good.
Head east on Mississippi 43 South toward Old Wire Road. Continue on Mississippi 43 South
Okay, those winds are starting to increase a little bit, but I don't see them shifting directions. We're just going to watch for about 15 more seconds just to see if we can see those wind shifts. If not, then what we're seeing on radar is probably pretty accurate.
This is the problem here, folks, is we're in a really not a dangerous spot. We're just in a really inconvenient spot to get down there, because we're going to have to contend with the forward flank of the storm, which could have 1.75-inch hail in it. I don't know if I'm really positive.
It seems like we're losing Vince, so let's come back over here. All right, let's give the latest updates here on these storms. All right, do we have that new velocity? Yeah, we do still have some decent velocities here. We're starting to see those reds show up. We're still a little bit broad there. Tiny, maybe a tiny little debris ball showing up now with this storm. Right in the right spot too. So that could be that observed tornado on the ground there still. I think, you know, that convinces me a little bit better that this is on the ground still. So, and that is heading towards, it's kind of occluding right now. Look at the, see how it kind of takes a little bit of a northerly turn there? So watch out Monterey and Thomasville. Next in line is going to be Rock Hill, Johns, and Puckett. All right, let's check this one that just went over Vince. Yeah, latest scan is still showing some broader rotation with this one. Not particularly too concerned about it as this moment, but if you live in Tallahatchie, Clarkburg, Morton, Frogtown, Pulaski, Lingle, and Crossroads, Mississippi, again, we're just to the east of Jackson with this one. You need to be in your safe spots. Looks like they allowed this one up to the north to expire. Let's go check back in with this Tennessee storm. Yeah, still seeing a very broad and weak rotation with this storm. So, still want Hickory Valley in their safe spots just in case, and Newcastle, but not too strong rotation. The good news with these storms in Tennessee is as we get over into this region, look at all these. Every single one of these dots here is a webcam that we can access and show you guys what this storm is doing on the ground. So we're going to have pretty good coverage of this line if it continues to remain tornadic here shortly on the ground. Let's just go check on some of these other storms. Not seeing a lot of rotation with them at this moment. So it's mainly just these storms near Jackson. Okay, latest scan here. Oh yeah, stronger rotation. Look at that. We have stronger values there. It doesn't look like much like some of the other storms that we have seen, but this is definitely a tornado still on the ground there. You see those debris balls. You can even see it's the smallest little increase. But yeah, right there where you see these little pink speck and those deeper reds right over that rotation and that debris ball, that is still on the ground heading towards Thomasville. Thomasville, you need to be in your safe spot. Like, this is right next to you and it's on the ground still. We can see it clearly on radar. Clear as day. Please, Thomasville, continue to be in your safe spots. Again, that is the innermost interior room of your house with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A basement that is underground, or a tornado shelter. If you live in an RV trailer park or a mobile home, you need to be evacuating immediately and seeking sturdier shelter. Next in line after Thomasville is going to be Rock Hill and Johns. And then if this thing shifts a little bit more to the south, Puckett. Also Star. Again, we're in Mississippi here near Jackson. Let's go check on this one near Vince. Yeah, latest scans still showing broad rotation, not concerning still at this moment. But I still want everybody in their safe spots just in case this thing tries to reorganize. I mean, it still has some potential instability to feed off of here if it tries to form another inflow. But as of right now, it kind of seems like that inflow got cut off. and is not too concerning at this moment. Let's go check to see if we have the latest scan up here. We do. Check this out. Not too concerning right now, but it does seem like we're starting to get kind of a bookend vortex. So they did just allow this tornado warning to expire, but we should probably check this one or check on this storm for a couple more scans just because it is starting to form that classic bookend vortex. If there's any more instability on the backside of this storm, it'll be able to access it and potentially try to rotate again. But now I think we're just down to 2 tornado warnings. One that is currently on the ground observed, and this other one up to the north there. So let's go check this out. Yeah, we got the newest reflectivity. So there is where the tornado is located right now. If it's still on the ground, about to enter into Thomasville, Mississippi, please be in your safe spots. It's literally right on your doorstep. The next scan, it'll be there. Okay, we have the latest reflectivity, our velocities as well. Not as strong. Still potentially, though, a debris ball there. Let me just make sure that's the right time. Yeah, still potentially a debris ball, but now it's getting harder to tell. You can definitely tell, or I can tell, sorry. I know I keep on saying you can tell, but I can tell. See these little lines that are coming out from the radar? So this little gray, or this little green dot, that's the radar. We're starting to get a little bit of that radar interference. So that might be that, but still potentially a tornado on the ground, still tagged as observed, still radar confirmed at this moment. So Thomasville, watch out. It is coming. All right, let's check on this one just to the north of Crossroads. Yeah, still broader rotation, still not seeing it organized just yet, but there's a little bit of an inflow right there. And you can see that rain is wrapping around just like that. We're watching right there for some new rotation. Nothing there just yet. But you can tell that the inflow is reforming with this storm. So it might not be done just yet. So everybody in Pulaski, Frogtown, Lingle, Cooperville, and Morton still needs to be in their safe spots. Nothing's changed there. Let's go check in on Vince because he's pretty close to this storm right now.
If we have to, we'll revert to the weather radio. Tornado warning is observed for Rankin County. Confirmed tornado.
Again, I want to apologize for not being able to read chat. I might have missed some super chats or some subscribers, and I want to apologize for that. But it got pretty intense. But now that we only have 2 tornado warnings, it's gonna I'll be able to read chat a little bit more. So if you have any questions to ask, now is the time. Is Batesville, Mississippi? Let's go check. Batesville, Mississippi. Yeah, Batesville, Mississippi. Unless these storms over here, let me go to a closer radar. Yeah, unless these storms upscale and start to rotate, Batesville should be okay. But there's still a chance for that severe weather, damaging winds, and still a tornado threat. 5% there for you guys. So definitely still need to be weather aware. We are expecting these storms to try to develop in this region. So we're still watching for that. But so far, they have not been successful just yet. Yes, there is still a tornado near Florence, the best as we can tell. And now, look at this, a new area of rotation. Is that on the ground? All right, let me look at the times here. So that's at 24, and that's at 24. This is at 25. Okay, so that was a brief rotation that did not produce anything. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is not good. Crosswoods. Look at that. Newest scan. Stronger rotation. Broader rotation there. Near Crossroads. That is some tightening rotation. Again, it did seem like this storm still had some instability to feed off of, and that is now starting to confirm. Potentially could be seeing this thing about to drop a tornado. In fact, there might be a small debris ball there, but I can't confirm it right now. So we're gonna have to wait one more scan. But that is now some tighter and more concerning rotation. Still a little bit of those faded colors in between, but yeah, that could be about to drop a tornado. So watch out. Crossroads, Cooperville, Frogtown, Pulaski, and Lingle. You're next in line here for this tornado warning. Clarksburg, you're north of this. Still watching for that occlusion threat. So Clarksburg and Morton need to be in their safe spots still, but I do not like the look of that. That's actually now this is now the most concerning storm that we have at this moment, as this rotation is either dying or just getting obscured by the radar. Yeah, we cannot tell anything left on this storm here. Let me see if we have any public confirmed tornadoes. No, we don't. It's still radar confirmed. So that was the last debris ball that we saw. Dang, that sucks. Yeah, starting to get that radar interference. We'll have it probably here for a couple of scans, but once it gets out here, we should have a clearer picture of what it's doing. Also noticing a little bit of rotation just to the south and east of Morton, but as of right now, it's not past my threshold for concern, but we're going to monitor it just in case it does try to do something. Man, what an active day. I really hope everybody that has been impacted by the on-the-ground tornadoes that we've had today are okay. I haven't seen any media. I'm sure since we only have 2 tornado warnings, let me go check out to see if we have any reports of tornadoes on the ground right now, or like actual media reports where we can show you guys what's going on. Oh yeah, it's hard to tell but there is definitely a funnel in this video. I'm going to post it in chat. I don't think I can show it, but I posted it in chat. Go click on there and check it out, because that could have been one of those quick spin-ups. Where's Castlewood? Let me check where Castlewood is. Okay, you don't need to put that in the tornado warning box, Mr. Top Fan. Castlewood. Oh, Castlewoods. There we go. Mississippi. That's not Mississippi. That's California. I'm not going to mess around with that. All right, latest scan here. Still seeing some rotation there. But right there, that's where I would be looking. And I'm not seeing any increase of rotation right now. So it does seem like that initial rotation has died down there. But look at this storm near Crossroads. Still, some decent rotation right there. Yeah, no, I don't think that was a debris ball that we saw earlier. Might have been a brief something, but I can't confirm. Not off of that. So the latest scan kind of shows that was probably not a debris ball, but oh, never mind. Okay, so it was a debris ball. So they're now calling this observed. Okay, weather spotters. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, so that was a debris ball. All right, fair enough. It's a small debris ball, which is why I was like, I don't know about that. But yeah, it appears we have a very small debris ball, but a tornado on the ground now with this storm. If you live in Cooperville, Pulaski, Lingle, Frogtown, Morton, and Clarksburg, watch out. This thing is on the ground. It has been confirmed by weather spotters. So now that's 2 tornado warnings that have potential tornadoes on the ground right now. So please go to your safe spots. You know, I wasn't sure. You know, usually if you have a tornado on the ground, it'll be a bigger debris ball than that. But that is apparently a tornado on the ground. It's small, but That's why weather spotters are super important, because sometimes it's hard to tell from radar. Radar is not the solve all, be all, and this is why storm chasers like Vince Welty and others that are out there chasing these storms are so very important, because radar isn't God. It doesn't tell us everything that we could ever want to know about a storm, especially when you're in a radar hole. This time we're not, but yeah. We're not, but it was a questionable signal that we couldn't confirm on radar, but somebody on the ground did. So everybody put hearts in the chat for Vince. Florence, Alabama, let me check. Florence, Alabama right now is okay. But we did have that tornado warning that happened with these storms earlier in the day. So we're going to be watching out for those things to maybe become severe, or maybe tornado warned again. We actually have these little cams here getting a little closer. Check out this view. So this is just north of Florence, and you can see got a shelf cloud with this, lots of lightning in the background. So definitely a strong storm, but right now just underneath the limits of severe. But if anything does happen up there, obviously we're gonna keep an eye on it, but those storms will eventually move close or over the Florence region. Is Raymer, Alabama going to have bad weather? Yes, eventually. Yeah, they're not going to be like, they're not going to be like as tornadic as they are right now, but definitely possibility of severe storms there for Montgomery. If we go over to the tornado risk for today, you have a smaller chance, but still a chance, non-zero chance of a spin up. So that's going to be, unfortunately, in the morning hours. So just have, if you need to go to sleep, because tomorrow is Monday, you got work tomorrow. If you need to go to sleep, do so, but make sure you have something loud that can wake you up. Looks like Vince is getting pretty close to this new circulation over here, but he dipped out on this storm that is now got a confirmed tornado on the ground. Well, latest scan, there's a little bit of hope. Not seeing that tiny debris ball anymore. So looks like that might have lifted. But just in case it hasn't, I still want Pulaski, Frogtown, and Lingle to be in their safe spots again. Still noticing plenty of instability for this storm to eat up. Still seeing that rain wrap around. Definitely some broader but strong rotation still with this storm. But I'm not seeing any indication that it's on the ground. Let me see if we have any reports. On Twitter of anything recent in terms of this being on the ground still. No. I do not see any new reports. But we'll keep looking at it. We're going to wait for one more scan. I still think it's a dangerous storm. I still think it can wrap up and drop another tornado, so everybody still needs to be in their safe spots. Man, what an active day. You're not far from Morton. Are you north of Morton or south of Morton, Tara? Yes, Frogtown. Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Looks like Hattiesburg is good for now. Those storms are staying to your north. You have a little pop up there, but if it tries to do anything, the people that should really be concerned about this one is Laurel. But as of right now, does not appear to be rotating at this very moment. At the newest velocity? No, not yet. Is it? Yes. All right, so this is the newest velocity scan. Still a little bit of rotation here near Cooperville. Still not seeing a debris ball at the moment. I still could be potentially a tornado on the ground. We just might not be seeing it with this radar. Again, we had a weather spotter that was in this area that confirmed it. So there's either a tornado on the ground or a storm that can easily produce another tornado coming towards Pulaski and Frogtown next. So please be in your safe spots. I think you saw a power flash. All right, let's go check on Vince's stream. He's getting close to that southern one. Let's go listen in.
We'll be out of the dead zone soon.
It looks like he's in a pretty bad area for service, and I didn't see any power flashes there. Yeah, latest, still waiting on the latest scan. We do have the latest reflectivity scan right there. There's where we're watching for rotation to redevelop with this storm near Puckett, Mississippi. And right there, there's that where that rotation will be. Oh my God. This is a bad signal. Bad signal. Lighter greens now touching the reds. Potentially a new debris ball forming on radar. We could have this tornado back on the ground or still on the ground, and with tighter and stronger rotation. I really hope that gets broader this next scan, or we may be about to see a stronger tornado. Pulaski, Frogtown, I can't stress this enough. And I'm going to bring me big screen to stress it even more. You need to be in the lowest floor of your house, in the most interior room of your house, with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter or a basement underground. If you live in an RV, a mobile home, or a trailer, you need to be evacuating immediately and getting to sturdier shelter, because those type of shelters cannot survive even the weakest tornadoes. So please go there right now. It is a very concerning look over here on velocities. That is definitely tightening up, and it's strong velocities too. So please be in your safe safe spots here, Frogtown and Pulaski. Do not like the look of that storm. New tornado warning. All right, we just got a new tornado warning in northern Mississippi. Yep, stronger rotation starting to pop up here south of Salisbury. Not seeing a debris ball just yet. But that is moving off to the east. If you live in Hopewell, Salisbury, or Rogers Springs, you need to be going to your safe spots. Cannon, Brody, and Hamilton, you are currently south of that rotation, but this thing can change directions sometimes. So please be in your safe spots there. Again, that's for Mississippi, northern Mississippi, and southwestern Tennessee. Salisbury and Rogers Springs, that's in Tennessee. Hopewell, Brody, and Hamilton, and Cannon, that's in northern Mississippi. So please be in your safe spots there. Not seeing a debris ball just yet, but you can definitely tell we have those grays next to the those yellows there, which can indicate some strengthening rotation. Also, just notice this, a little bit of rotation there near Van Buren, Tennessee as well. So yeah, this line of storms still definitely has the capability to be tornadic right now. We'll come back, obviously, and check that every scan like we're doing down here. We're just going to add it to the list. Guys, where is Vince? Okay, Vince is approaching this storm now. Let me just check to make sure that because we had some problems with Vince's stream, the last stream, so I just want to check to make sure everything lines up. Yes, perfect. Yeah, we're still got the most. It's not screwing up this stream, so that's good news. Okay, still waiting on that latest radar update. West Point, Mississippi. Let me check. West Point, Mississippi. Yeah, West Point, Mississippi has some strong storms nearby them. One is severe with 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible. Not seeing any rotation with these storms, or most of them. There might be some very weak rotation here near Starkville, but that at this moment is not concerning me. But we're going to continue to watch that storm, but might have a little bit of instability left to deal with. So if it does try to strengthen, I will let you know. Still waiting on that latest radar update. Let me just make sure Vince's stream going down is not me, that it's him. Doing a quick refresh. Yeah, looks like he's in a cell phone data hole. So let's switch over to this screen here. So we have the radar on the big screen until Vince comes back. All right, there's Vince again. So we're gonna come back over to here. Yeah, still waiting on that latest radar update. 9:36 was the last one. It's 9:41. It should come in at any moment, literally within seconds. Thank you, Lynn, for subscribing. I do appreciate it. Yes, Florence, Alabama is under a tornado watch, so make sure you have a plan in place to deal with those storms. Those line of storms that just got tornado warned again up here for northern Mississippi, that will eventually make it into the Florence area. So if there is rotation that's enough to cause another tornado warning, or maybe even just extend this one into Florence, there is possibilities there for that. But the good news is, or some good news, is that if a tornado does form with this storm, we have cams everywhere in your area. So we should have a good picture of those storms as they come near you, which will aid us with our radar dissection. Yeah, still stuck at 9:36 here. So there we go. 9:39. Just got it in. Latest radar scan. Woo! Happy to see that. Happy to see that that didn't strengthen anymore. Looks like the rotation is getting handed off, though, a little bit more to the north. Potentially still seeing something there, but that is that little donut hole region. That is a clearing of the air, which is probably what that is. Probably not a debris ball at this very moment, but just in case that it is, I still want Independence, Pulaski, and Frogtown to be in their safe spots. But yeah, that rotation that was really tightening up there, if we look at it from what it was to now, see, strong rotation, not nearly as strong, but still some tighter rotation there, just to the west of Independence, and also a big occlusion. So again, we've been saying occlusion multiple times tonight, and we just saw another classic example of that. It went from here up to here pretty much in one scan. Let's do that again. So watch those reds and greens next to each other. They were down here north of Cooperville, and then as a latest scan, they're all the way up here in Independence. Now, the path that this storm has been going since then was to the east. So you would think Pulaski, Frogtown would be next, but as of this latest scan, it's still occluding up to the north. So there's that rotation now. So we're still continuing to see that occlusion. So hopefully this skips Pulaski and Frogtown and continues to become a little bit more broad there. Let's come back down to here. Yeah, still getting a little bit of that radar interference from being too close, but you can still tell that there is some tighter rotation there. Not seeing a debris ball with that. And now they have downgraded this tornado warning to radar indicated. And a lot of convection out here. Am I sure this? Yeah, none of it's rotating concerningly right now. Let's come back up to here. And this one up here on the Mississippi-Tennessee border is still radar indicated. There's that rotation, definitely weakening now as it approaches Hopewell. Still want Hopewell in their safe spots. Next in line is going to be Mount Moriah and Rogers Springs. Salisbury, you're good. Grand Junction, you're good. Cannon, you're good. Brody and Hamilton. I still want you in your safe spots for just one more scan there. Let's go check on the Vince view, because Vince is getting pretty close to this tornado warning.
A couple reasons. Number one, hydroplaning. The sides of the road have more water on them. And even at low speeds, like 30 to 40 miles an hour, you can still hydroplane. And number two, deer. So this gives me more time to react to deer if a deer jumps out on the right side or the left side. So I've got time to go way over here or time to go way over there equally. So it's equal reaction time. A couple of people said that it was reckless. It's not reckless, folks. It's literally me watching out for my safety. Even if I was driving 3 miles per hour down the road, I would be doing this. Obviously, when there's traffic coming.
That's one of the things I wish like I could like have a conversation with Vince about. Like sometimes people enter his chat and they say like ridiculous things and he always reacts to it. He just needs to chase and focus on that. Like there's always going to be haters. Always going to be haters. But if you take every single one of them seriously, you're going to be doing more hater commentary than storm commentary. It's best to just ignore them, in my opinion. Everybody has their different tactics. But I mean, I love Vince because he is kind of like a dying breed in this world. He's sensitive. Because he cares about people. And then when he sees those comments, he feels like people aren't appreciating his contribution, so he feels like he has to respond. So I understand it, but that's just my tactic. I just ignore the haters. Vince is he's a rare breed, and I hate it that all the things that he does, he drives literally all across the country. He was, believe it or not, he was literally up here yesterday in Oklahoma, and now he's here in Mississippi because he cares. Trust me, it pisses me off a lot more that the haters are there, but he really shouldn't be reacting to it. But poor guy. When you have that many people watching you, you're always gonna get one. All right, latest scans here. They just came in, still brought a rotation. Luckily, this one, it tightened up there for a quick moment, but it has it now does not look nearly as strong. So that's great news. Still, potentially some instability left for this storm to tap into, but it does seem like it is getting that periodic outflow boundary of rain-cooled air from the storm to the south. Both of these storms are struggling at the moment. Both of them are now radar indicated. Let's go check back up to this one on the Mississippi and Tennessee border. Yeah, this one is also losing its ability or losing its rotation. Almost no rotation at all. Just very broad rotation right now. I still want everybody in their safe spots, obviously, until the tornado warning expires, and that includes Mount Moriah and Hopewell. That is in northern Mississippi. Yeah, I agree, Verna. Will it come to Savannah, Tennessee? Let me check. Savannah, Tennessee. It looks like the worst of it is currently to your south. But I can't rule out some of these storms trying to rotate. So I still want you to be weather aware there in Savannah. Good news is about Savannah is you have a cam directly in Savannah. So even though when these storms come close, if they're severe warned or tornado warned, and I'm saying get in your safe spot, at the very least, you can still see the storm here with this camera. So who is this? Hardin EMA. If you ever meet someone from Hardin EMA, thank them for setting up that camera there, Radar Omega, because that is a really good resource. Because again, sometimes the storms get a little bit confusing on radar, and to have that on the ground view is super important. Yeah, let's go look at the lightning while we wait for the latest radar update. Yeah, he's extremely dedicated, which is why we work together. I mean, he is always live for 5%, sometimes even 2%, and I'm always live for 5% and up, and conditional for the 2%. So we're both out here really trying to make sure that you guys know, you know, what you're dealing with. You know, there's a lot of other people out there that are trying to do severe weather coverage. They don't go live for every 5%. You know, yeah, we're the only channel that does this often. Not sure if that means anything, but definitely have covered the most tornado warnings in the country this year. The most. And I am proud of that. That's my flex. I don't care how many subscribers I have, the likes, none of that. How many tornado warnings have I covered? That's the number that I care about. And I have covered the most. Guaranteed. You can look at every other streamer, every other news website. They don't go live as much as I do. All right, latest scan here. And I am proud of that. Latest scan here. Not as much rotation with this storm anymore. Really good sign here for the folks that are just to the north and east of Hopewell. Not a city there, but I'm sure there's some people that live there in Tennessee, south of Roger Springs. You still need to be in your safe spots there. Let's check on these storms now with the latest scans. Yeah, still some broader rotation with these storms, so that's good. South of Johns. But strong broad rotation still with this one. Not seeing a debris ball with that. You can tell that it is having trouble organizing a little bit here. And this one's becoming a little bit outflow dominant at the moment. But there's still some broad rotation there near Pulaski. So Frogtown, Homewood, Wicker, Mississippi still needs to be in their safe spots. And so does Puckett and Johns, Mississippi. Yeah, y'all can cuss as long as it's like not at somebody. As long as you're not like starting a fight or like cussing at somebody. If there's a tornado warning coming to you, you're like, oh shit. That's allowed. Feeling emotions is okay in my chat. Now look at Florence, sure. Yeah, Florence, you're still all right. Nothing over you right now. But those storms are still coming. Next in line is going to be Corinth. Probably not going to be tornado warned once it gets there. But you never know. It could potentially try to wrap up again. But as of right now, the latest indications with that storm is that that rotation is going to be dying here shortly. You're having a big difficulty with your computer. Nothing's working anymore. Okay. That's all right. Just restart it. And we'll take this off and we'll go back to manual warnings here. Just give me 1 second. While we're in between these radar scans, I'm going to update these tornado warnings to the latest here. Yeah, once you get your computer back restarted, just let me know. And send me that new link. It looks like Vince is yeah, he's not really, I don't know what he's targeting at this point. He might still be letting that one person in his chat get to him. Oh, let's check his stream. Let me check his because sometimes Radar Omega doesn't show his location accurately. So let me check his YouTube here. Yeah, no, it's accurate. That's where he is. Yeah, he might be trying to access, like, maybe he might be driving to a southerly road here. So let me see. Yeah, I don't know. Not sure. All right, latest scan up here in Mississippi, still almost zero rotation. If it stays exactly like that, they're going to let that expire. So we have the latest scans here as well. Just to the east of Pulaski, that is where the most dangerous rotation is. You can see this storm is trying again. It is trying again. There is rotation pulling up in there. That rain is wrapping around just like that. Looks like they just extended this warning. Yeah, still definitely could produce a tornado. So this warning is good. If you live in Lingle, Klein, Pineville, Sun, Roberts, Tanglewood, and Fikestown, you need to be in your safe spots now. And that is the lowest, most interior room of your house with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter, or a basement that is underground. Make sure if you live in a mobile home or a trailer or an RV, you need to be evacuating immediately and seeking sturdier shelter. Let's check this one. Yeah, this storm is becoming a little bit outflow dominant, not seeing any more concerning areas of rotation. Also, not really seeing any indication that there is any new organizing inflows that are concerning. So, not really sure, to be honest, why this storm is struggling. There might have just been too much precipitation. And now we're having cooler air wrap around all of these storms. And I am starting to notice maybe a little bit of an outflow boundary starting to work into this storm. So maybe that is what is hindering it right now. Let's go check on Vince. I do want to know what his next plans are.
Repositioning, folks. The reason that I'm not getting aggressive with this and jumping right in there is because it's not producing a tornado right now, and it's not gonna for a little bit yet, it looks like. At least maybe a few minutes. So we've got to stay up here on the interstate because we can move around much quicker on the interstate than we can on residential roads, obviously, because on a residential road you can't go very fast. Interstate you can go a lot quicker, obviously, 4-lane highway. So
all right, well, you heard it.
South out of forest if it looks like it's imminent.
You heard it from Vince himself. Not really a dangerous storm at this very moment. Still a little bit of rotation in there, but let's go check on that Tennessee and Mississippi. Okay, looks like they did allow this tornado warning to expire. It has been replaced with a tornado possible tag on it. So that's this one. Sorry, I was just trying to figure out which tornado warning I had to take off the text there. All right. But yeah, that one has expired. All right. Yep. That inflow again did lead to some more rotation. We now have tighter rotation there, just to the south and east of Huntertown. So it does seem like that storm cycled and is now trying again to produce a tornado. So if you live in Klein, Pineville, Sun, Fikestown, Tanglewood, and Roberts, this storm is looking a little bit more intense now. So please still continue to be in your safe spots. Latest scan here can definitely tell this storm is becoming quite outflow dominant. Maybe some indications it's trying to get that inflow going again, but as of right now, still not seeing any major evidence of that. Oh, somebody's got a new tornado warning over here in northern Louisiana. Yeah, there we go. New rotation has popped up. This was the storms that we were watching before. South of Henry. Not really seeing any indication of a debris ball right now. And there we go. We just got the latest scan in with that storm. Now looking a little bit more broad. So we had a quick little spin up there. Still some stronger broad rotation with this storm. So it's still definitely a tornado threat right now. So Dubach, Unionville, Hilly, and Cedarton, Louisiana. Again, we're here in northern Louisiana, just to the north of Ruston and the north and west of Monroe, Louisiana. This is traveling down to the south. Need to be in your safe spots there. Okay, Mr. Top Fan. Thank you for all your help. Everybody put hearts in the chat for Mr. Top Fan, who has been a huge help today in putting those tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings above our head. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to try to do that myself now. So we'll see how that goes. Just making sure we're not getting tunnel vision. All right, there's that latest scan. A latest scan now shows this becoming a little bit more broad. So definitely noticing a pattern now. A pattern of... Oh, wait a second. Oh, yeah, this one's wrapping up. South of Clifton. Need to watch that one now, too. Not concerning at this moment. But if that gets any tighter, could be a problem. But yeah, this one here near Pulaski, Mississippi, it tried, but then went broad. That's what we're starting to see with a lot of these storms, not really sustaining themselves. And the main reason that is happening is because of the rain-cooled air that is still around them. They're trying to rotate. You know, it could also be potentially that lower level shear is starting to weaken briefly with these storms, but you know that should continue to strengthen throughout the night. So you know, this could be a brief period where we can maybe hope that some of these storms will struggle to get their act together, but I'm still not letting my guard down. Still not letting my guard down, and neither should you. So if you live in Fikestown, Sun, Tanglewood, Roberts, still need to be in your safe spot. Also, this one to the south, Riley and Sylvarnia, and still needs to be in their safe spots. Even though they're a little bit outflow dominant, still could see some rotations try to form on these northern sides of these storms. And this one, I'm going to be watching this one just in case it tries to do something, because you could definitely tell that hail is wrapping around something, which could be a new rotation. Let's check this one just to the north and east of Clanton. Yeah, not seeing any rotation there. So let's come back over here to northern Louisiana here. Okay, the latest scan here still showing some broader rotation. Greens, reds, faded colors in between. Heading down to the south, Dubach is next in line, Unionville, Cedarton, and Hilly. But yeah, we're really not seeing like any of these storms as of recently try to produce tornadoes. So I think we're getting like a quick little reprieve from that tornado on the ground threat, and I'm hoping that that lasts. But we're going to continue to monitor these storms just in case they don't. Yeah, we'll continue to monitor it. You know, the lower level shear is going to be off and on throughout the night. All right, let's see what the Vince is seeing and saying.
A little hydroplaning there.
Yes, Litter, your comments are showing up.
Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. This damage is likely. The dangerous storm will be here starting around 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Following around 10
Oh wow.
p.m. Central Daylight Time.
Hold on, let's go over here really quick. Looks like Samuel is back, and he has found something. Oh, I'm actually able to show this. Check this out. So this was a dang it, this dang thing again. Hold on, let me turn this off. That was a tornado on the ground near Pelahatchie, Mississippi. This is Mike DePorch. But yeah, that looks like to me either like a really scary looking scud or one of those tornadoes that were on the ground earlier. You can definitely see that is making contact with the ground there. There's a video of it. Yeah, that could have been a funnel or a tornado on the ground there. It's hard to tell. Oops, what did I do? Oh, hopefully my computer doesn't crash because I did that. Okay, no, we're good. All right, we have the latest scans here, so let's check it out. Yeah, latest scan is still showing broader and weaker rotation with this storm. Not as concerning, still has a little bit of an inflow, so it still might try to make similar attempts, and where it tries to drop some briefer and weaker rotations, and then maybe potentially try to strengthen. But as of right now, that the kinematic environment is taking a break, but that doesn't mean that it won't try to ramp back up here. With this rotation that we noticed earlier south of Clifton, still seeing broader and weaker rotation with that. Coming back over here to northern Louisiana. Still kind of seeing some rotation there. Not the strongest rotation, but still a little bit there. Just to the east of Debauch, Louisiana. Heading down to the south now, near Unionville. And then next in line is going to be Cedartown. So Unionville, Hilly, Cedartown still need to be in their safe spots there in northern Louisiana. About South Haven, let me check. South Haven, Mississippi. Looks like South Haven is gonna kind of thread the needle here. Unless we get some storms that form in this region, you guys should be good for the rest of the night there in South Haven. I just got that newest scan here with these storms. Wow, Vince is right under that rotation. Hold on. Watch out for those shifting winds. Dang, he's in some type of cell phone hole. Yeah, he just lost service. Yeah, not strong rotation there. Didn't see any shifting winds, at least for that brief view. With this storm to the south, though, I am noticing a little bit of an inflow start to form with this. So this storm might be trying to make another attempt, but at this very moment, still a little bit outflow dominant along this edge. Rayleigh and Silverna still need to be in their safe spots. Again, we are just to the east of Jackson, Mississippi with these 2 tornado warnings. Yeah, that's the latest on all of these. This one is really not concerning at this moment. And then update on this one storm that had a little bit of rotation that has died. So still not seeing that lower level shear increase and these storms start to rotate anymore. But this one down here does seem like it is forming a new inflow. So we'll have to monitor that and see what that ends up doing with that storm. But still, that rotation is a little bit broad. It's raining there. All right, let me add this new tornado warning to the text here. Go. What radar do I use? I am using Radar Omega. It's an app. You can get it on your phone, and you can also get it on your PC. The phone is cheaper. PC, well, you need a phone subscription to get it on your PC. And let me check over here for northern Louisiana. The latest scan here near Naboc. Yeah, still seeing some weaker rotation here. East of Unionville, kind of seems like it's moving a little bit to the east now. So watch out, Cedarton. But at this moment, not seeing anything that is indicating that there is a tornado on the ground. So still watching that, but still not that concerned about it as of the latest scans. Lots of lightning with these Mississippi cells. Yeah, lots of lightning. Oh wow, check this out. So this is a view of that tornado on the ground there in Florence, Mississippi. So this is that one that we were covering that had a observed tornado on the ground, and yeah, that was definitely a tornado on the ground there. Wow. So we lost Vince, so let's come back over to here, take this off. And then turn this back on. There we go. Oh yeah. So both Jaden and Samuel found that that photo that I just showed. So everybody say thank you to Samuel Ray and also Jaden, because they both did find that on there. They're finding news for us right now, and they're being very helpful. Man, look at Vince. He is in the right portion of that storm to see something, but unfortunately, he just doesn't have the best service. Okay, we do have the latest scan here. This rotation, there's that little area of rotation. Not concerning at the moment. We're still monitoring it. I still want everybody in their safe spots, just in case. You know, there does still seem to be some capability of the storm maybe to try, but you can see it did try to form that inflow, and then it completely died. So that was a quick cycle. Maybe indication that that rain-cooled air is finally being injected into this northerly storm, which is going to kind of leave us just with this storm here in Mississippi for a while, unless there's others starting to rotate. Well, speaking of others, little broad rotation here, not tight, but strong broad rotation. We have those elevated greens and reds with the faded colors in between. Gonna have to watch that. If that gets any tighter, that could be a problem. Has a healthy little inflow there. Just make sure that is not a theme. It seems a little bit of a theme. We do have a little bit of rotation there near Ethel, Mississippi as well. Not concerning there in Ethel. Let's check back up here with this storm. Yeah, not seeing any more rotation with that. Check back over here with this tornado warning. And no more rotation with this storm here in northern Louisiana. That has since died. Not concerned about that. We'll keep checking in on it to see if it can get its act back together. Okay, there you go. They did let this tornado warning expire up here. So everybody that was in there, near Tanglewood, Fikesville, and Sun and Roberts can come out of their safe spots. Now we have this one to the south, which still has some broader rotation. Hasn't really got its act together. It looks like that broader rotation is getting a little bit tighter as of the latest scans. Still a healthy inflow with this storm. Still kind of the storm that I'm really looking out for. Also, maybe some new convection out here that could become a little bit more discreet. Not rotating at the moment. Definitely something we need to watch out for. Let me check on this one again. Yeah, latest scan here doesn't show it tightening up just yet. So that's still good news of that one up there. So yeah, we're going to wait here for the latest radar update. And then we'll go over everybody's storm again. So let me... fix the tornado text here. Just give me a second. So we still have this one. Oops. See you later, Jordan. Thank you for tuning in. Sorry I haven't been super interactive, guys. It's not only just the fact that we've had this many tornado warnings, it's also I'm a little bit tired. A little scatterbrained, and I have to use all of my brain power to cover the storms. It's been a long week. I'm really bad at updating these tornado warning boxes. It is definitely not my strong suit. All right, so where's Pulaski? Not that one. That would have been this one. Okay, so that's the one that's expired. And Puckett. That's that one. Okay, so there we go. And then we're going to put that in here. Dang it. Perfect. All right, and perfect timing. We just got that latest radar update. Still don't have the latest velocities, so we're going to wait for that. All right, looks like they let that tornado warning in northern Louisiana expire, which is what we were thinking. That rotation did disappear with that storm. So everybody can come out of their safe spots there. Holy moly. We somehow now have just one tornado warning at this moment. But let's check to make sure that's going to stick. Yeah. This rotation up here has kind of died down there. So that's good news. This is really the only storm we got our eyes on. And we're starting to get some tighter rotation. We got a little bit there, a little bit there. Let's see which one we need to be concerned about. Mainly both of them we need to be concerned about, but this isn't including rotation here. Not seeing a debris ball there near heater, but it does seem like we're getting a brief period of some tighter rotation, so I still want Rayleigh and Salverne Solverna, Solverna. I think it's Solverna, Mississippi, to be in their safe spots. Yeah, I don't like the way the storm looks right now. It's a little messy, but there's a little area of tighter rotation there, so we do have to keep an eye on it. If it gets any stronger, could be an issue. My dog hates me right now. I do need to walk my dog shortly, but I'm trying to wait until we have 0 tornado warnings to do that. It's only been 4 hours. 4 hours is when is not the maximum limit for Chaz. Can usually wait like 5 hours. So if we get to the 5-hour mark and we still got tornado warnings, I'm probably gonna have to let him out. What kind of dog? It's a corgi mixed with a chihuahua. Want to chase a hurricane? Oh, that depends on what kind of hurricane. You might change your mind as soon as the hurricane comes over you. Aw, I will. Hey, Chazzy. Hannah Adams says hi. Aw. He put his paws on the arm of my chair when I said that. So I think he said hi back. Need a big boat? No, do not chase hurricanes in a boat, please. Although, you know what? It's funny. Vince made a tweet today. He is like, does anybody know who has a boat? Wait, is Vince trying to go for this? It kind of looks like Vince is trying to go for this. I don't know if we'll still have service, but take a 5-minute break. Nah, not taking a break right now. We still got a tornado warning, and it could be about to produce a tornado, as we are seeing now. Waiting for those velocities. This is a very concerning look on reflectivity. You can see that inflow is wrapping in. That rain is wrapping around. We get a very classic supercell. What's the difference? Right there. But thank you, Bay Area Ghost, for that $1.99 donation. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for Bay Area Ghost. We are completely crowd-funded. We don't do any ads on this channel or sponsorships, so that is super helpful. So thank you so much. I do appreciate it. You're gonna go. All right, TWC, thank you for joining. Yeah, yeah, we got some strong little areas of rotation. A little bit of a occluding one up there, and a stronger one. Oh, is that a tornado on the ground? Hold on. All right, so there. That's in there. Okay, no, that's not a tornado yet on the ground. But we do have some strong, tight rotation with this storm now. Raleigh, Union, Silverna, Center Ridge, and Sandpoint, Shongello, Mississippi. Again, we are just south and east of Jackson, Mississippi. Very concerning look with this storm. Could be about to drop a tornado at any time, so please go into your safe spots. Again, that is the lowest, most interior room of your house with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. If you live in an RV trailer or mobile home, you need to be evacuating immediately and seeking sturdier shelter. But yeah, do not. This is very classic supercell shape with strong rotation right there in the notch. Not seeing a debris ball, though, just yet. But we need to be watching out vigilantly for that. Yeah, latest update with this storm up here that does have a little bit of an inflow, but it is outflow dominant. Not concerned about that one right now. And this is the only tornado warning we got. And I hope Vince can get service here shortly, because he's probably because he's been up here near Shongello for a while, so he's probably almost in this inflow now. So he's probably like very close. Let me just check to make sure that I'm not getting some type of like stream delay here. Yeah, he's lost signal on his YouTube too. Yeah, what I'm Ray Lee. What did I say? Raleigh? Yeah. Ray Lee. Gotcha. I'm really surprised we're not seeing a debris ball with this little occlusion. This is actually stronger rotation than what's down here. That shouldn't last for more than 1 or 2 scans though. So hopefully we don't ever see a debris ball with it, but that is an occluding rotation. You can see it literally just formed as of this last scan. And then now this is the main rotation, but that is still strong rotation just to the north and east of Heater. Okay, that's a little bit more of a better look. Okay, there's Vince. Vince is back. Just in time. Still waiting on the latest reflectivity. It's a little bit better of a look, but that doesn't mean that there's not going to be rotation. Yeah, okay, so the occluding rotation is starting to die. Not seeing a debris ball with that one. Not seeing a debris ball with this, but strong rotation here. It's a little bit broad, but strong rotation nonetheless. Rayleigh, Sandpoint, Mount Pleasant, Silvarna need to be in your safe spots. This storm is trying to plant another tornado. Luckily, does not appear that we have one right now. But this is some of the stronger rotation we've seen today, and we're close to the radar. So that's near the ground. That's a strongly rotating storm. You need to be in your safe spots. Please just go there. Don't try to look for the storm. It's just not worth it. Just go to your safe spots, hang out there, watch Netflix. There's great new shows on Netflix. There's a bunch of things to do in your safe spots. Just get there and stay there until there is, according to the pattern that we have seen today, which could break here because we haven't seen rotation this strong in a while. So that might be an indication that the lower level jet is increasing. But the pattern that we have seen today is that we get rotation and then it becomes broad and then it becomes outflow dominant. But if this is the storm that's breaking that pattern, then we will know by next scan, because we haven't had a rotation last longer than 1 scan, probably for like an hour and a half. Vince sees a tornado. All right, going to Vince.
Shit. Please be in your basements, people. Oh god, it's gonna be right here real soon. Where the fuck is my road? Right up here. TSU. Anybody else on 550? Oh my god, it's right there. I think that's it. Is that it? Shit. Somebody's...
Alright, keep your eye on the screen here.
Okay, how can we not die here? Let's go east. No, let's not. Where's the fucking camera pointing?
Go north. All right, as you heard there is a tornado on the ground with this storm. According to Vince, there's probably a tornado on the ground. Again, he is not here. He is not here. He is over here somewhere where it is not raining. Yeah, there's definitely a tornado back there. I just wanted to let him speak for a little bit because I needed to hear what he was thinking. Yeah, there we go. Have a debris ball there. Or no, is that a debris ball? No, it's not a debris ball. Yeah, I haven't been able to see a debris ball, and I still don't see one at this moment. Let's put this in motion so we can see how this... Yeah, okay, so this new rotation is now occluding back here. Give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second. I got a phone call from Vince, and I just want to give him a call back. So just 1 second. I'm going to mute my mic because I don't want to say anything. Let me warn everybody in the path here before I do that. Okay, still radar indicated. Rayleigh, Sandpoint, Mount Pleasant, Silverna. You need to be in your safe spots. Still dangerous rotation. Potentially watching this area for that new rotation to start up again. No storms are interacting with this. So let me call Vince really quick just to see. So I'm going to mute my mic. Yeah, he's busy. He answered, but he's busy. So, but yeah, right there, there's that new rotation. Still radar indicated, but according to Vince, it was briefly on the ground. That might have happened in between radar scans. We also still have this occluding rotation up here. Okay, right there. There it is. That's what was there when Vince said it was on the ground. That might be a debris ball there. Let me just double check the times here. Yeah. That was probably what Vince was looking at when it was on the ground, which would have been one of those occluding circulations. So that's not going to last very long. But that could make it into Shongello, because that is occluding up to the north. So Shongello still continue to be in their safe spot. Rayleigh, Sandpoint, Mount Pleasant, Silverna need to be in their safe spots.
Parents literally couldn't wrangle up the kids. They got them now, though. They're going to the basement. I think it's going to pass north. Normally I wouldn't be in town, but it looks like, I think the south circulation gave it up. It should... How old is that? Oh, this radar is new.
Yeah, he's having... looks like his radar... Just give me a second. I need to send him the latest radar scans just to make sure that he has the most updated information here. So just give me a couple of seconds. Got to look out for everybody in the path. We've already warned all the people that live there in the path. So let me just give him the latest radar updates so he has them. Okay. All right, latest radar update, kind of what we thought. That new southerly one is becoming the dominant rotation now. That old occluding one that might have dropped the tornado does not appear to have a tornado on the ground anymore with it. Probably was just one of those very brief tornadoes, which is super fortunate because that was getting almost like very concerning for like one of those stronger tornadoes. I mean, that was stronger broader rotation. If that would have tightened up, would have been a big problem. But luckily, it occluded into that rain cooled air, and it looks like that old rotation has died. But we are starting to see some new tightening and strengthening rotation here just to the east of Raleigh, Mississippi. So next in line with that, again, is going to be Mount Pleasant, Silverna, Sandpoint. I'm concerned about you. We have been seeing these rotations wrap up multiple times tonight, and what they do with this particular storm, not with the other ones so much in the past, but what this storm has been doing is almost as soon as those rotations tighten up enough to... Oh, sorry. My bad. Didn't mean to do that. Let's do this all over again. Yeah, broader rotation right there just to the east of Raleigh, Mississippi. And I want Mount Pleasant and Silverna, Mississippi to be in their safe spot. And Sandpoint, I'm concerned about you right now because all these rotations that have potentially produced tornadoes with this storm, almost every single time has occluded to the north. So I definitely want Sandpoint to still be in their safe spots. Let's make sure we're not getting tunnel vision. Yes. Okay, we're good. This is still the only tornado warning ongoing right now. So let me update the tornado text here. We have one left, and that's in Mississippi, which would be this one. Yeah, waiting on that latest radar update. Yeah, it's definitely a mess where he's at for sure. But on radar, it's not so much of a mess. It's a very clear understanding, or at least in my eyes. You know, we're getting these rotations, they're occluding. Getting a new rotation, it occludes. That could change, which is why I'm still want Mount Pleasant and Silverna in their safe spots. Vince potentially confirmed a tornado earlier, so we could be seeing this storm try to wrap up. We still have that strong inflow coming in there. So let's see what this next scan has to say. Don't have the velocities yet, but that rotation is now in this area south of Sandpoint. So is that pattern gonna continue, or is it going to change? Also, starting to see a new storm form back here near Puckett again with some inflow. Broader, weaker rotation, rain wrapping around. This is the inflow right here. Gonna have to watch this one now too. Just gonna check these other storms. Still some broad rotation with that, but not particularly concerning. Interesting storm over here. No rotation. Okay. Check on the storms over here really quick. Northern Mississippi. Yeah, still not seeing that rotation pick up there. Northern Louisiana. Yeah, not seeing it pick up there. So we have had a couple tornado reports. A report of a tornado on the ground to the south of Pelahatchie. That was one of the ones that we saw with the photos. And then we also saw this one with a video. Their damage along Highway 49. TDS noted on a radar. So looks like those reports did make it into the system, which is good news. We have injuries in Florence, Mississippi from a major tornado. All right, let me go check on that. Also, okay, so first we're going to do this. We have power outages now in Mississippi, 36,000 people without power. And all right, and then let's see here. So it looks like it's not a confirmed report. It's just some random person on Twitter saying there's injuries. So we cannot confirm that there are injuries just yet. But we are starting to see some whispers of there might be some injuries in Florence, Mississippi, from a tornado. Okay, so there's the latest update on where Vince's position is. So he's good right now. He is outside the path. Let's go tune back in with him.
Continue on Mississippi 18 West for 4 miles.
Thank you, Buzz Max, for subscribing.
Head east
Okay, everything's good. He is now in a perfect spot to intercept this storm and the next one. Still waiting. Okay, latest velocities. Starting to get strong rotation again. Look at that. Okay, never mind. That's not anything. But yeah, strong rotation, kind of what we were expecting. A little bit broad. South of Sandpoint, but I still want Sandpoint in their safe spot just in case this thing does that occlusion again. And then we have, hold on, let's go over to here. South of Sandpoint, just in case it occludes again. There's that strong rotation just to the east of Rayleigh, or Rayleigh. But it is heading towards Mount Pleasant and Silverna. Still needs to be in your safe spots. If this does occlude, though, Sandpoint, you're going to be in that path. This is still a storm that is attempting to do something. So, latest, hold on. We have the latest. Okay, we have the latest reflectivity. Look at that. It literally occluded very close to Sandpoint. So either here or here is where that rotation is going to be. So we're going to have to wait for the latest scan there. Okay, there's that scan. So it was right here. Okay. So latest scan showed this storm. It occluded again. This one is now going up to the north. Not seeing any indication, though, that we will get another southerly area of rotation with this one. So that could be the end of this one. This storm back here could be becoming the dominant supercell now in this area just to the north and east of Puckett. So we're going to continue to watch that. Let's zoom out here just to make sure we're not getting tunnel vision. Okay, we're good. This is still the only tornado warning out there right now. You're scared? How's Savannah, Tennessee? All right, let me check Savannah for you. Yeah, Savannah's getting some rain. No rotation. Just rain and thunder. You're good. Not even concerned about severe. If you're inside of your house, this is what it looks like. Just rain. Let's see if we can see any thunder. Yes, there is some thunder and lightning with this storm. Sorry, did I say, can we see thunder? No, you can't see thunder, but you can see lightning. And yes, there is lightning there with that storm near Savannah, but it's not severe. And that, once that passes, you're going to be good, Hannah. I promise. Apparently I can see that's called what is that called? Isn't that like called a certain thing? Synesthesia? I forget like how to pronounce it, but it's like something like that where you can like see sound. That'd be cool. That would be a disease that I actually want. Whoa, look at Vince's stream. There it is. That's the supercell. There's the meso. Right there. You can see it. Wow, this storm is so active. It's almost like daylight. Let's see what Vince is saying. Yeah, right here. That's that mesocyclone right above my head.
I gotta get out. I shouldn't be under these power lines. I gotta get out for a second. I need to feel what
Look
the
at that.
feels like here.
He is south of the storm, so that's north of him. But yeah, that is a huge rotating mesocyclone. You can see the base is right above my head. You can see the striations right above my head. This thing is a, oh my gosh, big old lightning strike there. Yeah, very, very active storm still. You can see actually, I can even tell that there's an inflow tail over here. It's almost daytime with how much lightning is happening. He could probably turn on his daytime camera. As you can see, he's got night mode on. But yeah, definitely a rotating meso right there. Still a dangerous storm. Still a dangerous storm. If you have a problem with seizures, look away, because we are literally looking at a strobe light of a storm. Oh, that lightning struck close to him. He's like, nope. Oh, Vince is a champ. All right, latest scan here. Still some decent, actually, some new rotation picking up there as of the latest scan. Check that out. Oh no, that's still the same rotation. Never mind. Not new. The old one. And we still have the old one trying back there near Sandpoint. Still not seeing a tornado on the ground, but what we're looking at is that rotation, which is literally an alien UFO. It looks like a UFO. In the weather community, we call it a mothership. Because it has like in the daytime it's easier to see, but it looks like there's like striations around the top because this is the updraft of the storm. The updraft is rotating. You have the inflow, that moist air moving in from this side behind the mesocyclone, and that is that energy that it needs to be able to sustain itself. And then you have the RFD that wraps around on this backside and causes the entire updraft to circulate. And what you would be looking for, if there wasn't a bunch of trees in the way, would be a lowering underneath this portion of the storm closer to the inflow tail. But unfortunately, because there's trees in the way, we cannot see below the storm. But you can just tell how much lightning is going on with this storm is seizure inducing. So please, if you have seizures, look away. But yeah, very strong storm still with a lot of lightning. But in terms of rotation and tornado potential, there's a little bit there still to the east of Sandpoint. And again, that occluded up to the north, just like we thought would happen. Just to the north of Mount Pleasant, and still not seeing any indication that there is a new rotation. There's still some inflow there, as we saw on cam, and can kind of see here on radar, but we're not seeing a new rotation form coming back to this one to the south. Not getting its act together yet either. But other than that, this is still the only storm that we have that is tornado warned. So we're going to keep looking at it. That's the latest update. Still want Mount Pleasant, Silverna, and even Sandpoint to be in their safe spots, because not only do sometimes rotations occlude up to the north, but sometimes they can even occlude to the west. So I still want Sandpoint just in case to be in their safe spot, because it does appear like this storm is exhibiting some pretty deviant motion with it. So please be in your safe spot still. Man, this is just nuts. We're gonna look at this for a little bit longer. You can definitely see that inflow tail on the right, and that RFD. You can tell just how strong it was. How strong it was moving by Vince's shirt there momentarily. Helena, we are eventually going to be able to do that, but right now is not an option. Vince has been too busy, but he does have something called Zello, and eventually he's going to add me to where we can communicate through Zello with that. But and I do have a way to hook up Zello to the stream so you can hear his audio. But as of right now, we're gonna have to wait till Vince gets a little bit more time to, you know, recalibrate and stuff, because I mean, he's been traveling just as long as I've been live streaming, and longer, twice as long, because when I'm not live streaming, Vince is driving. So yeah, we're gonna need Vince to have a little bit of a break before we can do more things on the back end. But I am excited for the future, because we have talked a couple times, and definitely more things coming with this collaboration for sure. Your test works, San Francisco Bay. I can see your message. Yes, Jaden is part of the dream team. Let's go see if we have any news updates. Like Samuel has sent us some stuff. Earlier this morning, thunder and lightning near Pace, Florida. Ooh, what? out. Oh yeah, check this out. So this is near Pace, Florida. Earlier today, or maybe even yesterday. Wait, what? That's June 18th. It was posted like literally 3 minutes ago. But yeah, you can see back there, potentially a tornado touchdown there near Pace, Florida. All right, we did just get that latest radar update. Still have that occluding rotation there. Still hasn't completely died just yet. And we still have this little rotation near Sandpoint. Still not seeing a debris ball though. Oh, don't do that. Okay, let me get out of there. But yeah, still have some rotations with this storm. Still not currently concerned. Nothing indicates a tornado imminent, but we're still watching for that debris ball just in case it does pop up. In terms of the storm and what the latest radar update means for it, still some inflow, but what this means, these yellows wrapping around in this little donut hole, means that there is some rain-cooled air making its way in front of that inflow. And we're still not seeing a new area of rotation develop with that one just yet. What is that? South of Cache. No, that's outflow dominant. But yeah, in terms of everybody else, other than near Jackson, Mississippi, we only have one other severe thunderstorm warning, or two other severe thunderstorm warnings. We have this one, 1.25-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading down to the south near Eros and Chatham, Louisiana, northern Louisiana. And then we have this severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it. Not seeing anything too concerning. A little bit of rotation there near Lena, but not to the point to where I'm too concerned just yet. That is heading off to the east. They should extend this severe thunderstorm warning if they're still concerned about it here shortly. But Walnut Grove is going to be next in line for that 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. How's everything? It's a pretty active day. It's a pretty active day. As you can see, look at that lightning. We've had a couple of confirmed tornadoes today. The tornado risk got upgraded to a 10% hash risk during our stream today. So it's been pretty intense. Pretty intense couple of hours here. But how are you doing, Brownie Dog? I haven't seen you in a while. Hopefully you're doing all right. But look at that. That's not... guys, I have to stress, this is not a time lapse. This is... Look at how much lightning that... This is insane. It doesn't stop. It looks like it's on a loop, but it's not, I promise. Like, you watch the trees, it's not on a loop. That is just constant lightning. That is nuts. In terms of lightning. Wow. Coroneth does have some stronger storms nearby you, but none of them are severe, Michael. So don't worry about them just yet. If they become severe warned or tornado warned, we'll go look at them. There was an EF0 in Oregon. Really? No apparent CC, but tornado is potentially imminent. Check the latest scan. Hold on. Which one? Let me check the radar. I don't have to ask that. Oh, yeah. Latest scan. Whew. That is some strong rotation. Don't have the latest CC scan yet. As you can see, the CC and the velocity, and the reflectivity is at 1052, but the velocities is at 1053. So we don't have the latest CC or reflectivity, but man, a pretty quick increase there just from one scan. I mean, we didn't miss a scan. It's not like we missed 10 scans. That is in... Wait, let's see how fast this is updating. That was in 4 minutes. In 4 minutes, the storm went from, let's see, from this, barely anything, to strong rotation and concerning rotation. And this is still including up to the north, so they're going to have to extend this warning. Pineville, Clear Springs, Montrose, but mainly Pineville and Clear Springs. If I was you, if I lived in your area and I was just sitting in my house, you've seen when I done all stream, and I was looking at this rotation on radar, and I lived in Pineville and Clear Springs, I would be going in my safe spots. I'd be there. I'd be like, you know what? Screw this. I don't care if I'm in a tornado warning or not. But that's just me, you know. But that's what I would do. Still some strong rotation here with this occluding. Still no correlation coefficient though, so I cannot confirm a tornado on the ground at this point, but there is still some strong rotation here. Not as strong as it was though. Seems like we have two little areas of rotation rotating, so this is going to get a little bit confusing, so try to keep along. Wait, is Vince out? Okay, let's go back over to here. So we have two areas of rotation rotating around themselves. So we're seeing a little bit of a Fujiwara effect here. So we have the blues right here and the reds down here. This is its own circulation. Then we have the reds down here with the greens above it. All right, and this is another circulation down here. And this one is moving up to the north. I would imagine, if the Fujiwara effect is correct, this should start moving a little bit to the west. So Pineville, watch out. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Hopefully it continues to go north in between Pineville and Clear Springs, but we're trying to predict here and react to what we see. And then we have this new circulation down here that it should go a little bit more to the east initially, but judging by the pattern that we've seen multiple times with this storm, it could potentially try to go north after that. So Clear Springs, you might have to watch out, because after these storms occlude, or after these rotations occlude, they still try to produce tornadoes. That one came very close and could have maybe even produced a tornado, but it just didn't show up on radar. But yeah, we got two areas of rotation rotating around each other as of this point. So very interesting setup here. All right, looks like Vince is back, so let's come back over to here. So we just got a new tornado warning, thankfully more north here. So now I don't have to say if it was me. If you live in Pineville, Clear Springs, Montrose, Lewin, Verba, Folk, and Waldrop, you need to be in your safe spots now. We have a radar indicated tornado warning, and what we were just talking about with these storms, this is why it is rewarned. Strong rotations rotating around each other like a Ferris wheel of chaos. So please be in your safe spots. Check the storm back here. Okay. The storm back here is still trying to form an inflow, but it's still not successful in rotating, so that's good. Possible. We'll have to see what these rotations do. If this one goes a little bit to the west and this one juts out to the east, then that is definitely some Fujiwara stuff. But also what could happen that I didn't mention is that they just combine. And that's what happened. Okay, well, they just combined. So that's not good. Some strong rotation right there. And a debris ball. Tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground. Let's see. Where's it going? That's crazy. Wow. Just trying to figure out. If I had to guess, there is still indications that this could go up to the north. So I still want Pineville and Clear Springs in their safe spots, but that is a tornado on the ground there. Lewin, Montrose, Verba, Folk and Waldrop, you're next in line with this storm. It is on the ground. Right there. There's that rotation. There's that debris ball. It is very clearly on the ground. Please go to your safe spots. That's I was trying to make that point before the radar updated. Okay, it looks like Vince is slowly trying to get in there. I want to see what his latest thoughts are here. Maybe I should call him. I'll text him.
Yeah, we're going into a national forest or whatever, so probably gonna have dead zones.
Herbert Springs around 11:40 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Philadelphia around 11:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time for Central and East Central Mississippi. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building.
I don't have it as a confirmed tornado yet. It's not confirmed yet.
49 Rose Hill. We have interrupted routine program.
Give it a little bit of time, though.
Affecting part of the listening area.
That ding was my text.
Severe weather is needed. The National Weather Service in Jackson has issued a tornado warning for northwestern Jasper County.
I just don't want him driving into the tornado.
We're on the ground. Okay, Evan got it.
He got it. I just wanted to make sure he got it. I just don't want him driving into there. Okay, latest scan. Looks like that was a very brief tornado. You can see there, it still could, but that is probably the debris lifting off to the north and east there. Yeah, it was a brief touchdown there, and it probably lifted off to the east there. And we still, that might have, it kind of decoupled there because underneath that is where that debris ball or that, I can't even really call that a debris ball. That first one was a debris ball. This one is not currently producing a tornado according to radar right now. So it was a brief touchdown, but we still have strong rotation. This thing could try to wrap up again. That was very fortunate that the radar updated right at that moment, because if it didn't, we probably wouldn't have seen that brief touchdown. But yeah, still strong rotation right here, just to the south and east of Pineville. Not as tight as the latest scan, which might be why that debris ball lifted. But yeah, that we could have had a very brief touchdown there. So let's see, what is the motion of this? I want to get the motion. Kind of seems like it's still, it kind of seems like this might push to the north again. It still kind of has that immediate motion. As soon as it forms, you see how it kind of nudges to the north as that last scan. Clear Springs, I still think that this thing could make its way to, yeah, very strong, broader rotation right now. We have those high returns here, and broader. Heading towards Montrose, Verba, Lewin, you need to be in your safe spots. Hold on, I'm just communicating right now. All right. Still waiting on the latest radar update. Still haven't gotten it in. But Vince is still in position here, but he's playing it safe. It's nighttime. I wouldn't expect him to just, take a turn north. There was a little period there where he probably could have rode that inflow, but it looks like he didn't decide to do that, which I am very thankful for. But yeah, still strong broad rotation there just to the south and east of Pineville, Mississippi. Again, if you're just now tuning in, we're monitoring this storm. It is just to the east and southeast of Jackson, Mississippi, pretty much directly north of Hattiesburg and north west of Laurel, Mississippi. We only have 3 warnings across the country in terms of severe weather right now. And this is the only tornado warning that we have, and it is something you got to watch. Rotations like this, if they get tight, they can produce. They can definitely produce some stronger tornadoes sometimes, and I just don't want to let that. I just want to be on this every single second because I don't want to. I don't want any information slipping through the cracks here. Still waiting on the latest velocities, so they still haven't come in yet. Thank you, Daniel, for subscribing. I do appreciate that. Whew. It's good. That's a good sight. That's what we want to see. That is what we want to see. That stronger, broader rotation has become weaker and more broad, which means it's a little bit less of a tornado threat, but it is still a tornado threat. Again, still rotating quite strong, just not as much as it was earlier, but in terms of no rotation compared to rotation, we still got strong, broad rotation. It's a little bit broader, though, now. That doesn't mean it won't try again. It could be cycling at this moment. So I still want Montrose and Lewin to be in their safe spots. Let's see where it's heading. It's heading directly towards Clear Springs. It's still doing that occlusion up to the north. So Clear Springs also still needs to be in their safe spots there. Man, we have gotten so close so many times to strong damaging tornadoes, and then it just doesn't happen. So everybody just be very thankful. If you believe in God, say thank you to God. If you don't believe in God, just be thankful that this storm didn't just produce a very strong tornado there, because it could have. Those were really strong but broad reflectivity. If that would have tightened up, it would have been a big deal, but it didn't. So now we try to see if this thing is going to try to wrap up again. Because there's still strong broad rotation there. It's not like this thing is dead by any means. You still got those blues, and you still got those brighter reds, almost oranges, pretty dang close to each other. So we're still monitoring this like a hawk. Let's go see what Vince is looking at here. Don't know what he might have been warning somebody there. I thought he was getting a tire change or something. Still waiting on that latest radar update. It could be, if we get at this very moment, it's still occluding to the north. But Montrose, if another rotation does pick up, could be in the path. And same with Lewin and same with Stevens. You guys still need to be in your safe spots there. You're in a tornado warning. Respect this storm. Respect this polygon. I'm not sure if you're familiar with James Spann, but This is definitely a time when you need to respect this polygon. This storm has been rotating quite quickly. Might have produced a brief tornado earlier. We're not going to know until the NWS goes out there, but it looked like a brief tornado to me. And it still has strong rotation, broad rotation. Now, some of you might be wondering, okay, so the latest scan is great news. That rotation is still continuing to dissipate. It's still broad, and I wouldn't even classify it as strong rotation. We just got regular supercell rotation now. So tornado is becoming less and less eminent by each scan. Still have those gray faded colors in between, which indicates that it's still broad, and we don't have the blue colors anymore. And we don't have those orange colors and the reds anymore, which means that the rotation is slowly dissipating there. But we're continuing to monitor to see if that changes. And looking around, let's go do an update since we just got done going over that scan on everybody's severe thunderstorm warnings. So right here we got 1.25 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Next in line is going to be Chatham, Louisiana. And the only other severe thunderstorm warning that we have is up here north of Forest. There is no concerning rotation on it right now. 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Union and Decatur, Mississippi. That's it. That's all we got. This is really the main focus of tonight. We dodged a bullet there. But that aligns with the pattern of the storm, to be fair, and the pattern of tonight. Although that little brief tornado kind of broke that pattern, it doesn't seem like that lower level shear really caused these storms to produce a strong tornado as of yet. But I am noticing something as of this later scan. We do have occluding rotation here that's dying, which is what usually happens when you get an occlusion. So that's not surprising at all. One thing that I am noticing is we may be starting to get another intrusion of that warmer and moist air over Silvarna. I'm still struggling with that name. Right there. And so if this rotation dies, we're going to have to watch here next for another potential spin up. Okay, but if that doesn't happen and this storm becomes outflow dominant, this is really the only one at this moment that isn't going through merger after merger. It's the only discrete cell, and that could be an indication that the lower level shear is starting to die off. And if that's the case, then we're going to start seeing less spin, less areas of rotation in these southern storms. But in terms of the damaging wind threat, we haven't had like really any other severe thunderstorm warnings that have like been of note for pretty much the entire night. So, and like, although we've had some hail, we haven't had any significant hail yet. Has this one been producing? No, we haven't had any significant hail. So other than the tornado threat being a little bit overperforming, at least according to earlier SPC outlooks. Now, according to the newest SPC outlooks, this has been exactly as forecasted, but that came out during the storms actually firing. But in terms of like the significant hail risk that we were supposed to see a bunch of areas with 2-inch, potentially higher hail today, didn't see that. In fact, I haven't seen one report of 2-inch hail today, so that's good. And we haven't seen any significant winds of up to 75 miles per hour yet either. So in terms of the severe weather, we've dodged a bullet so far. So I'm happy about that. Yeah, Blondie is not just a mod. Blondie is a super mod. She's humble, though, so she won't call herself super mod, but she is super mod. All right, here's the latest update. This rotation continues to become weaker and weaker, which might sound like good news, but in terms of this thing cycling, we are still seeing that inflow pull or push over Silvarna into this storm. So we're gonna have to now watch this new area. But in terms of an imminent tornado, we're not seeing it right now. Still not seeing a debris ball or anything. Montrose, Lewin still needs to be in their safe spots there in Mississippi. But as of right now, this storm is definitely in the middle of a cycle. And we are now shifting our attention down to here. We're still going to watch this area occluding, of course, but um, this is definitely going to be the next area if the kinematics are still in place for that rotation. And after Montrose and Lewin, we got Verba, Folk, and Waldrop, Mississippi. Oh, that's good. I'm glad you got to enjoy the beach today. The models were doing worse in terms of the damaging wind and hail threat. Yes, 100%. 100%. That did not confirm today. But the tornado threat has confirmed today. I just don't see it. I don't see it. That should have already happened. If the I I think there is potential still for damaging winds. You know, if we get these storms congeal, maybe a little bit of a damaging wind can uptake. But if there was going to be a hail threat for today, that would have already materialized in some sort of fashion. But we've been struggling to get over 1.5 inch hail, which you need that 2%, or I mean that 2 inch hail to get over the significant hail risk. And we haven't seen that happen once today, at least in the enhanced risk so far. We did have a storm that was severe warned for 2.5 inch hail in Texas, but that wasn't even in the significant hail risk. So I don't think the hail risk is gonna materialize. I still think the damaging wind risk is possible, or maybe could be a little bit more widespread throughout the night. All right, just got the latest radar scans. Let's go over that. Yeah, still not seeing that new area of rotation. Wait, no, we don't have the latest velocity scan. Oh, is this? Hold on, let me just make sure. Oh yeah, so this is the newest scan. Still not seeing new rotation pickup on the southern side just yet. Still seeing these rotations occlude off to the north. They haven't stopped, kind of like we thought. That rotation did make it to Clear Springs, but the good news for you guys there in Clear Springs, Mississippi, is that it became weak by the time it got there. So we're happy about that. That's typically what happens when a storm occludes. You know, it can still have strong rotation when it does that. And it could even have a tornado on the ground, but in this case, it acted as your average occlusion, which is as soon as it goes into the downdraft, it starts to lose that rotation. But we're still seeing, as the latest scan, that inflow here, and that rain wrapping around. So we're definitely have some sort of mid-level circulation here, but we're not seeing that make it down to the ground right now. So still monitoring that to see if it's going to do anything. Let's go check on some of these other storms to make sure we're not missing anything. Yeah, this is still the storm of the well, what time is it? Is it even still the day? Yeah, it's only 11. Still the storm of the day. Lost track of the time there for a second. Have I eaten? Yeah, I ate before the stream, and actually I ate quite a big meal before the stream, so I'm still good. It's only been, believe it or not, it's only been 4.5 hours. You should feel bad, William. Never hope for strong storms. If you feel bad for doing it, that is your morals kicking in. Like, you have to understand, like, I get it. Is it, like, to the average person, hold on, looks like Vince lost his stream, so let's go over here. To the average person, this just looks like colors on the map. But to the people, I don't know what you mean, William. To the people that live in Montrose and Lewin, that are under this tornado warning, this is, they're scared, right? These are real people. It's not just letters on the map. When we get a debris ball and you see those blue colors in here, it's not just a color. Like, that's people's possessions. Sometimes that's somebody dying. Like, that is the worst case scenario for whoever is underneath that blue debris ball. So yeah, you should feel bad for thinking that. And you should, I'm not going to get too upset with you, but just take that as a learning experience. And if you felt bad thinking that, that was probably that moral part of your brain kicking in, and telling you that that's a bad thing to think. It's easy to get disconnected through a screen, but what's actually happening on the ground, there's real people that live in Lewin, that live in Montrose, that live in Verba, that live in Folk and Waldrop, that are terrified right now. So have a little bit of empathy. All right, latest scan here. Still not seeing the latest. Still not seeing any new developments of concerning rotation just yet. We still have a strong inflow coming into this storm, but so far that has not produced any extra areas of rotation. News on Twitter, there's damage in Florence. All right, let me check. Trees down. Wow. Okay, so here is a possible tornado. It's hard to tell because there's some trees in the way, but if that's a tornado, that could have been a stronger tornado. But we're gonna have to wait till tomorrow to confirm that. But I put it in the chat. Let's see. Jaden said he sent something. Okay, so this is some trees down near Florence. Luckily, it doesn't look like, at least with this photo, any buildings or people impacted at the moment. So hopefully it continues to be that case. All right, looks like Vince has got his service back. Let's go tune into Vince here.
It's going to be a medical alarm activation, no contact made.
Wow. Okay.
That lightning, that thunder was very close to him.
Let me look at a little bit of data here, folks, and then I'll make a call on what we're gonna do.
Let me text Vince. All right. For the latest scan here, we just have a new warning somewhere. Okay, so they did extend this severe thunderstorm warning for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's heading down to the south towards Columbia, Grayson, and Clarks. You guys are next in line. Not a very concerning storm unless you live in like a trailer or a mobile home. But regardless, if you live in Columbia, Clarks, and Grayson, definitely want to be indoors and away from those windows. Yeah, with this storm, we still see some inflow. With this storm, still have that rain wrapping around just like that. Do we see any increased rotation? A little bit of a signal there, but that kind of looks like some contamination. We're going to have to wait one more scan to see if that does anything. But if you live in Stevens, Lewin, Montrose, looks like you're going to be all right. Unless this thing tries to occlude to the north. So I would still be in your safe spots there in Montrose and Verba, Folk and Waldrop. But it's more of a chance that Lewin, Folk, and Waldrop deal with something than Montrose or Verba, but there is still that chance. Again, this storm has been occluding all night. So, if this forms any rotation, we're going to have to watch really closely for potentially another northerly occlusion. Heavy rain near me? Oh, yeah. There's some storms near me. None of them are severe, though, so I'm not really worried about it. All right, Toxic. Yeah, no problem. Is the hail purple? Yeah, so when you get into like the lighter pinks and the black colors, that is hail. So with this storm, we're starting, although this warning says under 0.75-inch hail, we're starting to see a stronger hail core with this storm. Let's go over to the vertically integrated liquid. Yeah, definitely. As some of these latest scans, some stronger hail or some bigger hail potentially with it. Which would go against everything that I just said. Well, not really. I said widespread, and we're not getting the widespread hail. So technically, no. It's just one storm. I'm still technically right. If we start getting big hail in all these storms, then I will admit that I'm wrong. But so far, I don't see a big 2-inch hail threat with any of these storms, except for this one. Essentially, I mean, that vertically integrated liquid essentially tells you how fast the updraft is moving on this storm, and the echo tops with this storm are not maxed out by any means, but definitely up there. Seeing some returns of up to 54,000 feet. So definitely a strong storm still down here with a healthy inflow. So we're going to be watching for that rotation in this area just to the north of Bay Springs. DVD sized hail? No, it's not DVD sized hail. It's going to be very brief, too. It's not like it's going to be sustained. I'm going to have to use the restroom here in a little bit. Still waiting on that latest velocity. We do have the latest reflectivity, that rotation. Watching now, still to the north of Bay Springs, to the south of Lewin. Watching out for that. Golly. Ow. That's nuts. Look how fast that intensified. We have strong rotation now south of Stevens. Hope you're in your safe spots. That's all I got to say. Very strong rotation. Now popping off right where we were watching for that new rotation to develop. We don't have a debris ball just yet, but a tornado could be imminent. There, just to the south of Stevens. Very strong rotation with that. We got gate to gate here. Around 100 miles per hour. Which could indicate that we do potentially have a tornado about to drop. So again, Montrose, Verba, Lewin, Folk, and Waldrop need to be in their safe spots. Again, we are just to the south and east of Jackson, Mississippi, approaching the Mississippi and Alabama border there. Again, this is the only storm that we're really concerned about right now. And just like we thought, strong rotation just formed on the southern edge of this storm. All right, so instead of just talking random stuff, I am going to use the restroom. Give me 30 seconds. Guys, if you're still in the path of this storm, please stick around. Obviously, I know what I'm talking about, but I need to use a restroom. I've been holding it in for 2 hours, so just let me take a quick restroom break. All right, I'm back. I am human. Thank you, Braided Python and Breeze, for the subscription. I do appreciate it. I said 30 seconds. Still radar indicated at this moment, but we have some strong rotation. Let's tune into Vince's stream. If he listened to me when I told him to stick with the inflow, he should be
Here
close.
before I make any calls.
I sent him a text earlier. I was like, go south, stick with the inflow. I can't guarantee that he got it though. I mean, he's driving. He does appear to be in the inflow though. There's not a lot of rain around him.
I think there's still... I gotta get this fog out of here.
Sounds like he just drove right past a tornado siren. Oh, that's good. This city has tornado sirens. All right, let's go back over to the radar. Oh gosh, still strong rotation. Oh no. All right, we have a tornado on the ground here south of Stevens, Turnerville. You're next in line. If you're not in your safe spots, it's time to run to your safe spots. We got a tornado on the ground heading towards Turnerville. That's a debris ball. Unfortunately, this could be our first strong tornado of the night. Turnerville, please be in your safe spots. Next in line is going to be McNeil, Rass, Folk, Gridley. You're next in line with the storm. We're watching for that occlusion. It could still be a possibility with the storm, but unfortunately, these blues on the debris scan means that there is a tornado on the ground south of Stevens heading towards Turnerville. You need to be in your safe spots. This is a dangerous situation. That is a strong, okay, we have a PDS tornado. We have a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. Again, this is no joke. This thing is on the ground. We can see it on radar very, very clearly. This is not one of those instances where we're far away and we can't tell you any information. We can see that debris ball clear as day. This blue color here, that is the tornado on the ground. We have a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground right now. So please, if you live in those areas, be in your safe spots. Still, wow, that sucks. I mean, Vince is close, so let's go see.
It's right here. It's right here, guys.
Source, radar confirmed tornado.
Large and extremely dangerous tornado. Life-threatening situation right here. Right here. It's right here. It's going to be right here, folks.
Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles.
I don't know where he is. If you're squeamish, just know sometimes... Hold on, I just got a text.
South. We're safe. We got debris here. We're clear to go south, though.
Yeah, he's good. He's good. It already passed him. But yeah, we almost saw a tornado go right in front of Vince there, but it has already passed him, thankfully. He trust me, guys, he's not going to drive into a tornado. But now, what I was going to say before I noticed that he texted me is that you are about to see a tornado potentially with a lot of debris. There it is. Latest scan just to the east of Stevens. Looks like it is doing that northerly occlusion. Oh, and let me text him just to make sure. Yeah, still strong rotation. Latest scans here. There's that tornado. It is on the ground again. This is a PDS tornado warning. A large and extremely dangerous tornado is on the ground here. We have strong rotation, very strong rotation couplet, heading, kind of doing a little bit of an occlusion here to the north. Just like every single time that this storm has rotated in the past, it is occluding a little bit to the north here. I still want Turnersville to be in their safe spots, but I am hoping that it occludes to the north of you, but we can't guarantee that. So be in your safe spots. If this thing hits you, it's not good. Again, let me stress here again, just really quick, in between radar scans, go to the lowest, most interior room of your house with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement underground. If you live in a trailer, mobile home, or RV, you need to be evacuating immediately and getting to a sturdier shelter, because with this kind of tornado, your building will not survive. So evacuate now. You are even safer in your car than you are in your RV or your trailer or your mobile home, because that thing those buildings just turn into a blender. Trust me. Just get to sturdier shelter. All right. Let's see what Vince is talking about here.
Duffy around 11:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time for Central and East Central Mississippi. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. The tornado warning for.
Okay, looks like he might be maybe into search and rescue mode. I'm not exactly sure. Still waiting on the latest radar updates. Yeah, right there. He's in Stevens. There's that couplet. Holy moly, this is bad. This has been the pattern, though. Not with this storm and not with this storm system, but with storms in general. For the past week, once we get in these late night hours, that's when we start to see these bigger tornadoes. That's been happening like almost every single risk for the past week. But yeah, there's that debris ball. Man, I sure hope this weekends quickly, because as of right now, let's try to see. Yeah, not too many people underneath that debris ball. There's a house. There does appear to be a house directly underneath it. Let's look at Turnerville. Turnerville looks like a couple houses in a church. Not a super populated area. McNeil is the same story. A couple houses are there. Mulberry and Ross, Grinley. Yeah, not super populated areas. This is great news, but I mean, there's still people there that's going to be affected by this storm. Okay, latest scan still shows this thing occluding up to the north. Still occluding to the north. It looks like it occluded to the north, and it's going to miss Turnerville, which is great news. So like we thought, we've seen this storm do multiple times, it has occluded to the north, but it is still on the ground. Lewin, although it looks like it's to the east of you, we've seen storms occlude up to the north. then to the west again. So I still want you in your safe spots there. Nothing's changed. Down the line here for the northerly track, if this thing continues to be on the ground, it's going to be Montrose and Verba. Again, we have an observed tornado. It's a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. Vince is on this storm, but he's probably switching to search and rescue mode. But there's that debris ball right there. You can see it on reflectivity too. Those pinks are that debris as well. So please, again, this is a dangerous situation. You want to be in your safe spots. Let's switch back over to Vince while we wait for the latest update.
We got to check Bay Springs here soon. This thing could hook back to the CC drop has come down a little bit. So maybe this tornado, I haven't seen velocity. Velocity I'm checking now is not as impressive as it was.
Yeah, he's considering the search and rescue right now. But yeah, in terms of what he just said about the velocities, it is true and it's not true. It's not as big as a rotation as it was, but it's still pretty tight. It's still pretty much got the same intensity, maybe a little bit less range folding, which is essentially the radar isn't the velocities aren't as high as they were if on either one of the sides, which is happening on the red side, if the velocities go over the max limit, it will range fold back on the other color, which could be what we're seeing here, or that could just be the debris causing contamination here with this storm. But again, here's Vince. He's in Stevens, and that was his last position. Right, he could still be here, and he's definitely gonna try to see if he can help anybody that was hit by that, because that's just what Vince does. But right there's that debris ball as the latest scan, just to the north and east of Stevens, and to the north and west of Turnerville. We are still monitoring this storm, waiting for the next scan, but this is still a dangerous tornado that is on the ground. He's in search and rescue mode. All right, we're going to switch to here. I don't want to show him going in those communities this fresh. All right, so Vince is officially entering into search and rescue mode. What can happen when these tornadoes just go through? I mean, you can only imagine. Sometimes these storms can cause fatalities when you just go into the search and rescue mode and you start going through those communities. All of that is still there. You know, a day after, when you see those media reports, all of that traumatizing images of what really happens when a tornado is usually cleared out, or those people are in the hospital. But we're not going to show what Vince is going to show as he goes through these areas. We're just not going to do it. Still, latest scan, it is still on its northerly occlusion here. Right there, still a debris ball with this storm. It is traveling up to the north and east still. So looks like Montrose, Lewin. I am not concerned this thing turning that much west anymore, but Verba and Montrose still want you in your safe spots. Folk still want you in your safe spots. Again, we are here in Mississippi, just to the north of Hattiesburg, with this PDS tornado warning. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is still ongoing. Still a strong velocity couplet there, and still a debris ball with this storm. Yeah, if he goes back into tornado chase mode, let me know. But It's weird. Yeah, it looks like Tornado HQ is having some issues, so we're gonna pull this tornado warning from Radar Omega. It's gonna be a little iffy at first, but just give me a second. I'll be able to fix it. Was located in right there. Okay, perfect. Yeah, still waiting on the latest radar update. All right, Lola. Have a good night. Glad you could join us for a little bit. It's pouring me some more orange juice. I figured out that orange juice gives me a little bit more energy without having to have caffeine. I have tons of caffeine in the morning. Nope. If they didn't upgrade the risk, it would have overperformed, but they upgraded the risk to a hatched risk for today. So today is performing exactly as expected. This is a very hard and difficult day to predict because the models were all over the place, and those were the short-term models. Almost every single model had a different solution for the storms today. But we do have a confirmation. Is Vince still on the storm? Do you guys know? Because he's not traveling towards where the storm was. Deckard? All right. Spelled that wrong. It looks like Deckard is fine. Just some rain, potentially some a couple bolts of thunder, but that is not going to become severe. We're down here in Mississippi with these storms. Thank you, Jermaine, the EAS, and Unspoken Truths for subscribing. All right, latest scans here does show the rotation becoming a lot more broad. Still potentially a tornado on the ground, but that could also be the debris spreading. So we're going to have to wait a couple more scans to confirm. We're still going to treat it like it's on the ground. It's still occluding up to the north. I still want Verba in their safe spots there. And Penantly. But yeah, that's the latest there. I don't think Vince is in search and rescue mode. He is still chasing. So let's go tune in here and see what the latest is.
Shelter and protect yourself from flying debris.
Actually, let me text him and ask him. That's the easiest way to find out. All right, I asked him. All right, they did update this. Okay, it is no longer a PDS tornado warning. It is now just a confirmed tornado warning. So we do still have potentially a debris ball here, right in this area, still heading to the north towards Verba. But it does seem like this storm is losing a little bit of its organization. But I mean, still a discrete cell. And until that lower level shear goes away, or until these cells merge, I mean, I still think this thing could potentially wrap up and try to produce another one. So, again, there's that rotation over here. just to the north and west of McNeil. And there's that rotation still heading off to the north. You can see it. Well, the debris ball will be better. Let's go look at the debris ball because I want to do. I do want to like hammer this in. So there is it. There it was. There it started near Stevens, and it just has continued to go up to the north. There it is as the latest scan. So it is definitely still occluding. Oh. Okay. That house. Okay, he's definitely doing search and rescue now. So that was tornado debris. All right. Latest scan. Seeing new rotation here near Folk or Folk. New rotation. So that inflow is still strong enough to produce new rotations. Not seeing a CC drop just yet, but this is kind of what happened earlier. So we're going to have to really monitor that region right there for another tornado. Latest update on this occluding rotation, not nearly. I don't see any tight rotation, so I do think this debris ball here is now debris scatter, not a tornado. But we are starting to see a new area of rotation form here near Folk. So if you live in that area, still continue to be in your safe spots. We're watching this for another occlusion. But yeah, definitely still an inflow with this storm. Yeah, listen, if you wanna watch Vince do search and rescue and potentially see injured people on the ground, you can go over to his stream. I just don't want to show that. I have viewers on my channel that are sensitive to that stuff, so I can't show you. But if you wanna go over there and see what the tornado did, Vince is in the areas and he is doing search and rescue, so you can go over to Vince's stream and you can go watch that. But no, Vince is fine. Vince is fine. But I can't show that on my stream because I have people that have been affected by tornadoes in the past. So Vince Welty, you can search him on YouTube and go over there, but I can't show that on my stream. Still waiting for that latest radar update. Yeah, Vince is fine. He's doing search and rescue right now. He's trying to help people. Yeah, I'm tired, but I'm good. I'm good. I actually got surprisingly a lot of energy right now. I think it's this orange juice. It really does give me a good amount of energy. Yeah, trust me, you don't want to see that stuff. There's. I mean, it was a large and damaging tornado, so there's probably a lot of damage. If you post anything on Twitter, I'll show it because he's not going to post anything that I can't show on Twitter. But in terms of like showing a tornado scene right when it happens, trust me, you don't want to see what random stuff can pop up on that. Again, you can go over to Vince's stream, check it out. If you want to see what's happening with that, you can go over to Vince's stream. Yeah, still waiting for the latest velocity update, but we do have the latest reflectivity. There is where that rotation would be right now. Okay, latest velocities. There they are, just to the east of Folk and Grinley. Looking broader than what they were. Update on the occlusion. Still does not appear to be reorganizing, which is what we expect with these. Still not seeing any evidence of a new debris ball. with this occlusion. So only good news there. It does seem like hopefully. What is this over here? Okay. Just want to check on some of these other storms real quick. Okay. Yeah. I mean, in terms of every single storm that we've had today, that was definitely the a stronger storm. Uh-oh. Oh, that's gonna go right over me. Let me see if I can get y'all some hail. Wait till it passes. I'm gonna track it on my phone because I don't wanna dox my location. But I might be able to get some hail from that. That could have some decent hail in there. Oh yeah, I can hear the lightning now. Yeah, Chazzy, I definitely can't take you on a walk right now. I'll go check for it, but it should go just to the south of me. Yeah, still waiting on that latest radar scan. Does not appear that a tornado is on the ground anymore. Thank you, Abby, for subscribing. I do appreciate it. Power lines are down. Okay. Yeah, that was a strong tornado for sure. With those velocity couplets, the only way that it's not a strong tornado is I don't know. That was. I mean, from radar presentation, that was a strong tornado, which is why they upgraded it to a PDS tornado warning. Okay, looks like they're gonna extend this as a tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning. Unless we see any new areas of rotation, which is still possible, we still have that inflow working its way into the storm. Could definitely see another spin up, but as of right now, there is no spin up evident. But that's how it was right before it produced that PDS tornado warning. We go back in time. Hold on, go back in time here to give you all a little lesson on the patterns that we're noticing here. Hopefully, they're almost over. But yeah, right before that, like, look at this. Like, any person that has ever been monitoring radar would be like, oh yeah, no rotation. They're probably gonna let this tornado warning expire, yada yada. And then this popped up, and then even I was still curious or I was still a little bit speculative. I knew that rotation was still possible because that was the pattern that we have had. We've had multiple rotations spin up with the storm. Calling this catastrophic. Okay. But yeah, in the next scan, strong rotation, PDS tornado warning, occluded up to the north. Apparently, we have some catastrophic damage ongoing right now. So if and apparently, it's pretty bad. So although this storm does not although the storm does not appear to be rotating very strong, we know that as long as it's got an inflow, unless the kinematics change, which they haven't just yet, we're going to continue to monitor this for a quick spin up. No, that there's no way there's going to be mass casualties with this. We checked the area that it was going through before it went through there. There's not a whole lot of houses there. There's definitely people that live out there, but it's a very sparsely populated area. It's definitely a very damaging tornado. Let me see here. Yeah, that was what I was gonna do. I think I'm gonna watch Vince's stream on my phone, and if I see anything that I can report that isn't like bad, then we'll switch over. Okay, I can show this. There's nothing. Yeah, I can show this. Okay, let's go back over to here. So this is Vince's cam. There is some debris on the ground there. You can see the local police and fire station have responded here with this event. Definitely some debris ongoing currently. Okay, so he's pulling out his medical bag. Okay, yeah, we gotta go over here. Oh yeah, yeah, that was a strong tornado. I'm a storm chaser. I have been in multiple areas. Okay, we should be able to show this. Okay, there we go. Look at those trees to the left. These trees right here, completely snapped in half. He's about to put it into perspective. Yeah, that was a stronger tornado. It's hard to get that if it's just like an EF1. Um, so yeah, potential EF2. Hard to tell though. I have to wait for the NWS survey, but I have been in a lot of different tornadoes, different tornado damage scenes, as I used to be a on the ground reporter. And this is definitely one of the stronger tornadoes. You know, we can show this. We just can't show like houses and stuff like of people that live there. Okay, they did allow the tornado warning to expire, but we're still monitoring this storm. And look at that latest scan showing a little bit of rotation there, but it's not associated with reflectivity. And then the latest scan after that shows it kind of broadening out. So potentially the shear environment could be diminishing here. We're hoping because I really don't want to see another tornado like that. Yeah, it's definitely a stronger tornado there that just dropped, unfortunately. Yeah, if you're religious, pray for those people. If you're not, hope for them. We just had a strong PDS tornado that just went through these areas that you can see it on Vince's stream here. Unfortunately, you can see on the right side here, potentially a part of somebody's house right above my head. So people were impacted by this storm. So let's hope and pray that there are minimal injuries and death. This is not good. It's a late night tornado, most likely. I'd hate to say it, but there's a big likelihood that they were not paying attention when that went through to the weather. They were probably asleep, unfortunately. All right, looks like we have no more tornado warnings. Let me change the tornado text here. Let me update this with the latest severe thunderstorm. Oh, never mind. We just got a new tornado warning. New tornado warning for Louisiana. So it looks like those storms are. Oops. Yeah, take this off here. Put that on. Why does that keep doing that? There we go. We got a new tornado warning. Let's go over to here in Louisiana. So that's just for this line. This one's been tornado warned a couple times tonight. Sure that it has to be observed. Does this work? Maybe I'm viewing it from the wrong. Okay. They probably warned it because of this view here, which did show a little bit of stronger rotation, but there's definitely some side lobe contamination with that. So I'm not convinced that a tornado is imminent with this storm, but you know, we don't have a good view on it. So I am not really convinced of anything with this storm. So if you live in Riverton, Columbia, Bank Springs, just go into your safe spot. Again, this is in northern Louisiana, south of Monroe, Louisiana. And just go to your safe spots. Unfortunately, you guys live in a radar hole, and there's nothing really that I can really tell you for certain with this storm. Period. I'm sorry, but that's just the way this works sometimes. Let me show you why, just in case you get a little bit disappointed by my answer here. There is a radar there, and a radar over here. And the storm is in the middle of all of them. We have no radars close by, which means that that is in a radar hole. We are looking up probably a couple thousand, if not 5,000 feet, potentially more, up into this storm. So we are not seeing an accurate picture or depiction of what this storm is doing on the ground. So here's the ground. If you're looking 5,000 feet, 5,000 feet above the ground, then you can have the base right here, a storm right here. There's a horrible storm. And if you see rotation, it's up here, but you cannot confirm that that rotation is down on the ground. So there's not much I can tell you other than just get in your safe spots just in case there is some stronger rotation down there. But I just can't tell. We don't have any resources here to tell that. I do want to keep my eye on these storms, though. Yeah, we have another area of inflow forming here. I do want to put this in motion to see if I can see an outflow boundary. Yeah, there is a little bit of an outflow boundary trying to feed into this storm. There's a lot of rain-cooled air that's hanging out back here. But I think it's worth watching. They're near Harperville and Clifton, Mississippi, just in case. But so far, not really seeing anything too dangerous with that. And with this storm that just went PDS warned and now does not have a tornado with it or a tornado warning with it anymore. Seems like it is becoming a little bit outflow dominant at this moment. So we're gonna keep our focus on this storm. Maybe there's a better view from Jackson. Maybe. Yeah, there's a better view from here. This is our best view. So again, we're looking really high up in the storm, but there is some rotation there. Riverton, Columbia, Bank Springs, and Louisiana need to be in their safe spots. What happened near Vince? A PDS tornado. A large and extremely dangerous tornado went through this area. That's why those trees are knocked over. Vince is fine. He was never in the path of the tornado. But what you're seeing on stream here is debris that happened with the storm. Yeah, less than 20 minutes ago. So he's doing search and rescue. As soon as he moves, we have to take his stream off because I don't want to show you guys anything catastrophic or traumatizing. But if he points it at trees, we can show that. I'm watching his stream on my phone, so yeah, that storm has produced quite a few tornadoes. It was a very cyclical supercell. I'm gonna go live as long as I physically can. I'm running out of juice a little bit, but I still got a little bit of energy left. All right, we just got the latest scan in, so let's check it out. And we don't have the latest velocities, though. So we're waiting on that. Yeah, Vince is a lifesaver, not only in terms of finding the storms and showing us what's happening on the ground, but also in terms of his search and rescue efforts. So if you're not subscribed to Vince, you should be. He's not just your run-of-the-mill storm chaser that's out there for clout. He's out there to help people, which is why I work with him. Yes, he is. As far as I know, Vince is the only storm chaser out there. All right, do we have the velocities yet on this? Of course, they're screwed up. Okay. Better velocities here now with this other radar, so we can see a little bit better what's going on. Definitely some rotation there up in the upper levels. Can't guarantee that it's coming down to the ground, but I can tell you where that rotating updraft is going, which is to Columbia, Louisiana. Bank Springs, Columbia needs to be in their safe spots. Still some rotation on the storm. Yeah, this is a tornado warning in Louisiana right now. I do want to check on these storms just really quick because these have been very cyclical. Yeah. Yeah, still not seeing any more rotation pick up with these. So that's great news. Hopefully those storms just die. Tired of those freaking storms. Is that tornado warning on track with the one that just hit? No, not at all. This is in Louisiana. The PDS tornado warning happened over here near Bay Springs, tracked up to the north, near Verba. But yeah, this is some of the damage that was left in its wake. This is Storm Chaser Vince Welty. He's on the ground doing search and rescue right now. But you can see there are some trees that got completely snapped in half with part of a house there to the right of the screen. Thank you, GS70 Stealth, for a $10 donation. I do appreciate that. It does help out the channel a lot. We are completely crowd-funded. Oh my goodness. Thank you, The Green Lake, also for a $49.99 donation. That also helps out the channel a lot. We are completely crowd-funded. We do this full-time. So, those donations are a huge help. So everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for GS70 Stealth and the Green Lake. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. That is a huge, huge help. Yeah, let's go check out the latest scan here. Yeah, latest scan here is not showing as tight as rotation as it did near Columbia, which is kind of what we expect with these higher elevations showing up on here. It's really unreliable. So it's going to look like the rotation picks up and then dies and picks up and dies, but there is still some rotation there. So I still want Columbia and Bank Springs to be in their safe spots. Also, Ice Cream, thank you so much. For the $1 donation, everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for Ice Cream. It doesn't matter if it's $1, $10, or $49.99. Every single one of your guys' donations keep this channel alive, and it's very much appreciated. Thank you so much. Is Florence, Alabama good? Let me check. Hopefully you guys are doing better than me. I'm in a severe thunderstorm warning. Got a little bit of rain and thunder coming through. Non-severe, but here's a look at what's going on with that storm. Yeah, barely even seeing some lightning with it. So potential for some lightning, but not frequent lightning. So yeah, you can go to sleep there. But yeah, I am in severe thunderstorm warning. Still getting hit by it, but so far, I should go check for hail. Can I go check for hail? Okay, I'm gonna go try. Can I go check for hail? I'm gonna go try to check for hail in between scans. So just give me a couple seconds. It's literally gonna take. It's gonna take 10 seconds. No, 20 seconds. No hail. Not even a tiny pea-sized hail. All right, let's go check over the latest scan here. It's like this radar has some decent views on this storm, but I want to try to see which one's the best. A lot of close thunder, though. Thank you. Okay, I changed that. Lots of very close thunder. Jeez Louise. It's very close. It's very loud. Did y'all hear that? Probably not. I have noise cancellation on this microphone. But yeah, latest scan here hasn't changed other than the hail. The reflectivities have come in. Okay, it has changed a little bit. Still very weak rotation with that. They'll probably let that one expire here. Okay, it's not the right area. Starting to see a little bit of an inflow here. Not seeing too much rotation with that, though. But there is some there, so it's definitely worth watching. This storm still has inflow, but it's had inflow for the longest time and still hasn't done anything. So we'll continue to watch those storms. Not concerning at the moment. How's Chaz? He's good. Chaz is just waiting for a moment to go outside, but unfortunately, there was way too much lightning for that. But probably the next 30 to 40 minutes, I'm gonna walk him. I need to check to make sure these storms. Okay, there's no rotation near me. I'm good. I just had to make sure. Yeah, latest scan here, almost zero rotation there near Columbia. So it does seem like that storm is dying. Probably gonna let this expire, but we'll keep monitoring it here. Yeah, so Chaz had some stomach issues yesterday. But today he ate all of his food and he didn't throw up once. So I think he just ate something on the ground. But yeah, if you're just tuning in, we had a PDS tornado warning earlier. This is Storm Chaser Vince Buelti's current view. Everybody put one in the chat if you are aware of Storm Chaser Vince Welty. If you're not, I can give you a brief overview of who he is, just in case we have some people here that don't know who he is. But yeah, this is the scene right now. We're not going to show you any like homes right now because there could potentially be some fatalities or injuries that we cannot show on stream. But this view we can. If it changes, we're going to have to cut it off. But as you can see, some trees were completely snapped in half from that PDS tornado warning. And yeah, it's not looking good out there. I'm still keeping my eyes out for reports, but those aren't going to come in for a while because it's late. It's late at night. Those reports are going to be slow to come out. But I'm still keeping my eye on it. What town? I can tell you exactly which town in a second. Let's come over to here. So, yeah, the latest here with this tornado warning, zero rotation. Not concerned about this. Let's check other radars just to be sure. And no rotation on that radar. And no rotation on that radar. They're probably going to let that one expire here. But yeah, we can go back into the past here. Actually, I just want to check that there's no new rotations here. A little bit of side lobe contamination with this. Maybe an indication of increasing rotation, but we would... Okay, y'all had to heard that one. I don't even know if my noise cancellation could have canceled that out. That like struck right next to me, or in the right next to the house. But We're looking for that rotation there. We're not seeing it just yet. But if it starts to wrap around into this region, then we might have a problem. You didn't hear it? Okay. But yeah, not seeing any increase of rotation with these storms just yet. So that is still good news right there. What was I gonna do? I swear I was gonna do something. I forgot though. Oh yeah, I was gonna show you what cities were impacted here. So we already have tornado reports here, and but we're also gonna do the radar recap here. So as you can see, right around this point, I was saying we have a new inflow. I sent Vince a text message. I was like, hey, stick with the inflow. Next scan here, it was looking like something was about to happen. We go over to the velocities here. You can see that we were having these tight rotations that weren't dropping tornadoes. They were getting very close. We might have saw a brief tornado, but we still don't have confirmation of that back there near Rayleigh. We still don't have a confirmation of that right now, but you can see with those reds close to the greens there, it was a little bit broad, but it still could have potentially been a tornado. And then you can see that almost every single rotation, that one occluded up to the north, that one occluded up to the north, and then that one occluded up to the north. And then right around here, we had very strong but broad rotation occluding up to the north, and then that died. And then right here, that was where we left off. That was what I was telling Vince, like, hey, I would stick with well, actually, it was like back here. I was like, hey, you should probably stick with the inflow. I mean, these storms have been producing rotations like crazy, and there's a new inflow forming. And then we saw this, and I was like, I don't know. I mean, it looks like some rotation there, but it's hard to tell. And the next scan, it was obvious. We had strong rotation there, and then it immediately started occluding off to the north. You can see that rotation couplet goes right over that tornado report, and then it goes right over the second tornado report. So where those greens and reds touch, that's a tornado signature on velocity. As you can see, Vince has turned off his spotter dot there as well. So has Vince ended his stream? He might have ended his stream. I don't want to continue to broadcast if that's the case, or broadcast the stream if that's the case. He's still alive. Okay. But yeah, that's the tail of the velocities, and after that, you can see that the storm started dying there. But yeah, this is a PDS tornado warning here in Alabama, just to the north of Bay Springs, and then the tail of the correlation coefficient. So as you can see, the first time that it popped up was right here, north of Bay Springs. North of Bay Springs, in between Stevens and Turnerville. And then the next scan, there it was, in between Stevens and where you see these blues. That means debris, trees, potentially house parts going up into the air. And then there's the debris ball again. And then right after this point, it probably lifted. And then it died. But yeah, that was definitely a damaging tornado. Those reflectivity. What is going on with the radar? Uh-oh. We good? Okay, we're good. All right, so latest scans here with this storm near Rose Hill, near Mount Vernon, Mississippi. Starting to see that inflow again. And starting to see broad rotation come back. We really need to watch that just in case. It does seem like that might be trying to attempt something again. Maybe we have a little bit of stronger lower level shear starting to pick up again. This one, not too concerning just yet, but right there, that's where we would be looking out for the rotation. There's a little bit there. So both of these storms probably need to be watched. But if I will say this, if both of these storms don't produce anything, I might be a little bit more comfortable in saying that the tornado threat might be over, or not over, but simmering down. Yeah, latest scan here, like -0 rotation with this. This is going to expire very shortly. We're gonna watch these storms. These storms are still dangerous. Need a class and debris balls. Well, you watch the stream long enough, you'll learn all about them. But you've been watching the stream for a while, so thank you, Daniel. I think, right? Bay Area Ghost, isn't that Daniel? I could be wrong, but thank you for the donation. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for Bay Area Ghost. Again, we are completely crowdfunded, and your donations go a very long way and keeping this channel going. So I do appreciate it. Yeah, Daniel, thank you. You're a huge supporter of this channel, and I do appreciate it. But yeah, that's what we saw with that. We had a tornado on the ground, and it was pretty strong. And we're monitoring the situation. I can't show you guys too much, obviously, because I don't want to traumatize some of you. But I mean, this is about the furthest extent, trees down that I can show. So if we go over here, you can see, like, typically, with a weaker tornado, you will get like some branches down. Like an EF0, you'll get some branches down. With an EF1, you could potentially get smaller trees down. So that would be like this tree right here. And then medium trees can still get knocked down, but it's usually higher up with EF1 tornadoes as well. So we're getting pretty close to EF2. Not with this tree, not with that tree, not with that tree, but this one right here. But still, I mean, it's still speculation. I don't know what kind of tree that is. The kind of trees do matter. There are trees that are just like weaker than other trees. And so other than that, with just this view, there is, I can say it's stronger than an EF0, but that's about it. I can say that definitively. Other than that, there's nothing here that really indicates to me. But again, this is like what, like a 10-foot path here of the tornado damage. So we have had reports from the ground that this could be potentially a mass casualty event. But we're still looking out for the latest updates there. Okay, it looks like they are officially going to extend this as a tornado possible tag. 1.25-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be going towards Gilbert, Wisner, Sicily Island, Harrisonburg, Clayton, and that's it. So if you live in those areas, make sure you're indoors and away from windows. What time is it? 12:29. Oh, holy crap. Thank you, Jared Yandel, for the $5 donation on Cash App. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Jared. I do appreciate that. But yeah, Gilbert, Wisner, Sicily Island. I'm sure they're already indoors and away from windows. Most of the people in this area are sleeping, which would be a bad thing if this thing was rotating tightly. But it's not. There's no rotation in there. So it's just mainly a little hail threat and a 60-mile-per-hour wind threat. Okay, latest scans here. Still not seeing anything convincing that these storms are trying to produce another tornado. Let's check on this big old glob of storms up here. Yeah. Still not seeing anything there. Nothing's producing a tornado over me, right? Nope. What about down here near Birmingham? Nope. Just wind and lightning and rain. Everywhere. Everywhere. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll watch these storms for a little while just to make sure. But yeah, going back to here, talking about what we can tell from here. Is definitely, I can tell you from experience, stronger than an EF0. That's about it. But we're not going to get any more updates for a bit. In fact, is this still live? Oh, yeah, it is still live. Okay. I just want to make sure Vince is not ending his stream. Because if he is, that means he's probably going into like intense search and rescue mode. Nope, still going. I'm not going to speculate, but I can tell you it's not speculation when I say it's over EF0. That's just facts. Well, I mean, if y'all are seeing anything, just send it to me on Twitter. I'll look at it, but we're not speculating beyond EF0. We're just not doing that. Yeah, latest scans is only good news. Only good news here across Mississippi. Still not seeing any damaging or dangerous rotations, so we're continuing continuing to feel hopeful. Or I am, at least. They still have 2 areas of inflow, though, that need to be monitored for quick spin-ups. I mean, I could call him right now, but I mean, he's in damage mode. I can ask him. I'll ask him. I just don't want to bug him too much since he's in search and rescue. I'll text him. I texted him. We'll see. I do not like the look of this storm. Yeah, starting to see a little bit of rotation there. What time is that? It's actually a little bit ahead, so never mind. That's an occluding rotation there. I don't like the look of the storm. That is potentially some stronger inflow working its way into the storm with that rain wrapping around like that. I do not like that. All eyes on this storm. Let's see, can we see some outflow somewhere that can stop this? Yes, there is a little bit of outflow there. You can see that outflow boundary right there, wrapping in just like that. But it does seem to be kind of outrunning it. It might, if it can tap into that inflow, it could try to briefly try to put a tornado down there. But I'm still not seeing. We're looking right here for some strong velocity couplets, and we're just not seeing it at the moment. But in terms of what the storm looks like, I do not like that on reflectivity. So should just die off if the kinematics aren't in place. But if the kinematics are in place, still, or maybe we're getting an increase of lower level shear, then we might see that we might have to watch this a lot closer. So we're going to keep an eye on that for the next scan. Again, this storm that we're watching here is still to the east of Jackson, Mississippi, heading toward Decatur, Mississippi. And it has that look on reflectivity, does not have that look on velocities just yet. So we're going to keep an eye on it. Not ending just yet. Yeah, I sent him a text. You know, if he's got time, he'll let me know. But it seems like he's very busy. I'd like to look at radar to see if the storm will strengthen or not. I know what a dying storm looks like. I also know what a strengthening storm looks like, so... I have energy to go the distance tonight. I do. So... if I can see kinematics in place still that this could increase in strength, we're gonna stay on. Gotcha. Okay, we have the latest scan here. Still seeing that inflow, but maybe seeing some indication that it could be outflow dominant, but we're gonna have to confirm that with the next velocity scan. If nothing picks up on this next velocity scan. Okay, nothing did. So still an outflow dominant storm. Oh. Storm up to the north, though, has some side lobe contamination, making it look a little bit worse than what it is. Let's look from this here. Actually, all radars are indicating that this has some rotation to it near Philadelphia, Mississippi. So we'll keep our eye on that, but it's still really broad there. What about this storm down in the south? Yeah. Still not seeing any new areas of rotation that are really concerning me. By the way, this tornado warning has expired, and the storm is, again, still completely dying. Do have some new storms popping up near Campty and Winfield, Louisiana. No rotation with those as of right now, though. Mainly just watching these storms in this region. Wow, look at that. 2.75-inch hail report near Woodville, Alabama. Baseball-sized hail. Holy moly. Thank you for not dropping on my car and not afford a new windshield right now. Got very lucky there. Did you see the hail in Woodville? Can you confirm it was large? Still waiting on that latest radar update. That is, you know, to be fair, that is I think that's the largest hail report we've had today. Let's go look at the reports in the past. We'll go 6 hours back. No, we'll go 12 hours back. Yeah, 1.75-inch hail. Yeah, that's the biggest hail report we've really had today. 2.75. And that's not even in that significant hail risk. So again, wow, look at all the tornado reports we've had in this area. So we had one here, one here. Those were those two. That were those two reports from one tornado. Then we had 2 reports here. and then 2 more reports there. So we've had 6 tornado reports with these storms there. And yeah. And that's definitely the biggest hail report we've had today, or at least in the last 12 hours. Okay, still not seeing any increase of rotation. We still have this storm, but again, we have a lot of side lobe contamination here. So it looks a little bit worse than what it is. But I will note there is a little bit of inflow there, but still not convinced that that is anything other than a merging storm there. So we'll keep looking at it, but so far so good. Not seeing any hail, thankfully, so probably on the other side of town. Interesting. We'll check in with your neighbors in their cars. Some big hail. Yeah, we're drinking, we're trying orange juice for tonight's stream to see if I can gain a little bit of energy from it. And it's worked so far. I was absolutely, like, I was dead tired. I took a nap today. I got like 10 hours of sleep last night, and I was still tired. Meridian, Mississippi. Let me check. Meridian, Mississippi. Yeah, these storms are coming towards you. You know, we're still monitoring these for tornado potential. So I would still be weather aware there. I'm still not convinced yet. I mean, as long as, like, this one down here does seem like it is being overtaken by some rain-cooled air, and that should cause it to completely die. But this one over here, just to the east of Forest, Mississippi, we're still watching it. Still has a healthy inflow, but it is battling this little outflow boundary there. So if it can ever outrun that, it might become a tornado threat. But as of right now, it is just a hail and damaging wind threat with 1.25-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So that's why we're still alive, just monitoring to see if this storm in particular can do anything. If it can't, then we might be nearing the end of the stream. Let's go over to here. Well, we can keep Vince's stream. Wait, I gotta turn off this tour, turn on the severe. Sorry, I shouldn't be allowed to update the severe. I'm always too busy dissecting the storms. I can never deal with the warnings, but I just don't have like a consistent team this late at night. People do help me out usually, but not when it's almost 1 a.m. Let's put Vince there. Watermelon sized? I wouldn't be surprised. Aliceville, Alabama. Let me check. Aliceville, Alabama. Yeah, you got some pretty strong storms coming your way. But as of right now, it looks like the severe thunderstorm warning right now is going to go to your south. And the kinematics will be slowly dying down throughout the night. But we are monitoring just to make sure. Yeah, this is becoming outflow dominant. Yeah. I am convinced now. All right, so let me be as transparent as possible. But I am convinced that the strong tornado threat should be over. But there is still a possibility for those brief spin ups, especially as these storms move into Alabama. That's not over. But in terms of my stamina and my voice, I am convinced that I have reached my breaking point. I tried as much as I can tonight, but I am exhausted. I like, if you just if this is the first time you've ever tuned in with one of my streams and you're not familiar with me, you can go to my live stream tab and see that I have streamed like 9 to 6 hours every single day for the past week. But I really pushed myself for tonight because I knew that it could be dangerous. I think we did good. So, there is still a possibility for brief and weak tornadoes out in front of these storms. So make sure that you still have a way. Let's tell the people which ones should still have alerts. It's mainly these storms in this pocket. Okay, those storms are moving down to the south and east. They shouldn't last past this area, according to the models. So if you live in Utah, Livingston, Demopolis, York, you need a way to have alerts. Thomasville, Butler, Lisbon, Alabama, still need to have a way to get alerts. But yeah, I am tired. I am exhausted, and but I think we did a good job. We did what we were supposed to do tonight, which was to keep as many people safe as possible. So we didn't ask for this much during the stream because obviously there's tornado warnings. We're not going to be asking for subscribers or likes during the stream when there's tornado warnings. But yeah, if you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing. We do this all the time. We do this type of coverage all the time. If you enjoyed our coverage, subscribe to the channel. It's mainly for you, not for me. The subscribers really don't do anything for videos. They don't do anything really for live streams. It's mainly just if you need weather coverage or in the future and you would like to trust me with that coverage, then that is the easiest way to find me again. Because most likely, if you're not subscribed and you leave the stream tonight, you'll probably never see me again. But yeah, thank you everybody that tuned in tonight. Thank you to everybody that has donated. Again, we're completely crowdfunded and it helps out immensely. You have no idea how much your donations mean to me. Even when I'm tired and it looks like I don't care, I promise I do care. I just get so tired that I can't even express it in the right way because I don't have any energy, but it does go a long way. Thank you, Mr. Top Fan, for updating the warnings today. That was a huge help. Thank you, Blondie, for being the best mod. You're always there. Yeah, thank you everybody that watched today and liked the stream, because liking the stream does help us reach more people. So we all kind of work together tonight to keep people safe. And everybody, go over. I'm sure you guys know who Vince is. Go over to Vince's stream. I'm gonna put his the link to his stream in the chat here. Let me just get that up real quick. Over, like, if you're not interested in what he's doing, I mean, he's obviously been looking at those trees for the longest time. I don't think that's going to change. He's still in search and rescue mode. But go over here, give him a like and a retweet, and show your support, because when storm chasers go into these damage areas, it's stressful. It's depressing. It's emotional. Like, he's gonna try to hide it, but give him some support. Send him some hearts. Like the stream, and because people need to know what's happening on the ground, and people need to support Vince. And it's obviously the hardest for the people that were affected by the storm. But when he's doing search and rescue, it's stressful. I mean, it's devastating. He has to see it all firsthand. So show him some support, and try to keep him, as positive as you can. But I've reached my breaking point. I will see you guys on the next one. If tomorrow gets upgraded to a 5%, I'll try to push through it, but there's no guarantees for tomorrow's. I might have to just take a break for tomorrow, no matter what happens. But if it does get upgraded, I will try. But everybody have a good rest of your night, and I will see you